मैंने गलत करा, वो मैंने गलत करा, ये मैंने गलत करा। मेरी जिंदगी सवारी मुझको गले लगा के बैठा दिया फलक पे मुझे ख्वाब से उठा के। यारा तेरी यारी को मैंने तो खुदा माना, याद करेगी दुनिया तेरा मेरा अफसाना। तेरे जैसा यार कहाँ कहाँ ऐसा याराना। कोई दिन कभी ना आए। स्टोरी डार्लिंग, सॉरी डार्लिंग, सामने ना हड़ मना हवड़ी डार्लिंग। आज तो हारने वाले तेरी माँ की आग। ये गए बे एलएम भाई, एलएम भाई यू आर फायर्ड फ्रॉम द फकिंग सीन। तेरे बिना जीना कोई दिन कभी ना आए, यारा तेरी यारी को मैंने तो खुदा माना, याद करेगी दुनिया तेरा मेरा फसाना। तेरे जैसा यार कहाँ कहाँ ऐसा याराना। मैंने गलत करा ये, मैंने गलत करा वो, मैंने गलत करा ये, मैंने ऐसा करा वैसा करा वो। क्या है भाई ये, क्या है भाई? भयंकर डाउनफॉल चल रही है। रुको रुको, अरे क्या हो गया? नोटिफिकेशन नहीं गई के सीन हो रही है ब्लादर।
Salt man. They destroy. So it's a nice little target practice in the pre-round.
मैंने गलत करा ये, मैंने गलत करा वो, मैंने गलत करा, मैंने गलत करा ये। क्या हाल चाल है? राम राम एलएम पाजी, कैसे हो? वेलकम बेबी, PRX W फॉर द विन बेबी, फॉर द विन। फक दिस फैनेटिक डूड। साला दिमाग बोल रहा है पर फैनेटिक है, दिल बोल रहा है पेपर एक्स है। क्या करूं? फैनेटिक W यार, ऐसा ना सोच लादर, कुछ भी हो सकता है। आज दोस्त के साथ जा रहा हूँ PS5 खेलने, आज टाइम मिल गया है साड़ा। नहीं तो जब मैं वॉच पार्टी करता हूँ तो चुप चुप के देखते हो हैं। आज बरोबर जा रहा हूँ नाइट ये करने। राम राम ग्रम्पी भाई, राम राम जोरो भाई, क्या हाल चाल है? वेलकम वेलकम, कैसे हो? मैंने गलत करा ये, मैंने गलत करा। अरे 1 बजे तो चुपके ही देखूंगा ना। क्यों भाई, क्यों काहे के लिए चुपके देखना है? ना 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 नो ना 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 नो। आशियाना में भाई मैंने अभी तक डिनर ऑर्डर नहीं किया। और भाई मेरे को पता है तुम लोगों ने, मैं सुबह के 10:30 10:15 या 10:30 बजे का एक डोसा खा के बैठा हूँ बस। अब मुझे लगी है भूख, अब मैं ऑर्डर करूँगा। वो आधा घंटा लगाएगा, भूतनी का दिमाग का दही करेगा। अरे मम्मी को बोलूँ 1 बजे तक गेम देख रहा हूँ। हाँ, एक दिन तो चलता है ब्रो।
Gamers, sweats and tryhards alike. This is the Masters Toronto Showman.
आज कॉपीराइट आएगा, आन दो बे, आज आन दो ब्रो। भाई नहीं बे, नहीं ना, कॉपीराइट नहीं देते भाई, नहीं लेते, छोड़ो छोड़ो। ये कौन कौन है भाई? मैं इसको फिर तारीख को जानता हूँ भाई। और कोई है तो मैं तो अभी, हाँ कौन कौन था भाई, मेरे को पता ही नहीं। भाई ये कास्टर बहुत अच्छा है, हाँ? बहुत सेक्सी कास्टर है ये।
To my right side, with a 2.5 million ACS total and a combined weight of 4,037 pounds of solid
by WWE.
muscle, it's Team Toes!
क्या फील आता होगा बे?
Fighting to my left side, with a clutch percentage of 437% total and a combined weight of 5,632
लव है मेरी में।
solid
क्या
muscle.
फेवरेट? क्या मेरी फेवरेट है यार? मेल मेरी फेवरेट है। कौन है मेल? किसमें है मेल? ये आया।
All right, gentlemen, I want a nice, clean Valorant match. No cheat codes, no glitches. Protect yourselves with smokes at all times. Protect your neck from headshots at all times. And I want good communication. If not, this match is over. Do I make myself clear? Now touch mice. Let's give them a show.
आज तो न्यू मैप गेम प्ले भी होगा ना? हाँ भाई।
RGB, I don't think they heard you. Toronto, I said, are you
ready? हल्के ब्लॉन्ड बार है, लाइट ब्लू वाली टीम में। अच्छा ये चश्मिश, ये स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर जैसे क्यों दिखती है?
Well, yeah, aside from the matchup, again, the trailer, just there's so many exciting aspects there that I can't wait to see how it plays out in game.
And look, Diego, you're still with us, right? So we need to actually really dive into what Corrode is, because you kind of talked about it there, right? Those last 5 years of experience.
टीम में बेस्ट टीम प्लेयर है वो, है ना? मेरे को लगा था स्पोर्ट्स से।
Yeah, so we really want to just go straight, like, kind of back to basics. You know? Like, we want to build on what we know, but also like take into account everything we've learned, like you mentioned. And so with Corode, like coming with the idea of layered defenses, we really want to hammer that home and really, you know, bring that to the forefront of the map's design.
Because I saw a couple areas in that map, some looked a little more open, but the post plants didn't seem as spammable, for example. So like some of those sunset kind of memories, but it feels like that's already been adjusted. And again, the other side was also indoors, if I'm not mistaken. So it feels like it's kind of leading us to a new way to use utility and approach it, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think what you called out, A site being completely interior, is like one of those ways in the map's design that we can go and like say like, hey, you you can still use utility as an attacker, but it has to be very intentional. You know, you can't just send like across the map
और ये पहले साथ में खेलते थे.
doorways or through windows in and around the site, and that's just one of the many ways we're trying to tackle the feeling that you can actually hold the site.
I'm so glad this is going up now. Do I see an Ascent B wall-ish sort of setup here?
How many walls are like this?
Yeah, so I think that is maybe the only one that you can get decent value from.
But the window up top, it's sort of aligned more to, I guess, a similar setup to outside B, but the util set piece.
क्या हाल चाल है निंजा पाजी राम राम कैसे हो यार
Omen has been doing that
लड़का है वो पाजी चिल करो
let's throw a dart.
पता है भाई
let's
मेरे को
counter this Omen. It works both ways. Yeah.
इतना तो मेरे को भी दिमाग है वो लड़का है
right, which I love seeing. Right? There's layers to it.
Yeah, so I think A is a little bit more flat you're seeing here, a little bit just more of like slight elevation, but B site does have a bit more elevation. There's that tower position, there's the hut in the center of the site, and then there is like the railings and the staircases.
And I guess we're seeing some really good examples here of kind of what you were alluding to about kind of opportunities in terms of setting things up. There seems to be more kind of confined spaces.
भाई ये deathmatch वाला map नहीं लग रहा है.
Engagements on both sides.
Exactly.
हाँ?
Yes.
नया map तो crazy लग रहा है.
Util oriented.
भाई मेरे को स्किन अच्छी लगी बे, थोड़ी अच्छी दिख रही है. मतलब वो एक्सो वेंडल और बाहुबली वेंडल थोड़ा मिक्स लग रहा था मुझे. ये लोग नया स्किन भी चलाएंगे ना ब्रो?
Something to like as you're an attacker and you're going up towards the site, there's things that you want to clear, and so we want that utility bleed happening before you get onto the site. So it's like, hey, we want to try to save our dart for site because that's our, that's a really big piece. Let's try to see what we can do to like save it for the rest.
And we are seeing the agent select here.
An interesting approach.
Don't know if they're going to commit to that, but
who gets it though?
Your roulette.
That's true. That's true. But in your mind, is there comps that you've played? Obviously,
बड़ा मैप है ना बड़ा वो बड़ा मैप है सच्ची में.
What's the go-to?
अबे ये तो वो है कल खड़ी थी मैच में. मैच के बीच में इंटरवल में.
That they found were the best. Kind of was like an Ascent plus. So it's like Vice, Omen, Jet.
क्या नाम है इसका? Mill.
Okay.
ये नया मैप खेल रहे हैं हाँ नया मैप खेल रहे हैं नया एजेंट क्यों नहीं खेल रहे
Yeah, against even some of the use of the wall, the use of the wall in the trailer as well. And again, with kind of that leapfrog approach where he kind of doesn't have a first wave, he can scale up really effectively. So maybe we can hope. I'm still seeing a Reina hover.
Look, I'm just seeing the 10s lock Jet, so there's no pulling punches.
Well, actually, yeah, we've got the Jet and the Gecko again swapping out instead of a Sova. We've got the Fade. So almost on meta here.
Yeah, I think Terra's doing some cooking for sure with the Reina Sage. So I think it should be an interesting matchup.
Okay.
Look, Mel's on Omen. I'm locked in.
Well, I guess from comp alone, then if you had to pick.
Yeah, who's comp?
Who's taking this?
Legend थोड़ी आ रहा है.
If they've got the
अभी नहीं आ रहा Champions में है क्या?
Toast side, I think they might be able to eke out some nice clean rounds. But you never know. Maybe they got some grim walls in their pocket on the Tarek side.
Yeah, true. Now, are you seeing this lean a little more attack or defense in your mind from your testing? Obviously, that changes when the players and the pros get their hands on it, but did it feel either sided to you, or is it pretty even so far?
I think it's mostly like up to the actual team performance. It's like we give defenders these extra options on site, but if you can't control mid, the sites will fall apart.
And it feels very centered around that mid long line of sight, right? This is Oppa's Paradise. I'm imagining Chamber. I'm seeing all these things.
It's just interesting, something he's talking about. I'm interested to see actually if these fights do occur kind of ahead of sight, how easy it's going to be to anchor. Because again, we have examples currently now in the meta of, well, just coming out of Tejo, where it comes down to your sentinel, your kind of last line of defense really that holds onto the side. So I'm really interested to see how that pans out.
Yeah. So I think a common. I guess setup is like a 1-2-2. So your hard anchor on B, 2 people mid and 2 people on A.
Okay. We'll see who's done their homework.
Yeah.
Oh,
it looks like you have the hard anchor on B right here.
This is beautiful stuff to dive in on. We are seeing. Oh my God! Look.
Wow.
These reveals already.
Who's got the lineup? Well, Mel said they've been scrimming for months.
True. Sorry, Shopify Rebellion.
ये main है.
And it's just a brawl on the side. Tarek instantly dipped by 10s, no shock there. But still, the fight continues. Kaide next in the feed, and it's just going to be 10s posted up. He said he ain't pulling punches. He said he's going to be fighting this out. And it's all down to Sid City now.
भाई एक को दिखाओ ना पहले अटैकिंग दिखाओ फिर पहले डिफेंडिंग ऐसा कुछ दिखाओ ना भाई कंफ्यूज कर रहे हो सेक्सी नाइफ और गोश्त देखा नहीं गोश्त
Science actually laid out here for Sid City. They need to try and take it again, but the wall goes up, but that's it, cracks. blocked by the
क्या
archway there.
I like these kind of like close choke points.
जुलाई में तो
almost. You
पूरा
still got
engine change
access to
होने
be able to
वाला है।
play into it, but it does definitely hurt you
मतलब
forward.
उससे क्या होएगा मेरे
Difficult
को
situation.
गेम में कोई दिक्कत आएगी क्या
Open enough.
क्या हाल चाल है ब्लेंडी भाई राम राम
Three
केसू
players
यार
in
सॉरी
pistol
सॉरी मैंने
for-
नमस्ते जी नहीं पढ़ा
Yeah, really interesting. Some of the things.
full
Talk to
CS
us
वाली
about
feel.
it,
हाँ,
this
map,
fight in particular,
हाँ,
'cause
CS जैसा
it
है।
looks quite confined. There's
Most देखो।
lots of possibilities. Actually,
That's a
just-
lineup.
That's
That's a
a
lineup.
They've been
Off
sweating.
rip.
They've been
City.
sweating.
Yeah.
Oh yeah
I mean, something that maybe the Toast team could have done a little bit better is actually
पूरा
split
bundle
more
work
like
क्या?
left and right. It looks like they all 5-1 elbow.
अरे
where
उसने वो ऐसा
you saw
nozzle
that they were
पकड़ा,
getting some
Ghost
friction
का जब
coming
हाथ
into
में
the
लिया
site
तो।
because they were all so clumped. I think you can think of it a little bit like Sunset A, where it's like, hey, you can make
देखा तुमने अनरियल इंजन 5 अरे ये स्किन में गन को टेढ़ा पकड़ते हैं ओ तेरी अच्छा है ना हाँ भाई मत करो यार मैं पैसे का जुगाड़ कहाँ से करूँ COD type है हाँ
So,
COD type है
I guess that one of the things that you were
भाई
hitting on was
लूँगा भाई
kind
मैं
of how
लूँगा
deep, I guess how far forward for the defenders these engagements can come.
But
Is
done है
that
भाई
sort of typical of how you
सही है,
see
सही है,
early
कुछ
round
different।
start, particularly for an aggressive take forwards?
कुछ अलग लाए हैं कुछ अलग तो लाए
feel
हैं
like they have some decent
मैं तो
options
मम्मी
to,
से
like,
फिर भी
kind of
भीख
fight forward.
मांगूंगा
I think with the way that it's laid out, you know, you
पूरा
can,
के लिए
you
तो मेरे
can
को
like
दीदी से
sort of line
मांगना
up with
पड़ेगा
Feda, you can line
अगर
up
पूरा
with
बंडल लेना है
Paranoia or Breach Stun, stuff like that, and
दीदी
really
दे दो
try
यार।
to take the early space.
दीदी जो
But
चार
again, it's
काम
kind of a
बोलेगी वो
gamble where
करना
it's like,
पड़ेगा
if you're going to be putting a lot more pressure on like a main, you're leaving mid
Shit, भाई।
susceptible to a potential like late lurk or
साला।
someone being deposited in
फिर
there. from
बोलेगी
smoke.
भाई मेरे को झुकना ही पड़ता
Yeah,
है
I'm looking at
झुकना ही
now on the
पड़ता
mini-
है
the mid splits can
चुड़ाई
be
यार
wild. There's so many
that pathing
options.
towards A looks
Yeah.
so nice. Again, we're staring at the map, you're staring at the players. Unlucky for you. But yeah, it does feel like mid is just so critical at this point. Because otherwise, you are kind of not necessarily funneled, but it's such an encouragement to hit those
But
splits.
also, like,
Knife
you
लूंगा मैं
talk about
शायद भाई
sunlight
मैं
and
तो
stuff,
पूरा
is that
लूंगा
actually
भाई
there's lots of
मेरे को
spots
वैंडल भी
for
चला के
tuck
देखनी है
in
भाई
as
इसमें
well.
क्या क्या आ रहा है
There's
वैंडल
some bit
गोस्ट
where there's kind of
नाइफ
like, you know, one or two
And-
balls for the defenders.
भाई बुलडॉग
But
क्या भाई
yeah,
मेरे को
it's just
बुलडॉग आ
we get
जाएगी यार
Actually, it's interesting that you bring up Ascent because I
अबे ये
think
क्या
while we were
processor है
playing, we actually found like there was like an M1, M2, M3 smoke setup that
ये
you can do.
defending
Like,
है, देखो, ये
smoke
spawn है।
upstairs is like your M1,
ये
smoke
spawn
at top
है।
arch, M2, and then all the way at the top window is M3. So
ये
you can
mid
kind
है।
of, as an attacker, you
वो
can
mid
have
था,
options
है
of
ना?
what you want to choose. Like, hey, let's
और
smoke
नहीं
M1,
बताया।
let's split A.
Okay.
Smoke
हाँ,
M2,
तो आप अंधा
let's
पैसा
take
यार,
mid
अरे
control
घंटा
and
भाई।
kind of just sit around and see where defenders
क्या
are
क्या
going.
अच्छा और नहीं बताया क्या
I like
ओ
this as
अमंग
well,
अस का
almost playing
क्रॉसर है
off site here for Toast side as well.
ये
Kind of,
A main
you know,
जाएंगे
Dart coming
शायद।
through towards
हाँ,
A,
ये A main है।
pushing the space. I'm gonna have to play it back through potentially, seeing
अबे इतना घूम के साइड
Toast team
मिलेगा
take the long
मैं
road. And there's some of those kind of cubbies, right? Trying to be played out
भाई
by Toast,
दो
kind of like
भाई ये
exploring
ब्रीज
what
जैसा है
could
बे
be
दो
held, like
एंट्री
how you
देखो
could set
साइड के
maybe
लिए
even with a shorty, because it is quite close quarters,
देखे?
as you said.
Yeah.
You need
भाई
that
वो
utility
जेट
to
के लिए
play
वो
out
सही है
space,
ऊपर
you're
वाला
gonna
छेदा हाँ
fade,
वो डब्बे पे
you're
चढ़ेगा
gonna skies, geckos.
अब
They're
ड्रॉप
gonna be
फट
well
फट
and truly
अगर कोई
needed.
दिक्कत
Yeah,
हो
I think a lot
और
of
बता FNC पे
this map, at least
पेपर
from, in my
दिल
experience,
से
is like a lot of
FNC
initiators
दिमाग से
setting up their duelists, like
But
clearing the space
दिल
and saying,
ज्यादा
like, hey,
बोल रहा
we're
है
good
कि
to
दिल
go,
बड़े हड़प्पा
go
बल्ले
get
बल्ले
back. It's like they're trying to work mid.
First time we're actually seeing I guess a group in mid.
Yeah, here's the M3 smoke.
My goat Mel's got this all day, don't you worry.
Let's say Mel's tucked right
मारेगा
now.
क्या
She's ready
टेंस?
to spring the trap.
नहीं
No,
मारा
just
यार
you wait, just you wait, just you wait. See? Oh,
Oh, that's not pretty.
observers, why do
भी
you,
है
you know?
It's a Prius.
ओ ये
moment.
क्या एंगल है
Classic role.
wow.
Kaide, relax.
Kade has been scrimming.
That, honestly, Kaide looks locked in. This is 5 alive. Toast is shaking. He's shaking. The nerves
मेरे को
getting the
FNC
better
लग
of
रहा
him.
है मेरे को भी
Does
डाउट हो
anyone
रहा है
come this way at all? Let's see.
पर
God,
पेपर
she's
एक्स भी
got
फुल
this.
फॉर्म में
Brave.
चल रही है ब्रो अबे भाई मुझे लगा कोड रेड नाम है भाई मैप का कोरोड
Good for one, even?
कोरोड पढ़ेंगे ना
What do you reckon?
I think he's got one.
No.
I believe it.
Kade,
Oh,
Kade
it's
clears it.
Kaide's knife in, bro. Kaide's...
Oh! Yeah, no,
Go, Kaide, go! Oh! I believe
नाइफ
it.
था
I was all
दिख
on
गया
board.
भाई
I mean,
नाइफ
we're round 2 going for knife kills. I'm here for it.
Vinny, very
ये मैप थोड़ा
nice.
सीएस का
Up
वाइब
to
दे रहा
round
अच्छा है
two,
बे
sorry.
अच्छा मैप
Is this kind of playing out? I
मतलब
don't
ब्रीज
think
गया
as
तो
expected. It is a
दूसरा
little
कोई
bit different
अच्छा
round.
रिवर
Yeah.
मतलब नया मैप आया तो अच्छा लगा
Oh no, don't leave him hanging. Nice.
Thank
Even the
God.
crowd was
The
nervous.
synergy's just not there yet for
It's
Team
not there
Toast.
yet. Got to work it out. I put it on Mel mostly.
Okay.
You know, high expectations.
ये बिड है
And oh,
I'm
the
glad, yeah,
replay,
we
bro.
put that in the replay
What the
package,
hell?
yeah.
remaining.
ये बी
Damn, Kade, take it
वो
easy.
मिड था
Kaide's actually cooking. 5-1. Okay, buy round coming out for Toast boys. We got to see
खेल
them
के
lock this down
समझेगा
a
भाई
little bit here.
Yeah, I think it looks like they're trying to do a little bit
ये
of
B-main
default.
है।
You know, you have Vice lurking over towards towards A, and I think that's the Astra.
I like this layering.
Yeah.
Like you can again, you can kind of have someone on site, real close like Toast is, and then playing that verticality from that Gecko, right? This is
kind of playing almost like off their contact almost.
अबे ये तो sexy position है भाई.
From down here, why do I feel like that's a real possibility? Tarek already removes that layering element though. The player up towards that top side. Toast, nice little camera here.
They don't clear him.
Not cleared.
Oh my god, Toast lock in. Those hands from shaking. Jump up! And he's giving me flashbacks!
He got him!
I can't believe it! Tarek goes down! Oh, you love to see that. That's filthy.
समझ गया भी है. Spam कर दिया तो अरे पर पता चलेगा तो ना. ओह ये नई वेंडल है ना?
Diabolical.
That's nasty.
हाँ ये नई वेंडल है.
To be fair, Tens is being out-fragged by Kaide, so I think he's got to, you know...
Upgrade भी नहीं किया था?
That's true.
You have to.
It's mental warfare.
ये upgrade किया था.
Toast is...
This is a great smoke.
Oh my god, no! I'm getting flashbacks! I mean... Are we calling that corner Toast right now?
Upgrade नहीं था क्या?
यार
वो तो gold में चमक रही थी वो chamber की reel में तो. Like करो भाई लोग like करो.
The difference here, because on A you kind of have to clear this almost horseshoe wall that is it's obviously spammable or wallbangable with the recon coming through, but here it's almost like the site opens up
actually
once you
में
come through
goated
this
जगह है भाई
arc,
वो.
unless you're splitting through the other side.
भाई इसमें तुमको सब चाहिए.
It's nasty for util.
Yeah, I think that's kind of.
भाई इसमें सब चीज चाहिए, सोवा भी चाहिए, रेस भी चाहिए भाई तुमको, रेस भी चाहिए.
You really wanted to take a mid split and pinch them and force them to take uncomfortable fights.
I mean, look, if that Algorn had just looked down, it would have been different. Bit of a trade through in mid. Ten's only going to get one this time, but again, that Aldrone was right there. If it just checked that cubby, it would have been cleared. So there are outplay options. It's getting a little scrappy towards B. This choke point is going to be brutal. Toast this time does go down. You know,
एंगल देखने पड़ेंगे भाई कुछ टाइम.
She's already taken towards site again. I love this scaling up towards it. Great Gecko flash as
defending
well.
भाई back.
Actually, yeah.
Mel, my goat.
Swept through. We'll need an ace.
No,
no, Tarek.
No, Mel, please, bro, please.
Somebody trade him.
Oh, God. Josh is running, man. Josh is trying to get there.
Upgrade नहीं है. Tens भाई upgrade करो ना यार. Sheriff भी है क्या?
I need you to really focus here, bro. I really need you to focus. So far, has there anything caught your eye that they're doing that you guys had in your playtest? Or is it kind of playing out somewhat as you expected? Is it kind of along the same lines?
Yeah, I think it's playing out a little bit as we expect, you know.
ये रही वो वेंडल.
I mean, maybe not this.
Yeah, maybe not that.
चलो overdrive जैसी भी दिखती है. क्या है ये भाई कितना mixture है ये?
What we're seeing, you know, again, if it's a normal attack map, three lanes, you know, there's going to be evolution more so on the strategy rather than anything else. But yeah,
कौन सा पीक लिया बे? ये मेन का पीक लिया इन्होंने इतना fast.
Again, it feels like you really can't take your foot off the gas on either side because you can get these early balls, right?
This contact comes through so quickly, or it can do. Oh. Tens different.
रितेश भाई क्या हाल चाल है? राम राम कैसे हो? वेंडल तो लेनी पड़ेगी भाई. है भाई.
3 players.
3-4 वो मिक्स है भाई उसमें.
I'm believing in this, like it's going to help it happen. It's not.
ये काला क्यों लगाया
As it
वेंडल?
stands, it's good work coming out from Tarek's side, and again, like punishing this, keeping these like late positions down middle, seems so valuable, right? This is perfect. Examples of how much control you get by keeping that space mid, like a little bit of split in a way, you're getting those moments where it's like so key to keep that map control for rotate.
Yeah, I think split is a great example where it's if you can control mid as an attacker, you really hamper the defender rotation, and you cut that. Oh wow.
Yeah, that's devious. Oh.
अबे.
Well, I'm curious actually if we do see anybody hop on.
ऑपरेटर वाले के तो मजे हैं मिड में भाई. हाँ ना. मेरे जैसा तो आदमी सीख भी सकता है 1v1 में मैच मिड में ऑपरेटर.
Here we go. Again, these are the sort of lines of sight, and you're already seeing that util kind of trying to facilitate.
भाई एक शॉट दिखा दो crazy वाला. Crazy वाला शॉट दिखा दो भाई मजा आ जाएगा.
Gunning today.
ऑपरेटर नहीं है. ये कौन सी नई टीम है क्या?
नहीं
ये स्ट्रीमर्स का अरे नया मैप का ये चल रहा है ना. क्या बोलते हैं?
I guess you're talking about
early
what
access
the
वाला
default
scene वाला
kind of I guess the formation looks like
वो लोग
is.
दिखा रहे हैं मैप ऐसा.
Yeah, the 1-2-2 right? You were talking about 2 towards mid and then 2 towards A side, or
yeah.
Okay.
Again, there's that mid pressure, right? There's layers to this. You don't get that for free.
मुझे ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है ये मैप के लिए 7v7 होनी चाहिए ये मैप जब आएगा तो.
Remnants of the team that was kind of splitting through
ये
towards
देखो
being
इधर
made.
से देखेगा उधर से
It's
देखेगा
gonna be
अंदर
difficult to
बैठेगा
toast. Oh, no, apparently
डब्बे
it's
पे
easy.
बैठेगा
Oh,
नीचे बैठेगा
that's
कहाँ
on me.
कहाँ बैठेगा
I
bro
overestimated you drastically. So down to the spike having to be picked up here.
बी पे लर्क
But
कर
Vinny and
सकते
Josh,
हैं
or deadly duo.
मिड से बी पे
TP
साइफर
to
लर्क
safety
कर
as
सकता है
well, so
अटैकर में
we'll actually see a full
वो बंदा
2v2
पीछे से जाए जहाँ
in the
ओमन है
post here.
और हम
So
सब
this is
मेन
kind
से
of like what
घुसते
we're
चार
talking
बंदे
about with the
Divide to
layered
go up.
defenses. Yeah. Yeah, with the layered defenses here, Mel is able to kind of, the retake is very easy now for the defenders because they're not taking any forward
peek
positioning
देखो उसने,
in the
CS
elbow
वाला
and
map
heaven.
लगता
So
है,
now
हाँ,
you're
CS
seeing,
जैसा दिया है।
yeah, it'll start to kind of
CS जैसा दिया है।
fall apart for the attackers because they didn't take that extra space.
And Josh completely unaware. You're right. It does kind of force the hand a little
Yeah.
if you want safety.
Exactly. So I think, yeah, if you're an attacker and you take the side, you might want to go and maybe greed a little bit more for that elbow space, kind of like stop the rotation a little bit earlier, like in this area here. Because if you don't, as an attacker, you're just going to be like fish in a barrel. You're going to get shot.
सब लोग
from a
येलो ही
lot of-
रखते हैं बे कलर
And I guess, just quickly, what's the pathing for the attackers to get up to heaven? It's around the...
It's around, so you have to go through elbow first and then up the staircase.
कलर थोड़ा लगता है
So it's almost something you're looking towards either clearing ahead of the plant or
वैसे
I
तो
guess
नहीं,
as
colouring
like
से
that's
थोड़ा-
usually where your ankle's going to slip into, much like split again, coming back into elbow behind and,
Yeah.
and maybe
LM by
towards stairs.
Bo5.
Yeah. I think also it's like, hey, if like your duelist wants to path into heaven on the way to site, like hey, if there's like a waylay or even an omen too, like TPing into heaven
Yeah.
and
Oh,
gets
yeah.
that forward positioning.
Think about that. Okay,
पाँच के
2 to
पाँच
4.
ही में।
Also interested to
अबे
see if
why
there's
दबाना,
actually,
why दबाए?
kind of the
अरे।
post plant where they can kind of
भाई,
tuck
एक
a
बार तो
couple of
दबाओ
players
है।
in and then somebody come back and cheese
क्या
a
करता
little
है
bit.
बे
I guess it's playing out. Ooh. Hold on.
Short.
Tens might be doing tens things.
He knows about more as well.
अरे
But
बिहिंदू
we're going to miss on the
Oh,
second.
nice.
Oh, he's still good. Nice angle there as well. Nice kind of like playthrough for him.
ये क्या देखा है
I feel like you're going to be able to hear a lot of these rotations too, because like as much as it is quite a big map, again you can kind of slip through into those mid connectors sort of areas. You can hear these rotations; they start making noise.
Yeah.
I think even now looking at the mini-map, you think about the size of Ascent on the mini-map. It looks massive, actually.
Prius,
भाई
thank
ये तो
you.
सैंडविच हो गए
Thank you! Tens just a hit and run. Again, feeling omnipresent because of controlling that mid-space. Ace player on show is Josh to finally deal with him.
मेरा गोल
Vinny and
मोमो
Josh
कर
got
रहा
their
है
work cut out now. There's a fire
अरे
in
अच्छा
squad.
खेलता है यार मजाक से
Mel's getting greedy. There it is. They take away Vinny, leaving Josh,
अच्छा क्या भाई
Josh alive.
मतलब
30 seconds left.
एक और बार लेना हाथ में ये गन
Toast. Toast is the
Again,
worst kind
man,
of player,
yeah.
bro. Like, I
My favourite
appreciate
kind of player, I've got to say.
Oh.
Spamming through with it.
Okay, all good, all saved in the end. We're actually getting a close game now.
Yeah.
I think like, everyone's kind of getting
यार
the
पहले
tempo
लोगों को
of the
आराम से
map as
दिखाना
well,
चाहिए
kinda
था ना
getting
चैट
control of space.
कि कैसे हाथ पे लेते हैं गन क्या
I'm
है
trying to have a
ये
little look around for
थोड़ा
like
सा दिखाते तो मजा आ
little
जाता
goodies. Like the observers normally show me it. You know what I mean? They normally like fly around and find some good stuff. Thank you. I'm already seeing it ready and lined up.
मैल कौन है
And
वो
again,
चश्मिश चश्मिश लड़की है ना
Kind of like. Where's the little salt dudes? Where's the little salt dudes? Just
Yeah,
find
we're not
some of them.
seeing enough of Easter eggs just
No,
yet.
can we cook a little harder on that, please? Again, we have like a half bite ish. Ish. I
तीन ही
think it's
चीज आ
just
रही है
Kaide
शायद
down the
रैंडम
sheriff. I mean,
नाइफ
you gotta
और
give
क्या
your
है
gunner the rifle. What are we doing? I mean, Kaide against Mel. The age-old.
हाँ,
Tens
ले
want
हाथ
to take
में।
space. And I quite like that we're seeing this aggression from Tens, kind of showing what you can do space-wise. And aggression-wise, but Vinny up to the test.
आवाज किधर तो सुनी
Putting
ला
pain towards him.
Bruno Ward जैसी आवाज है
Kaide
नहीं
does go down.
कहीं तो सुनी सुनी लग
Again,
रही है ये
I
आवाज
love the fact that you can take
Yeah,
kind of considered aggression.
absolutely, yeah. And it's,
Ah,
again, it
Bruno
comes
Ward
back
जैसी
to
तो
that
आवाज है।
sort of...
Oh,
Oh, actually, Mel tucked in here next to the smoke. Good for two.
There
Oh,
she
all
is.
of them.
There she is. Take a stand now. There it is. We're waiting for it.
She's on
Up
her
out the
feet
seat.
now.
There it is. And this is a feel-good map, though. Like, I was initially a little bit worried about some of those 50-50 angles, right? It was something that was in my mind, and a lot of people were kind of saying that sort of thing, that just being cognizant of it, but already seeing, like, the way it plays out, you just gotta be checking your corners. You just gotta be using that until nothing is safe. It's that
नाम क्या है
instant
मैं आपका
reminder, right?
Yeah, I think as well, like when you
Corrode,
push up
C-O-R-R-O-D-E,
map, you know, corners will start to like,
Corode.
clear themselves. Like as you slice the pie,
Corode.
right? As you're
Corode.
checking stuff one by one, things will naturally open up to
Corode
you,
ही
and
बोलेंगे शायद
well, it won't feel
Promodium
as
plus
complicated
Chronoid, है ना?
as it might seem.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, mid-split coming through. This is what we were talking about. They lacked earlier on.
Yeah,
It's
and the late vice look here.
Oh,
nearly.
But she's
But
got
they've
a lane to
been
play from.
wrapped on, yeah.
ah, that's smart as well. Getting
Oh.
out just in time.
13 HP.
Lucky for her. But already side control is gained. I kind of like what they tried to do with that split. They're utilizing mid, kind of cutting through that path, and they gambled right. We saw the Toast side was stacked up on that B side.
And just quickly on the walls here, is it only the Odin with the high penetration that will go through these walls? So it's not rifles.
Not rifles.
अब मैं plant कर सकता हूँ यहाँ. ऑप लगेगी वहाँ पीक लेते ही पट्ट से पड़ेगी वहाँ.
That's a little awkward for them now.
भाई इसमें क्या-क्या आदमी यूज करेगा बे? ओमन चाहिए इसमें.
This flank could be huge actually.
ऐसे चाहिए जो स्मोक आए इसमें.
I quite like that they're trying to find a new
smoke
pathway.
region हो.
I'll just TP it into it. Corner smoke.
है ना? Yeah, smart work here.
New Vandal आई है? आया है? नहीं अभी आया नहीं है.
I thought these Stingers might have
battle pass खत्म हुआ तब आएगा ना?
Oh, okay, they are. Involuntarily
ये
doing very well.
ये तो डिफेंसिव है भाई.
But the time started ticking, they got to get moving. Melt and City.
ये तो डिफेंसिव है भाई.
1v2 is brutal.
पर अगर ब्रीम हो तो गांड मार दे वो हैं?
Real close.
Again, another example.
Vandal अच्छा है क्या? आयुष भाई अच्छा है भाई. अच्छा है सच्ची में. आयुष भाई by the way राम कैसे हो यार? Welcome to the stream.
So we talked about the flank coming through. Didn't wrap all the way through spawn, but
देखा टेढ़ा करके स्कोप ओपन किया.
Really rough to actually retake here.
अबे यार.
Yeah, I think the Sage, the Sage is actually a really nice pick for the attackers because once they get the site, it like flips the castle. Now they are the defenders almost. And
यार
now
मैं
it's
skills देखने के चक्कर में ध्यान नहीं देता यार उधर क्या किया उसने.
How do we as the defenders take the site?
Because I guess the main thing here with this kind of, I'm calling it the horseshoe there.
Yeah.
The wall around A, that's typically how you'd expect it set up for a defender. It's open for the attackers to walk onto site. So it's actually really interesting. I said another
ये देखो मिड से कहाँ दिख रहा उसको.
example potentially for the post partner if we'll see one.
And I quite like the fact that you can see how much value just that single smoke in mid gets you. It allows you to cross up, right? Because I know a lot of people are scared about maybe operator controlling too much space. The City got to respect this now and fall back. Oh! He got a tag on Terran 2, I'm pretty sure here, Tens. Oh dear, he's hungry. He's hungry. Oh dearie me.
It's an aggressive take actually.
It's alright. I believe.
So in this situation, what are you looking for Josh to do to make the most of this time?
I think he might want to plan for back elbow and try to like see if he can maybe, like, get defenders as like they're coming into the site.
Oh! Tens. Tens ain't got no chill right now, yeah. Look, I know this is obviously a show match, I love the aggression. It makes me so happy.
Yeah, just coming back
उसका
to
नाम मैं
that
भूल गया कल बताया था यार उसने.
It's not necessarily
अभी
given
मेरे को
the
नाम
defenders
नहीं आता
have
है.
to progress
इसमें
forward. There
नाम
needs to
होगा
be
विनी नाम है.
kind of two layers, maybe somebody coming out from the A side to kind of complement that push. Again, not too dissimilar in the, I guess the setup that nearly lined up. But in terms of ascent, you know, this one smoke on arches or deep towards pizza, you're asking the same thing, but you don't get the same kind of pressure from short on ascent. This really asks you to come out and get ahead of that push.
Yeah, I mean we saw it with Sid City. She tried to fight up a little bit more, but she had to respect the four-man push coming down at mid.
But it also looks quite playable. If you do fall back away from that kind of like top mid, I guess, op swing position, there is playable space behind us. You're not completely forced forward. I do want to keep an eye on some of these ults because we start seeing them interact. And again, that Dizzy. So nice. You're seeing like Dizzy looking valuable, the Fade Eye.
Yeah, that was a reveal over the top as well.
Really, really lovely.
Map का पर ऊपर तो कोरोड लिखा है. ये देखो ना टॉप लेफ्ट कॉर्नर. मेन मैच कितने बजे किसके बाद होगा? अभी मेरे को लगता है आधा घंटा लगेगा.
And look at Cypher mid. He knows what to do.
Yeah, that is so smart. I get this sort of presence, right? Keeping that like even late fight for middle is so valuable. Slipping a player down there gives you so much security towards the B site, for example. Here, City doing well just to hold that down, but Toast with the judge. I guess that's why Vice is kind of nice too.
Yeah, I'm just thinking actually, I touch it after this round. Res comes through, Vinny's back on his feet. That's it, push onto the side here, kind of tagged up though.
Oh, City down on 15, but still standing. Could do with some support here. Again, Toast slowly and steady, but Mel clean stuff.
पूरा defensive map है यार.
Calm down.
Just thinking back to contact, you just touched nail on the Vice, but also the opportunities for deadlock as well. You talked about the Sage Wall, but I mean, it could be really, really interesting in terms of util for the post-one to aggressively take space, deny kind of ways back into the side. So
yeah, I mean, I think when this map gets into players' hands, I think they'll find that a lot of things could potentially work. Especially with when it comes to compet, you'll have the RR reduction on your losses.
So you can really play around.
You can really play around, learn the map, experiment with some stuff if you're feeling like it. But yeah, and just have fun.
And again, I'm pretty sure I just noted this, that Toast is using the Among Us crosshair, I believe it is.
Yes, I do believe that is.
And that would upset me further if I died to him with a judge.
मेरा skin
In
का नाम
Toast's corner.
अच्छा Sid City नाम है ओ
Compounds
That's
issues.
why he's a judge player.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
ऐसा
Does
क्यों
make
नाम नहीं है
sense.
Not hitting headshots for that thing.
अबे इसका कुछ ये नहीं है क्या
Okay, let's...
किल का एनिमेशन जो
And
लास्ट
it's
में
all
होता है
about
ना
that
लास्ट
playable
किल
space
करने के
kind of
बाद
top middle, right?
एक
Again,
सिंगल
it does feel
कंट्रोलर
like
से हो
super
जाएगा
close
डिफेंस
kind
और
of,
अटैक ना
I
भाई
guess choke points, but very
दो
swivel, very
smoker,
playable from those deeper angles, and I kind of like
एक
that
सोवा,
synergy then between tens. And I
और
think it was,
एक
yeah, Kraken as
रेज
well, kind of like
रेज
both working
तो
that.
चाहिए मेरे को लगता है यार रेज क्योंकि वो बोम्बॉट बोम्बॉट से करवा सकता है पता है एंगल क्लियर एक्चुअली में ये रेस कर मैप है ये बस थोड़ा वो बोम्बॉट का टाइमिंग इसका बढ़ जाए ना
couple of ults in play here too. Sid City gonna get diffed here, gonna say it. Vinny clearing up a little bit, but can he survive now? A little too late for that.
Another push out here. 10's still looking for something, lines him up again. Starting to get
भाई कुछ भी
a little
मारते हैं
warmed
यार
up.
वो लोग का इनका सब पड़ता है टेंस भाई की
Yeah, for sure.
Oh my god. Oh, they're all
भाई
dead.
पांच को पांच खड़े भाई
That's a bold maneuver at 7 to 5. But why not?
Yeah.
And I heard there is like a...
वो सीडी वाली वाइब दे रहा है वेंडल
Heard.
भाई मजा आएगा भाई इसको खेलने में तो
I don't want to bring it up.
अबे
I
ऐसा
saw a sneak preview
ऐसा दिखता
there.
मैप
Not before the watershed.
No, true.
No.
देखा था एनिमेशन
Stay tuned,
नहीं
because you'll find out soon enough. And again, like
Look
in the
on mobile
distance, there's
monitor.
so much
I mean,
detail
yeah, just to
this
come back to the
map.
visuals
Like,
again,
look at
like
this.
when you're talking about elevating the art style and kind of the visuals and stuff, the map itself looks great, but the environment on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, like shout out to the art team. Oh, they found one. The
Okay,
Easter
okay.
eggs. I mean, yeah,
Look
the
at
art.
this.
What is going on?
I mean, you can tell the art team had a lot of fun with this.
Oh,
one.
अच्छा
Yeah,
है।
it was like something that we
Spectrum
wanted to
जैसा है।
like, really like hone in on.
सुबह
Like,
की
hey,
जगह
how can
फील्ड
we
अच्छा
make
होगा
our
कॉर्नर
maps look
क्लियर
even
करने
better
के लिए
than they do
कॉर्नर
already
को
while
क्लियर
keeping
कर
that
दोगे उससे
gameplay
ट्रैप कैसे तोड़ोगे
I am seeing the tactic there.
क्योंकि हमारे मुंबई सर्वर में डुएलिस्ट घुसते नहीं जब तक ट्रैप नहीं टूटता ट्रैप भले उसके कुत्ते में फंस जाए पर घुसेंगे नहीं वो
She is obscenely good with it. And actually, I
ये
like
देखो, ये
that
भी
little like
angle-
overhang kind of
मैं जो
denies
blind ही
the
नहीं हुआ।
dizzy coming through. So you can play some of these corners. Still
पहले
have
तो
to
एक
be
आध बार
really
खेलना
locked in
पड़ेगा
to
भाई
clear them.
ऐसे ऐसे एंगल है कि केओ शायद क्लियर करे ऐसा लगता है सोवा क्लियर
bit
करे
of a different
अभी
setup
इन्होंने
here
फेड
towards,
बोला वो भी अच्छे है रितेश
I
भाई
guess
कभी
Team Tarek here on the
Fade
B
भी हो
defense
सकता है।
there, stacked up towards the archway,
Like I told you, Kaide's nasty with that pistol.
Last player
Tens.
standing.
and she knows it's 10s.
Yeah. Oh!
ओह
Another one!
Stop it, please, Tens. Please, it's meant to be fine.
Got the spike.
Oh,
ओह
God.
क्या चक्कू मारा बे
Tens in a 1v2.
Oh my god!
Please come back, Tens. Please
Oh
come
my
back.
god!
That's outrageous. A Red Bull clutch in a show match. I mean, he was the chosen one for a reason, Mike.
I think he heard you talking about Kaide with a pistol.
Yeah, my
and,
bad, my bad.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I
you
take it
you
back.
stoked the fire.
Yep.
Standing.
That was nuts though.
Yeah, that was actually
Oh, the first one, beautiful. The second follow-up though, it's almost like a little fadeaway. Oh!
I love these like headshot
remaining.
angles as well. Like you feel like you can play into it, but they are certainly that it gives you these like.
भाई बहुत हाई
playable
सेंसी पे खेलता है बे
options.
Yeah.
Oh
I
my
mean,
God.
tens. If you're tens though, the defenders don't stand.
टेन ना मान रहा
Tens, I
Yeah.
guess,
Look at
right?
the
Nah, man,
example of
bhai.
brute forcing on a pistol.
Yeah.
तारीख हक देगा
Tower.
Oh,
Can he get through?
Wow, man.
again, these are those 50-50 corners still cleared, but you
इतने
have
दूर
that
से लग गया
option.
उसको
If you're not going to invest utility early, you're going to get punished.
Yeah, it's very dangerous to try to contact up, but
Oh,
they're just. Toast is getting his
Yep.
his three for sure.
Ace.
That's four.
the crowd commands it. He's in his cam. Brilliant. Toast, get out of your cam.
भाई मैं तो
Go
इस पे रेस
hunting.
लेके देखूंगा ब्रो सच्ची में
Toast and cameras.
मैं तो खेलूंगा रेस इस पे
Kaide, deny it, please. Oh no, they.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, they're coming. They're coming. They're coming.
Oh,
They're
I
on
think
the
we're going
way.
to see 4 knives out
They're
here
on
just
the way.
charging.
काइडे सिर्फ साइफर को ढूंढना
Oh,
सब लोग
please,
नाचेंगे
Kaide,
तुम्हारे सामने
don't,
सिर्फ
don't,
साइफर
don't go down like this. Oh no.
Another
no.
flash hit.
Toast with the ace. That's a
Tod
nasty
diya.
cam shot right back
Yeah,
to Kaide's
not
face. What are you
happy.
doing?
Not happy.
What are you doing, production? How dare you? Nastiness. And the judges look quite strong.
Spike.
Well, yeah, just to come back though, also another example where initially the kill goes one way, but if you're
ऐसा
stacked
तो
up,
नहीं है
these
सारा
are
जज
great
का कुछ
points.
बफ किया है
And talking about kind of
इसलिए लोग
scaling
खेल
up
रहे
and
जज
leapfrogging,
Yeah.
you can get
ये
to
तो पूरा
sight so
shotgun
quickly
match
if
हो
you
गया
win this
अभी।
opening engagement.
मतलब अच्छी चीज है भाई, शॉटगन खेल सकते हैं, है ना? अगर बंदे बचे हो तो, मतलब बंदे अच्छा खेल रहे हो। शॉटगन लेके बैठो। हाँ वही बोलने वाला था।
Like this wall.
दम दुम दम दुम दम दुम दम दम।
Did you guys play much with the Sage, or was that something that you didn't really see as valuable as maybe we're seeing?
Guys, 8 बंदे देख रहा है, please make sure to hit the like and subscribe button यार, like करो, subscribe करो, 2830 subscribers के और बढ़ते हुए बहुत close है, हम 9 subscribers चाहिए यार बस।
Kind of what Ivan did, like walling the main, but I think there's definitely a lot more.
भाई मजा आ जाता बे, deadly 1v1 देखने मिलता,
especially like on B and A with some of the elevation.
Can you get a wall up to see out the window?
Is Exo Vandal नहीं दिखता? Exo Vandal हैं? Exo Vandal?
Why did you give them the idea?
ऊपर का overdrive वाला आवाज उसकी वाली?
Okay. Who's holding the site? Kaide with a Guardian, trying to play that little bit of a deeper angle, but Tens.
But they didn't clear it.
Yeah.
3-4 सब mix है यार.
One more. Oh no, there's the flying judge. Oh, good trade. We've got a team of judge abusers, Mike.
Yeah.
मैं पोल में क्या चेंज होने वाला है? मैं पोल में स्प्लिट और पर्ल जा रहे हैं.
Oh, there's the Omen going up into heaven.
Bind और ये मैप आ रहा है.
Stopping the rotate as fast as possible.
That's super nice actually seeing that in play. Toast playing on that corner again. You're going to get this control if you're not going to clear it.
भाई ये टोस्ट ने तो उनका दिमाग खराब कर दिया है.
Brutal, but you have to be so reserved with your utility, so heads up with it. And is that a little chess piece in the fountain?
The fountain looks like a rook piece.
I just think, I guess there we almost had an example of kind of the jet pathing into sight here. It's almost similar to kind of getting into a ascent in terms of like smoke forward, usually dash for the switch.
राव लाडले क्या हाल चाल है ड्यूक भाई, केसू लादर.
And then I guess it's just another updraft.
Bind is fucking back, the raise main भाई. जो डबल सैचल करके लोगों की गांड में घुस जाता ना भाई, मजा आ जाएगा.
Or maybe you can dash.
And it looks pretty all in.
He dodges the tether.
Not being slowed down yet, still trying to play his life. Nice little reveal on side, but there's a lot of bodies here. Running out of knives to play with, but the Bucky comes bounding through. Kaide killed. And at least he stops the rot here, but Plant's going to be in.
क्या
So now the defenders are here though, they're ready for the retake.
क्या मारता है भाई?
Damage on this one. Yeah, nice from Josh. Even pinned on the side this time.
मैंने ऑर्डर की थी Zomato से.
Oh, Vinny.
Scanning ahead.
That's there.
ऊपर चढ़ भी
Doesn't
सकता है.
help out at all. No one able to make much
उसके
of
ऊपर तो
that.
क्यों नहीं चढ़ सकते उसके
Position is
ऊपर?
actually deadly as well. Again, the scope up here.
सोचो सेव राउंड में 5 के 5 बंदे ऊपर खड़े हैं.
Clean.
एक इमेजिन करो हम भी जा रहे हैं. सेव राउंड है. मतलब हम बाय किए हैं. ठीक है. हम भी जा रहे हैं, अटैक कर रहे हैं हम. और भाई वो बंदे 5 के 5 ऊपर खड़े हैं जो दाड़ 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 दाड़.
Yeah.
भाई क्या
Again, obviously been doing that in scrims.
अरे बेंचू गरम है.
Oh. Yeah, we don't want that. It's not a judge. And again, just to come back here, how spammable was the hut from
इनका last
both
tournament है
sides?
ना ये?
Very spammable. I think maybe on the small bits with the
अबे मत करो यार, बहुत
Odin,
होता है
but not the
होती है
hut,
बे.
not the thick part of the hut, no.
Okay.
PRX win.
Down.
भाई
Oh.
PRX जीतनी है भाई.
What?
Sorry? I didn't realize there was a second player. I found out in the kill feed. Oh! God! It's just filthy. Kaide doing the best she can, but I mean...
I think they're going for around the world right now. They're just in their spawn.
Yep, just taking the tour.
ठीक है.
Oh wow, we got some RPers here. That's crazy.
Yes, they are.
That's crazy. Vinny. Oh, you've unlocked one.
But you can see his face is like, what are they doing?
Guys, they're all in spawn. Oh. Yes, the fun police did indeed arrive.
न्यू मैप है क्या? हाँ ये नया मैप है. नया मैप, न्यू स्किन्स.
I feel like I could lip read that one as well.
हाँ जिंकल अरे यार नहीं बे इतना
Tense is kind of kicked up again.
यार ये यार भाई उसके
Oh.
जैसा रिप्लेसमेंट नहीं मिलेगा बे पेपर एक्स को ना.
See, he's got back into
Possible
the
ही
rhythm
नहीं.
of being on stage.
फिर तो एयर स्ट्राइक वाला सीन हो जाएगा.
Yeah, he's quite good at
है ना?
stage games, isn't he?
न्यू.
Oh, okay.
We're leaking comms.
Okay.
I like that.
We're leaking comms though.
So where in the map would you say this is the most feasible approach?
5-man slam, probably through B.
Okay.
I think A, the attackers have a little bit more to work with.
Wow. They've teased us.
भाई वो पिछली बार भी जब गया था ना कि वो लास्ट टूर्नामेंट खेल रहा है फिर अब आर्मी ज्वाइन कर रहा है मैं बहुत अच्छा हर्ट हुआ था यार ऐसा लग रहा था साला कोई फैमिली मेंबर छोड़ के चला गया कोई नहीं
No, Tens. This feels like bullying.
Yeah.
This feels mean.
क्या मूवमेंट करके आया भाई
Oh god, look at what's waiting. Look. There's knives.
एक नाइफ करने का ये
And
लोग
there's a choke point.
हाँ यार है ना भाई बहुत ऐसा ये होता है यार
Oh no, Yvonne, don't. Oh no, they're getting baited in, Mike. They're getting baited in. Sin City waiting.
You can see they want to go in.
Ah, kata!
She's still going!
Oh!
I thought one was enough for second as well. Damn. Are you really going to take that, Tarek? Are you letting that
I love how
happen?
it's Tarek the first to fall.
Beautiful, isn't it? There it is. A sacrifice.
क्यों थ्रो कर
Giving
रहे
it
हैं
up.
40 तक ले जाएंगे
Oh no.
Wait,
Happy
so
birthday.
Who cheated? Who bought the guns there? So a few guns made it into sight.
Tarek, I need you to up the ante here.
Right, where's my 5-man flank?
We were promised this.
Yeah. Okay, now
It's gonna be a very loud round.
We've got 5 Odins now.
Now we can see how spammable
Yeah,
the
we're
map is.
testing
There
where
we go.
these balls are.
Well,
this is the one we're on about.
Well, at least you have other spots to play. You have options.
That is
Man,
true.
जो
That would
चिकन
not be fun
तंदूरी
otherwise. Luckily, mostly unscathed here.
Yeah, they didn't really get too much from that. Actually, they're
I mean, it's, Toast the falls
look
first.
at mid. They're just getting so much free info.
Oh, comes in.
It's not pretty gameplay.
No, this is not probably the caliber that the next game's gonna be like.
No.
But you never know. Oh, it's just very loud here. It's very,
क्या हो
loud.
रहा ये
Vinny, and thank you, Tarek, for quietening
भाई
down.
खत्म कर दो यार
I don't
हाँ
know
यार
yet.
पेपर
As you say, do we get another? Maybe knife round. Do we get another weird
भाई
purchase?
बक क्या
I think
सेक्सी
it's
मैप है
gonna be
भाई
pretty soon.
Yeah.
क्या वैलोरेंट खेलते हो bitch
I mean, for Toast, that is just any sort of shotgun, so.
I guess
भाई
another
बहुत
question
प्यारा
was
मैप है
there,
ये
to get a reveal into that site, kind of has to go through the
पर ये लोग करेंगे कुछ तो ये
to come over that archway.
वॉल बैंक वाला ना ये रिवर्क पे जाएगा ना कुछ
Kind
तो
of
सही हो जाएगा जैसे
possibilities for you
एसेंट में
to
हुआ ना
reveals to set that up, or do you
वैसा
have to take the space in
आप किसको
front of
सपोर्ट
that
कर रहे हो
window?
You
पेपर
kind of need to take the space in front of the window. You can do some level
एक
of
प्रॉफिट
recon for it.
भाई अब मेरे को आज मेरे को अभी
They go
तुम
in
लोग
all
बताया
in.
ना मेरे को
They
तब
want
पता
to end
चला
this
कि
one, it
यार
looks like.
जिनका ये
We're still on
है
site. We do have
लास्ट
that
मैच
ice
है
utility here as well.
भाई एक ट्रॉफी तो
TP
लेके
up
जाए
towards
भाई
heaven.
प्लीज
Tens has it going.
भाई वो
It
स्पेस
is
दबा के भी नहीं आ सकता ऊपर
almost.
उसके ऊपर चढ़ने के बाद की बात है भाई
Again,
क्या
that's
कर दिए
that right there, that positioning is primed. Oh, but Mel just goes through heaven.
Look, Mel's
ये
getting
कुछ अलग लगा भाई मेरे को
slippery
ये
with
बहुत
his
सही लगा
positions, figuring out the map.
अरे नहीं ये नहीं ये दूसरा वाला ना
Did she TP
और ये तो
in,
BM
actually?
का
Yeah,
जगह
She
है
did.
दूसरा वाला कहाँ है
Okay, 3v2, Mel and Toast. Hello, Tarek, and wake up here, buddy. Mel is reining it in. Nice little swim south there.
Yeah, they took the bait.
Oh, this time.
Well, the TP in as well.
Oh, Mel is putting on a masterclass. This could be lovely, but a tap on the spike and a draw. The hand has to show. Okay, Mel. You ending it now up against Mel.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Mel.
She's sticking it.
Where's the time? No.
नाइस रे भाई मैप बहुत अच्छा है
13-7.
मैप बहुत अच्छा है
Team
ये
Toast
गंदा है कॉमिक
Mel
वक्त
swinging.
पागल हो गया अगर मैप बढ़ा तो रोटेशन में लग जाएंगे भाई क्या मजा आएगा तुम सोचो जिसको साइफर मतलब जिसको लर्क करना प्रॉपर आता है वो क्या गेम निकालेगा वो सोचो भाई जिसको लाइनअप आती है वो ब्रिम लेके या केजे लेके या जो ऐसा कोई एजेंट होगा वो सब लेके क्या करेगा केओ की लाइनअप मजा आएगा ये मैप के लिए भाई बहुत मजा आएगा भाई
Particularly towards mid, some of the things we were talking about
मैं तो
ahead of time.
सिर्फ इसलिए
I'm
क्योंकि वो
interested to
रिटायर
see
कर रहा है
how
और
the
एलएम भाई एफएनसी
development
सपोर्टर
of
है तो
post-plants.
PRX
That's
जीतनी
where I'm
चाहिए
leading with this. The defender side aggression, like you said,
एलएम
setting
भाई
up
एफएनसी
kind
तो
of set
उन
pieces
दो
and
ना
more
भाई
initiator-oriented
मेरे को सिर्फ वही है
gameplay,
मतलब
but
मेरे को
also how
ऐसा
the
नहीं है कि
post-plants
जिंग
are.
रिटायर कर रहा है
Anything that
इसलिए
kind of stood out to you?
बट
Yeah,
मेरे
I
को
think
ऐसा है कि
they're kind of
पिछले
playing
2 साल से
how
देख रहा हूँ
I
मैं
would
पेपर
think, like,
बहुत
high-level teams,
अपना
of this
100%
caliber
दे
would
रही है
play.
यार
Like
तो
they were going for a lot of mid splits. They were
दो
trying to
दे दो
like,
यार
take their time
दे
as
दो
they're
ऐसा
getting the site. I think there
एक
was
ट्रॉफी
times
तो
where
है
too,
भाई
like,
इस बार
against
और मुझे
Josh
लग रहा है
where he was able to hold.
और मुझे लग रहा है इस बार है भगवान अपने साथ। यार, एक सबसे ज़्यादा डिजर्विंग है भाई, सच में यार।
3v2
भाई ये लोग का जर्सी अच्छा लग रहा है बे भाई एक मेरे को दे दो ना बे प्लीज
I just want to see what the teams do with this now in their hands. You know what I mean? Get those pro teams out there, see what they can make of this map, because you saw glimpses of what it could look like.
Oh, 5-year celebration.
And again, we are getting ourselves ready here for the Verizon post-game interview. You can see Yinzu getting locked in down on stage. And yeah, everyone just lining up. And again, I think a good first glimpse.
Yeah, for sure. I guess key takeaways, like I said, is I'm really excited to see kind of composition changes.
Yeah.
Some of the other things we talked about.
All right, we're going to pass it on down to Yinzu. Let's hear from the captains of that fantastic show match.
Well, that was a fabulous display of mechanics, skills, talent on the new map. I'm now joined by Toast and Tariq here, but I didn't realize we're going to have everyone here.
भाई एक चीज बताओ, इसने कान में ईयरफोन पहने हैं, हाँ? To be honest, fanatic के statistics.
So I had to show what's up.
You have to come back, Ken. That was crazy up there.
फिर भी लग रहा है कि FNC जीतेगी, FNC
the judge, the cipher,
फिर भी
defense
बात
setups,
बताओ,
it
इसको
was so
सुनाई कैसे दे रहे हैं? ये लोग क्या बोल
What
रहे हैं?
about you? Have you ever thought about
क्योंकि
maybe,
वो
I know
तो
you
वो
like to
सुन
start
रही है
your
कि
own
जो
team, but
ऊपर क्या हो
maybe
रहा
put
है,
yourself in there.
जो दूसरे कास्टर्स क्या बोल रहे हैं?
taught me that I don't need to hire players. I can be the player on my team.
I completely agree. But Tariq, it wasn't for a lack of trying. You brought it as well. Love the things that you managed to show us. What did you make of the new map? There was a lot of kind of new things we saw, the Odin spam and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
well,
honestly, that was not a great first
That's
experience on the new
my
map. I was
audio
getting
bhi aata
judged
hoga na
and
usme.
ran down just like left and right. But no, I think it's going to be really exciting. And
Aata hoga kya?
it'll bring a new flavor to Valorant, so it's fun to see what'll happen with it.
Nice
Yeah,
map,
it's gonna
bro.
be
Nice map.
And very quickly, which team do you anticipate to be able to take over on this map?
good. Which team do I think will be good on the map? I mean, I gotta say Sentinels.
I agree with you, I agree with you. But more importantly, there's a reason why there is a cake here. As you guys know, the loser is gonna get this cake to the face. So I just want to make sure we're out of the fire.
मेरे को लगा केक काट के खाएंगे.
Enjoy this.
अरे भाई.
You need help? I think he needs a bit of help, yeah.
Cute है ना? Cute है रे.
Here we go, here we go.
Mel? भाई इतना अच्छा केक है यार.
All right, go for a toast. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! What a day it is here at the grand finals. Congratulations once again to Team Tariq. But the main event is coming up right after this. One more time, guys. Give it up for Team Toast.
भाई इतनी अच्छी केक की गांड मार दी बे. मेरे को भी लड़कर के लिए बढ़िया है पर
all I gotta say is I'm a little bit jealous because I look like red velvet and I love me some red velvet. Body built by red velvet. You know what I'm saying? But in any case, everyone...
मतलब अच्छा मोदी से कि चलो मैं आता हूँ कुछ देर में ठीक है डन है कुछ देर में.
Muchas gracias.
अबे लेफ्ट वाला इंडियन नहीं दिख रहा.
So we do this every event.
We do.
It's kind of become a tradition of ours at this point, which is super fun. So why don't we go ahead and first talk about the new map? Just maybe the new map. Looks awesome. Looks super fun. Personal experience. Have you had a chance to play on it? Main on it?
I have played on it.
अच्छा ये बोल रही अरे बहस की हाँ.
I loved watching it in action today though, because like, we make these things, we have no idea what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I love watching them try. It was great.
And the trailer was great. The cinematic was awesome.
Oh, it was super dope. Super dope. And that cake was super cakes approved.
Yeah.
Super cakes approved.
Super cakes approved.
Super cakes approved.
That's right. You got to hear first. But Leo, yeah, I mean, this map looks like it's going to be
अरे
addition to the circuit when we finally get it added there.
ऐसे की ना मेरे को लगा कोई बोल रहा है Discord में भाई.
We did see the attackers really do some work, so I think teams are going to have some fun with this one. What do you think about it?
Man, we're very excited. Look, this map's going to bring something like a more straightforward type of gameplay to Valorant in the VCT. As you said, it is supposed to give you more of that layer defense to our competition. So yeah, we're very excited.
Yeah, I'm pumped to see how some of our pro teams take to it.
That's right. Maps always play a big role in how Valorant.
Looking forward to seeing Exactly. Now, another thing, and you guys can probably see it here, is our MVP bracelet, because we're going to be awarding our most valuable player at the end of this. Leo, Who's in your running so far for MVP?
Look, man, I think we have really good candidates this event. I think, look, I think our boy Forsaken has a real shot.
I like that.
He's a PRX veteran who's been in with that roster since 2021. You know, his like flex player been killing the event, so we'll see.
Right.
But
okay, Toronto, how we feel? You think Forsaken could be MVP? Toronto, what do you think? We got some Forsaken fans out here. Anna, what about you?
All right, I think I'm gonna go Fnatic. I'm gonna say, it doesn't even need up to me. I saw them crown Kayak yesterday. They crowned their own boy.
They did crown Kayak.
So they're telling us they crown Kayak. I'm going with Kayak.
You know what? Honestly, Kayak has been looking.
Hi, Joker bhai, kya haal chaal hai? Ram kisu yaar, baby doll.
Incredible, without a doubt. Now,
Ram paji
right,
kisu.
well, look, we'd like to talk about some fun stuff up here, and any news that we should be expecting late this year and beyond regarding like, the game, the sport, everything.
I mean, there's always something coming, right? So look, it is June, right? June? We're still in June, I think.
Yes,
June?
crazy enough. It feels like it's been 5 years.
I know.
Yes.
Like every time we come to one of these, I feel like the year just ended. This one has not ended. We still got a lot to go. Of course, we have another agent coming out this year, so we've got that to look forward to. Yeah, no details, but yes, we do have another agent coming. We've got replays finally. Replays on the way.
Replays! We like replays.
I don't think we deserve applause, but I am super happy that they're coming. You know, we've got the Unreal 5 update. I actually did want to say, like, we saw a lot of player chatter around concerns that maybe UE5 is going to make it like less performant on lower end machines. I actually think it's going to do the opposite, like that. So I want to like make sure people don't have to worry about that. Game's going to run really well. And then I think, you know, we're going to spend the rest of this year really dialing in things like gunplay, agent abilities, things like that. Like that's going to be a big focus for us. Hopefully you've already seen some of those changes coming online. We've been working on that a bit. I've seen it in this event actually paying off a lot. But I think what you're going to see post-champs is like some of our a little bit more aggressive changes. Not too aggressive, but like there's a good chance we break some stuff, you know? There's a good chance we break some stuff. But the goal is to get it fixed and good heading into 26. So yeah, I think the game's going to be in a really, really good spot heading into next year.
Oh, I know a lot of people are excited about that for sure. And, you know, for me as a little esports nerd, Leo, what do we have? Because Champs around the corner. We're going to Paris. It looks like it's going to be a blast. What do you got?
Champs is always, you know, the moment we pull all the stops. Of course, we have stage 2 before, and that playoff is going to be sick. But yeah, Champs coming up. Paris, by the way, a reminder for everyone. Verify your account if you buy tickets, right? We want to make sure tickets go to fans. And we have a verification process, so make sure to verify your account. But look, we're very excited. We've been trying a number of new things this year, including leading a little bit more into this convention vibe, more community, more activation, fans closer to the action. And we're seeing that in Toronto. We're going to see that at Champs. But of course, we still have more to come. We have Ascension after Champions. We have Game Changers Championship coming to Law Park in Seoul for the first time.
That's going to be so awesome. I'm excited for that one.
There's still lots to come this year.
Yeah, you know, even speaking for myself as like an old school esports kid who like went to these conventions back in the day, compete in a lot of these tournaments, it really did bring back the feeling for me. I do want to give a special shout out to the Artist Alley. They are absolutely incredible out there. Yeah, and if you're in the venue and you haven't had a chance to check out Artist Alley yet, please do so. Support local artists. They can very much use your support and really just creative stuff, man.
I spent so much money.
Okay. Hey, you know, and then there's more money to spend. No, but seriously, go check them out. It's amazing stuff here. And, you know, speaking of amazing, we're actually celebrating 5 years of Valorant, and it has been quite the journey to get to this point here, Leo. What's one of your favorite memories, man?
Man, look, it's hard to choose one. I think there's so many. I really love, like, that very first event we had fans, a crowd in Copenhagen.
Yeah. That was my first event. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Lock-in holds a special place in my heart. But I think my favorite is Champions in LA. Yeah. Just because, look, it was such an iconic venue. It was Riot's backyard, so it meant a lot to us. And the whole story of that tournament was beautiful. Seeing that team and Potter, you know, lifting the championship trophy in front of the home crowd. It felt very special.
Yeah, it was historic. It was such a moment, without a doubt. All right. And what about you? What's your favorite memory of these 5 years?
This was like the hardest question on this entire thing.
Yeah, it's still listed as TBD.
I know, it's TBD in your notes. I was like, what? One thing for 5 years. Look, I will say, I think closed beta, honestly, is like, it's gonna just, I don't know what's gonna top that feeling in that moment when like, we had put our heart and soul into this thing. Yeah. We didn't know if anyone was going to want to play it. We didn't know if anyone was going to show up.
How are you? Welcome, baby doll.
Like, it was so overwhelming. Andy Ho, our EP, was like physically dropping codes to people. We're like calling, can we get more servers? That's kind of like, you know, it was like this moment where we knew like we'd made something that people would like want to play and that they would want to.
भाई तुमने ये देखा पिछले कुछ महीनों से ना ये जो रिपोर्ट वाला सिस्टम है ना बहुत सही कर दिया है बे लोग ने.
Like what you guys accomplished releasing a game during COVID like that was actually quite unprecedented at the time and was historic. Actually laid the groundwork for a lot of the industry moving forward. So, and that's not blowing smoke, I'm being honest. Like, that genuinely is like what happened. So you guys have a lot to be proud of there.
Thank you so much.
And it's been quite the journey.
Thank you.
It really
been a
has.
huge journey. Thank you. And thank you to everybody.
Yeah, for real. And seriously, I mean, it's always a pleasure to get an opportunity to chat with you guys. There's always going to be more trickles of goodness down the road, and I'm excited for it as well. But for now, folks, that is where we are going to leave you here. For now, you might give us a round of applause for Leo and Anna. Thank you so much for joining me here on the desk.
भाई नहीं चालू करेंगे क्या? राम राम जी राम राम.
Has been incredible, and the good news is we have more to come because the grand finals between PaperX and Fnatic are around the corner. But for now, let's go ahead and hear from one possible MVP contender. We spoke with Jing about making the grand finals in this Omen player moment.
Hello everyone, I'm Jing and I'm from PRX. Also really good. They're definitely a really good team and they also came into this tournament with a lot of confidence. I think BABYYY has played a really big part in helping them. I've seen like many clips online of him like cheering his team up and just giving his entire team a lot of energy and confidence. So I think that played a really big part in how they're playing right now. So yeah, I think that was really important. So big props to BABYYY.
Gonna have to do work here. BABYYY does well to find them.
कब मिलता मेरे को नहीं पता भाई ये सब.
Because it's really exciting and really proud of my team because in Pacific we were like down 0-3 and we barely even made it to playoffs in Pacific. So yeah, I mean now we have really good momentum. So hopefully the Cinderella run continues.
How long you
and you playing Valorant?
Since 2021?
You guys truly fuel our will to win. This one is going to be for you. Thank you.
मेरा login नहीं है ना.
Now these two teams have both made incredible runs in their respective brackets to get to this point. The PaperX train rolled through the uppers and scored 3 straight 2-0s, taking down many tournament favorites along the way. And then over on the lower side, you have Fnatic, who survived 4 straight elimination matches, including a best-of-5 to make it back to their first grand final in 728 days. Of course, joining me back on the desk here, you have Kukuka as well as Mimi, as we're going to break everything down for today's grand finals matchup between PaperX and Fnatic. But before we dive into everything, that is going to bring us to our MasterCard fan poll. We want to know which team you think is going to lift that trophy today. Scan the QR code, cast your vote for PaperX or Fnatic, and then of course all throughout the finals, make sure you use the hashtags VCT as well as Valorant Masters so we can get your good stuff on the broadcast. All right, guys, let's go ahead and talk about this game here because this is PaperX's 3rd grand final appearance, and yet they only have donuts to show for it in the category of wins. What's going on here?
And the first two are both heartbreakers in their history, all the way back in Copenhagen. The first event with a live audience. PaperX fell to FPX's incredible lower bracket run, and then it was another heartbreak when they came back again a couple years later to qualify to the grand finals at Champions in Los Angeles. So now, Bea, the question today is, will the 3rd time be the charm for PaperX?
Yeah, exactly. It's not only that. They've been a part of so many of these best-of-5s, getting further into the tournaments.
भाई 729 बोला ना? 365 plus 365 is equal to भाई 2 साल बाद आ रहे हैं. आपके रूम में भी कैम लगा है.
How it's been looking at the comparison between these two teams in this global appearances. We see on the right side Fnatic with those 2 firsts and then going down but coming back up. But for PaperX, they're on the same of like, let's go back to greatness and set a difference today.
In terms of every team in Valorant, PaperX is one of those squads, one of those organizations that has the deepest pedigree, that have been to almost 10 global events across their history in the game. The fact that they don't have a trophy yet is a shock. And that's why people love this team, why they root for them, because everyone has been waiting for that moment where it finally happens, where they finally lift a trophy, and today they have another chance.
They really do. This team has certainly won the hearts of a lot of people throughout their tenure in the history of Valorant esports. But that young man on your screen there is someone who we thought we said goodbye to for a little while, but turns out not to be the case. Jing came back with the squad and ended up being stronger than ever, Mimi.
this was supposed to be his last match at Champions when they lost in that finals. It was a heartbreaking way to go. He went to register for his national service, which is required for everyone in Singapore, but it turned out that he had a medical issue that meant that he could not complete that service, but that he still could come back and play. So PaperX got this opportunity to have their superstar, who they didn't even think that they would have, back on their roster. And now, more than a year since they thought it would be his last game, he's in another final with the squad that has always been his.
If you think about PaperX, you have to think about Jing. If you think of why you love this team, why you support them, is
भाई एक्चुअली मेरे को ऐसा लगता है ना, जो क्रेज है थोड़े बहुत पेपर एक्स को क्यों देखेंगे, क्योंकि 4 सेकंड के लिए, पर बहुत लोग छोड़ देंगे क्योंकि जिंग नहीं खेलेगा, पता तुमको, मुझे ऐसा लगता है यार। ये कौन है भाई? न्यू मैप, सॉरी न्यू स्किन भी भाई। ये मेरे को कोई ढूंढ के लाओ भाई, ये बिंग्स भाई की थंबनेल एडिटर कौन है भाई? ये आउटलो है, आउटलो है, आउटलो है, आउटलो है, आउटलो है। ये क्या रिलोड कर रहा है बे? क्या उंगली घुमा रहा है? ओ क्या हुआ? हैं? क्या हुआ बे? ओ ओ भाई, इसमें ओमन का फोटो आया। ब्रो इसका फेस, हाँ ये कौन सा कलर है? कलर दिखा ना, ग्रीन भाई। गोल्डन में तो प्रॉपर वो दिख रही है बे, पूरा CSGO वाला फील है भाई। 3 ही वेरिएंट है, बुलडॉग भी है। इतना टाइम नहीं, रीलोड तो हो गई है, पर ये पकड़ता रैकॉन जैसा है। देखे, रिकॉन जैसा पकड़ता है। ये देखो, एक हाथ आगे एक हाथ इधर। भाई गोल्डन तो बाप है भाई, गोल्डन तो जैसा ही 2 ग्रिप दिया है इसमें। हाँ अरे यार, अबे हेलो ग्रम्पी जी, कैसे आप यार? सच्ची में मिसिंग यू यार, मैं मिस कर रहा था सच्ची में यार। कैसे हो यार? मेरा क्या ले भाई नेट करा फिर। अरे आ गया यार। अरे बारिश हो रहा ना, बारिश हो रहा भाई।
Listen up. We can attack here, the refining facility. It's pretty tight. Don't hate me, but do we go in hot?
ये बता रहे ब्रो क्या क्या खेल सकते हैं। मेरे को लग रहा है सही है सब। गेम चो सब बढ़िया यार। सिंह साहब तू बता क्या हाल चाल है? राम राम।
Hey, maybe a little too hot, Babylon. But if we bait them into these positions first,
we can drive them out. Gain the angle. I'll clear the path.
अबे ये तो देखा ये वाला ट्रेलर तो देखा मैंने। मैं बस एकदम थोड़ा बाहर गई थी तो थकान है बस। हैं कहाँ गए थे यार घूमने? बुलाया भी नहीं मेरे को। हैं न्यू मैप? यस न्यू मैप।
All those corners. Plenty of opportunities for surprises.
एक्स्ट्रा तो चाहिए भाई ये मैप में, मेरे को लग रहा है एक्स्ट्रा मेन करना पड़ेगा मुझे अब।
Let's push them out.
Take them out while they're busy with me.
Get me some cover on that tower.
अबे स्किन्स के साथ दिखाते हैं ना ट्रेलर। अरे मम्मी को लेने के नानी के घर गई। हाँ नानी क्या नाइस यार। बताओ आप क्या ले रहे हो इसमें? सोच तो रहा हूँ पूरा बंडल ही उठा लूं बहन चो। वैंडल तो लूंगा, वैंडल तो लूंगा, वैंडल तो लूंगा। अबे यार मैंने लास्ट में अबे लास्ट में मैंने ये नाइफ तो देखा ही नहीं। Each swing has a different animation and return animation. Each swing क्या मतलब? लेफ्ट क्लिक क्या स्ट्रीमर्स पैसा कमा पा रहे हैं? इस मोटे को देखो भाई, नौकरी करता हूँ भोसड़ी के। क्रेजी यार काफी डेजर्ट वाइब्स दे रहा है ये, पूरा सीएस वाइब दे रहा है ये सीएस। कलर नहीं है मतलब मैं समझा नहीं भाई। ईच स्विंग हैज अ डिफरेंट वाइब मतलब क्या मतलब? आयो जो शुड हैव कंटिन्यू तो कर लो ना भाई, क्या दिक्कत है? करो ना। अंधा पैसा स्ट्रीमर, अंधा पैसा है भाई। इतना अंधा पैसा है कि ना मैं उसको देख पा रहा हूँ ना वो मुझे देख पा रहा है। इतना अंधा पैसा है। हर क्लिक पे नाइफ अलग होता है, ऐसा कुछ है क्या है ये? दो वेरिएंट है, दो वेरिएंट है। नहीं ये तो ग्रीन भी है। Each swing has a different animation and return animation. जो मेरे को भी भेज दो एक दो कोका, भेजता हूँ। दिख नहीं रहा ना पर अंधा है ना पैसा। क्लिक के बाद वेट क्या किया है? अरे बहन बोर्ड क्लिक का वेरिएंट है, रैंडमली चूज होता है दोनों। ओ ये तो लेफ्ट क्लिक मारा उसने। अच्छा कभी पीछे से घुमाता है कभी आगे से घुमाता है। ओ तेरी पैन जो हैवी बे। ये कौन सा है? ये राइट क्लिक है ये। हाथ में लिया, वाई दबाया, राइट क्लिक मारी बार वापस से। रहने भाई तू तेरे को नहीं समझेगा हैं? अबे अंधा पैसा है ना। मैच स्टार्टेड नहीं ब्रो, अभी कहाँ?
It's gonna be a great match.
It's time. It will take time.
It's been a while since I've been in the grand finals. But damn, does it feel good to be
और
back.
बताओ यार, डिनर विनर हो गई तुम्हारी?
Fnatic bringing out a brand new look. Beautiful from Fnatic. Sentinels left in ruin.
Let's go. Well played. I'm here.
और सिंह पापा आ गए क्या गाँव से?
Coming to this day, I have already 3 trophies.
And they sent G2 packing.
Doesn't matter what happened in the past.
One hell of a lower bracket run so
खाना पानी हो गई? नहीं अभी नहीं हुई। आ रहा हूँ। क्या करूँ भाई?
What
घर पे
matters
काम चल रहा है भाई, बाहर से खाना
is the
पड़
current
रहा है।
moment
What can I do?
and how you handle it.
And Fnatic Grand Finals now awaits.
This is my first time to have a chance to lift a trophy. I will remember this moment forever.
बैटमैन भाई, तुझसे बहुत उम्मीद है भाई।
aimers is Turkish players.
क्या काम चल रहा है?
If they try
अरे
to
वो
pick me,
विंडो है ना हमारा बेडरूम का, जो विंडो है ऊपर का, जो सीमेंट मतलब हमने ना मार्बल डाला था वो विंडो के ऐसा फ्रेम में, तो ऊपर वाला फ्रेम पूरा मार्बल का वो मतलब वो पूरा स्लैब ही गिर गया वो। तो हमें किचन में भी विंडो में काम करवाने थे, तो अब साथ में पूरा काम चल रहा है, बेडरूम में भी किचन में भी। और अभी ट्यूसडे से जो मेन हमारा हॉल है ना, उधर टाइल्स लगेंगी हाफ वॉल पे। पूरा बेंच और सेविंग की एमसीबीजी हो गई यार।
Toronto, welcome to your Masters Grand Final!
अबे ये लाइट इसमें इनबिल्ट है या ये लाइट बाहर से दिख रही है ऐसी? हाँ?
Trophy. So let's introduce our first team. It's Viper.
आज फनाटिक जीत गई तो बस हो गया। कुछ नहीं यार, रो के सो जाऊंगा और क्या।
The rookie.
इनबिल्ट आएगा इसमें। हाँ क्या?
On the up.
अभी स्टार्ट हो रहा है मैच। पाव भाजी का है आयुष भाई, यार थोड़ी सी भेज देते भाई इधर। माय पुकी गोड। अब तो आएगा ना बैंक सुपर हैमर टोर भाई, वो लेके आया एलेक्स भाई। आज मजा आएगा भी देखने में एलेक्स को। बैंक फुल टिल्ट होएगा आज।
And representing EMEA, the organization that's been here since the beginning, and a former Masters winner, let's introduce
बहुत दूर है तो क्या हुआ यार? थक देगा भाई, उसका टट्टी निकल जाएगा।
Your Flex Chronicle!
अरे अरे बूस्टर इज बूस्टर भाई। एक्चुअली जीतेगी ना फनेटिक, मेरे को दुख नहीं होगा भाई, क्योंकि ये साला डेब्यू दे रहा है। मेरे को इसके लिए भी है कि भाई अपना 100 दे रहा है ये बंदा। बूस्टर बूस्टर है भाई। ये अल्फा
Last hope, it's Cheese! And Coach
मिलान को बहुत गाई भाग के आ गया भाई, चालू करो जो भाई जल्दी। हाँ?
It's been over 700 days since Fnatic lifted a trophy over their head, and for PRX, it's a feeling they've yet to experience. It's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. It's time for the grand finals.
PRX, this was not supposed to be their year. They didn't even make it to Bangkok. They started stage 1 wrong, but this train has been on an unbelievable roll all the way to the finals. The question now is only if they can get their first trophy.
And as we take a look at the Omen map select, we see that advantage in the veto. PRX are going to take out the Haven, something that they've been doing the entirety of the tournament, and Ascent, a very good map for Fnatic, where they've been showing a different face. Sunset is where things are going to start. And I'm surprised that Fnatic, even though they've been leaning towards the Lotus, towards the split, they decide to go for
I actually like this idea. They leave the Lotus, the split. I think the two most even maps in this series for the end. Fnatic, though, they need to win on Icebox, because Pearl's their permaban. They've never won on Sunset. They are massively unfavored against PaperX on those two maps. If they win today, I think it has to be a 5-map series that goes all the way.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a very testing the resistance of the team. I think the third one is the one that is the most exciting, and you have a very good point. Fnatic, they probably will suffer in the first half of this veto, but this is what it all comes to. Yes, you've been learning a lot showing new faces, new compositions, and you've also dealt with defeat. How far can you take it?
This final is so interesting. Such different styles of teams. The fastest squad on the attack side at this tournament. PaperX, who's prioritizing these double duelist comps, who is fast, they're crazy, against Fnatic, who is a team all about the macro. They play slow. They try and make every decision perfectly. There could not be teams more opposed in the way that they want to play Valorant facing off in this final.
But you know what's really interesting to me here, girls, is that, look, yes, PaperX have been known for that W gaming lifestyle, and we love the W gaming lifestyle. But one thing that we have seen at this event, might be a little cringe, W strategy. We've seen these two teams, but most importantly, PaperX add depth. Exactly, that is the perfect word there. And it came in the form of Patman, but it also came with this squad, really Kukuka deciding, hey, in order for us to hit that next level,
भाई मैं जब भी देखता हूँ ना मुझे 2022 वाला 2022 में था ना 2023 में था Fnatic और Loud.
Exactly that, and now look at where they are right now.
Oh, I think that especially because of the way the PaperX plays the game individually, fundamentally, they have to be the best because they have to thrive in the chaos that they themselves want to see themselves in. So for that to happen, everybody has to have the right reaction, the right read within the game. And I think that Fnatic are going to struggle, especially and mostly important. It's not when the round happens, but after a very quick round, if PaperX hits you with another quick round, the downtime, the pre-round becomes the most important part in the game.
You're getting hit with a jab and a right hook, right after the other, and that is something you do not want to have happen.
And that's where it's going to be difficult, I think. Most of these players, they've been on these stages before. They've won trophies, or at least gotten damn close in the case of PaperX. But for two of them, they are brand new rookies, where this is their first global tournament stepping onto this stage. It hasn't even been a year since Kayak won Ascension in EMEA. It's barely been any longer since we saw Patman lose out on his opportunity to even go to Pacific Ascension before he got this opportunity with PaperX. And now they're both in a final.
And now one of the reasons why maybe Fnatic has been able to make it this far is the new revamp that we've seen in their coaching staff. We were just seeing it on the screen, both Scat coming from BBL and Milan. We heard yesterday from Yinsu, yes, when the first victory that EMEA had globally after the Gambit, that first champions that we remember very fondly, Milan was part of that ascent.
He was, but on the other side, it's a change-up, right? Mini, the guy who was with Fnatic since the beginning, was at Reykjavik with
He's on the other side today.
Yeah, first ever tournament, and now here he is, helping out PaperX. We're into the agent select for Sunset. This is a great map for PaperX. We expect them to lock in this Sage comp that they've looked so good on this tournament.
Yeah, we also have seen Kayak regionally playing with that Sage a little bit of those walls that we love and could have a lot of impact. I want to see if he's going to be expecting them. For me, is one of the flaws or the gaps that I could see in the PaperX composition is not having that cipher that I think that on Sunset could be a difference maker in many of the circumstances, especially when you like playing slow like Fnatic. So on the second half, that's what I'm looking at on the side of PaperX.
And especially looking at Chronicle, Valorant's winningest player. He is so good at finding those timings, finding those gaps. His lurks have been impactful for all the years he's been at the top.
Oh man, you can feel it in the venue here. It feels as if, you know, this is like a Super Bowl type of joint right now, and I'm all about it because you got these two teams with such incredible stories that have brought us so much entertainment throughout the years. You talk about the 5-year celebration of Valorant's history. These two teams have been there practically from the start. So for these guys to be a part of this moment, but also to be facing each other on the stage like this, Mimi, in such a fashion, it really is something else.
It's truly special. Crashes as well. He was there at the beginning, always one of the best with Optic back in the day. Didn't think he'd have an opportunity to even play in Tier 1 again after how things went with NRG. Signs with Fnatic, moves to Europe, and now back on another Masters stage at another Grand Finals with a completely new roster.
And you know what's really impressive about this Fnatic team for me, Bay, is the fact that this squad feels calm and composed in the moment. And in fact, they feel like they're relishing in this atmosphere.
Yeah, there's been some moments, right? But I think that they are learning from all of those moments. One of the people that has learned a lot and evolved a lot, not only Kaya that we're seeing here and how exponential he's run through Valorant is also Alpha. The way that he controls mid on this map, if he is able to make a difference from map 1, it is not a good prediction for PRX.
And that's what it's all about right there, the trophy. And for this young man, that has eluded him for so long in his career. Even the other guy to his right there, Forsaken, now putting himself in a position to lead the team to victory. But folks, the moment is finally here, and the trophy is within reach. Let's get the grand final started and send it over to two of the greatest of all time. It's Brand and Sideshow.
Well, kind words from GG, but there is energy here in this arena today. We have two titans of the sport, to be honest. Legacy teams that have been there since the beginning. And they are battling tooth and nail now for a chance. PRX, they've had many chances in the past, but now there's another one in front of them, and they are going to want to grip it. But they are up against a Fnatic, unstoppable all the way throughout that lower bracket. Looking to carve themselves into the history books a little bit deeper.
It's the team that has a strong claim as best of all time up against the best team that's never won. And there are many squads out there that would love to have as many chances as PRX have had at a trophy. And PRX, every time it seems to slip through their grasp. This feels like the moment. Coming through the upper bracket, double map ban advantage. In some sense, it's PRX's trophy to lose there in the middle of these two teams. But both are going to be scrapping for every inch, and it starts here on Sunset, a map that Fnatic are forced to play.
All steady for now. PRX nice and grouped up. Contact plays. I'm hoping that they can grab an unaware player. Fnatic all playing A for retake though.
It's a confident start, taking this kind of risk. You could well run into somebody holding a one and done, but they're relying on the fact that Fnatic love to play for retake in these situations.
So much But to get themselves to get over towards that A site. Fnatic. 5 plays here, double flank occurring. Something has to be the stopping player in emotion, and already trying to take a fight straight through spawn. Nade sailing up and overhead through main though, and these players getting squeezed. Crashes. It's already drawn blood. You're going to be hoping that it's the first of many, but it's a slow orb as well, just to slow the approach. At least for now, it's cautious, being played. Fnatic know that they have plenty of time to work with here. There's a time to potentially missed again. It's being jumped upon Alpha here from the side, sticking all the way. Crashes, there's no stopping him! Fnatic, they cling to the opening pistol.
A slow siege upon the A site. Managed to navigate all of that post-plant util. And the squeeze really came down onto something. He had to hold 2 players off on the flank and then got caught by that recon. Crashes with a very important round.
Nice! Come on, man! Come on! Bring me the pistol!
And the Viper Orb set up there for the retake as well from Chronicle, just allowing Fnatic to be able to get back in. A nice idea from PRX. I think you can see both teams have a good understanding. Here, looking like there might potentially be a crunch play in B. Boaster's got a paranoia he could go for.
Cycling through the util. Chronicle's hunting for heads. Not to find too much, but PRX are not far behind. Rattling a few shots of their own here.
कोई नहीं यार, कोई नहीं. First round था, first map है, हाथ गरम नहीं होगा, tension नहीं है.
Fnatic are stacked with storylines, talent. It's all there. Plenty of players looking to get
hopes मत छोड़ो.
Their hands on that trophy, lift it. Add another one to the
tally. G2 को हरा के ये मामूली बात नहीं है यार.
Players of all time.
And Alfia as well, who's making a run towards MVP at this event. I think might be the first contact against these eco players. He's able to challenge a bit more aggressively.
The paranoia to try and set him up. Aggression called for, looking to try and crunch these PRX players in their place. The Alpha's taking liberties. This is a guy that has been let loose, unleashed, an MVP candidate. Of course, he can take these risks with just a pistol in hand. He's not going to be offering up any sort of guns here.
30 seconds left. Spike
Death by 1,000 cuts. PRX are feeling right now.
Hold on. PRX not doing anything too crazy just yet. We know that this is a team that can turn up the tempo massively, but early on here on Sunset, playing for all maximization, playing to slowly contact into areas and try to figure out what this Fnatic defense looks like. The more you contact, the more important people like Alpha and his utility become. And Crashies, the drone, the recon, Alpha's trips and cam. And this round, expecting a B-pop, Boaster's got the troops positioned to defend on B. 4 players stacked from Fnatic.
All stacked up. Crashies, the lone defender towards A, full complement.
It's difficult to expect the other 4 stacked up behind, but Kayak has read it.
Here comes the pincer, here comes the crunch! Kayak instantly domes 2. PRX are left reeling on their buy round. Maintaining discipline. It's composure that sailed them all the way through here. The rifles. It's going to have to be raw. PRX none the wiser. Lurks, Alpha here dropping the spike in their laps. It's inevitable at this point.
Jing's got an impossible task ahead of him, a 1v4 stuck in elbow. Even if he tried to save, it's not going to work. 30 seconds, spike abandoned. Fnatic can put the squeeze on. They'd love to get another rifle on board and deny it away from PRX. Jing, percentage. He can't even get one. What a beautiful round from Fnatic, Brennan. A couple of strategic things as well for this EMEA team. Looking strong early. One of which is Kayak is feeling confident enough to go for that kind of play in round 3. This is a rookie player coming in, having just won Ascension. He's played fantastically inside EMEA in stage 1. But to be able to do that in your first global event, in your first grand finals, that is confident. That's what you need. And the other part too is they're stressing the flank. PRX don't have a Cypher, they don't have a Vice, they don't have any ability to watch the flank with some kind of piece of util. And already after round 3, Alex is calling a timeout. This is a worrying sign for PRX, considering that this is the map that arguably they're the most favored on. That's why they've taken us here first.
And there's all that talk about, listen, the double map advantage. Fnatic don't have a deep map pool. Let me tell you, when you get to grand finals, when you get into that best of 5 territory, forget the strategy, the experience plays the biggest difference. Fnatic have that in spades. You can make the same outcome for PRX, but they've never done it. They've never lifted a trophy themselves before. They've come close, and they've always missed the mark. It's one of the things that's going to be circling around their heads.
If you think all the way back to Copenhagen, the
final
composition out there as well. They're playing Yoru Breach on Breeze, which is just even in the current Yoru Breach era. It's a bit of a mad idea to comprehend. They were always happy to go in and throw the punches and see what landed. Whereas Fnatic, I think, are going to be coming into a game like this with heavy ideas and strategy and ways of anti-stratting and breaking down what PRX have got in store for them. Especially on maps they knew were coming early, like here on Sunset.
The Outlaws thrive in this setting. See your players on half armor. The dart immediately dealt with. Kayak is safe.
Never a worry, never a doubt that that recon was going to get broken. Crashy's always had that, leaving Kayak to hold onto the smoke. Forsaken.
Yes, risky business, but again, risks have to be taken when you're down like this. PRX want to increase the tempo, increase the heat. Taking control out towards the market already. Stray shots.
Momentum hai.
Now they crumble towards it, but there's rifles in the hands of Chronicle, and he's taking this one. Oh, it's spotted still. It's just
Momentum hai.
Alfie going to have to be a hero here, coming back through market. PRX have done a great job of getting back into this round. Put a serious squeeze on the Boaster. He just couldn't hold up to the pressure.
Trying to do some damage towards the end of this one. Alfie has left it down to the 1v1. Forsaken! Alpha just dominates it!
Huge kill off screen as well. The Turkish aim comes through and saves Fnatic in a situation where things got sticky. Light weaponry, only stingers out for PRX, but they're still down 0 and 4. Interesting moment in that poster through counter paranoia to try to keep players back in market. Pac-Man just ran through, just kept running forwards. Living and breathing by the W Gaming, and it did put Boaster and Crashies in a tough spot that Alpha had to recover.
Come on, let's go.
A 4-0 lead, and now Kayak has the funds to be able to bring out the op. He is alone, though, on the A site here. Take a look at this guy. Doesn't really have the most support in the world. Crashies is going to come to get his back like he did in B main early, but PaperX have the util to push him off.
All in your face too, and he hears it. Footsteps around. You turned into pink mist in a moment's notice here. Crashies, he's stuck, isolated, skipping, hopping, trying to survive.
If Jing had thrown a nade in there, then surely he would have been dead, but instead focusing on taking the site.
Crashies is forward, he's already taking the timing against him, and he's trying to take it forwards. Fast and loose is the play. Wall into the back of the site, though. It's all being contained in that flank again. Drone close, no coverage inside, but Bosa's down. Expecting the one.
Backstrap मेरे lunch से
jumped away. Boaster and Alpha going to be left to do it all. Finally, Alpha reveals his hand. Look at the wrist. The hat goes out. It's going to be good information. Hammered up. Start rebounding. The time is going to start ticking soon enough. PaperX instill a bit more discipline. Looking to try and play this one together now. First tap. First target down. Boaster's gone, and Alpha is next.
समारता है ठठा कबूरू जवान का दस बोल दी असमन का समारता बख्शोदी नहीं
A little bit of a late awakening here on the stage, but
पहला है आप देख सकते हैं
there's ults on the board. Slight mechanical error there for Kayak at the very beginning. Had a shot actually on the Divide. I think he caught it dead to rights, but just got off the angle at the wrong moment. Chose to scope back up, and that cost him his life.
Dude, so easy, man. Come on.
Now Kayak's going to have to play this Neon ultimate. Already invested pretty heavily economically in the previous round. And now PaperX going into the Cypher setup.
भाई वो तौर की बच्ची पिसाब लेके भागेगी भाई.
That tucked around, it's an instant drone and walking, wading out through mid. Pac-Man looking to contain it. He's missed the timing on it though. These players have already slipped straight past. Kayak.
He's going to hear
some damage. Oh, surely hears it, yes. Tip tap of the footsteps, and he buys his time, buys it well. Here's the ult to buy, shuts him down.
मेरे टन से अगर मैंने जीती तो एक गिफ्ट तेरे तरफ से बख्शोदी नहीं.
A massive gap in mid here, Brent. Forsaken through completely. Pac-Man as well. They've cut a swath straight through the middle of this Fnatic defense. Just rotating through, and Chronicles left to pick up the pieces and wonder what the hell happened to this defense macro. PaperX were all gathered up towards A, and yet still found that perfect timing. And this is really going to hurt or start to put the hurt on the Fnatic eco too.
Something in Chronicle, shoulder to shoulder, he spots out the barrel, so handed a freebie.
But just going for the save here.
देखना देख लिया
PaperX got good value out of that res. Divide online early. Able to undo all of the good work that Kayak done with his tiles push. And again, I just want to stress how much Fnatic are going for these mid pushes and these flanks. They're really trying to abuse. Feels like the biggest part of their anti-strat so far is trying to abuse the fact that PaperX do not have that Cypher in their composition. Push down, try to get the flanks going for the A retake. Something that Boaster loves to do when we've seen him call in the past on maps like Haven, for example, against these Sentinel-less comps. But this time just missed that timing on Pac-Man. I think it could be tough to play against PaperX sometimes because they do take unorthodox timing.
सपने में तो मैंने अब मेरी शादी भी देख ली है. लड़की पर बिना मुंडी की है. मैच उसका ही नहीं है.
Back-to-back rounds. That shot too, instantly denying the Neon ultimate. Creating space for the res.
Too easy, guys. Come on.
Alpha also had all of his Cypher utility on the A site that round. And once again, he's going to put it all down on B, so not using any of it for top mid information, except for this cam, which is going to be able to see feet as you walk up mid. But if Alpha's not tapping it regularly, then Pac-Man could still find a timing.
A real switch up as well from the game plan of PaperX.
No, they're really focused on this A pressure, trying to get big value out of Pac-Man's utility, even if it's not actually Pac-Man who's there taking the space.
Drone. PaperX trying to hide their intent.
Very slow so far on the attack side for PaperX too, isn't it? Really trying to mess with expectations.
The dart doesn't clear. Kai was sat nice and pretty. Hatman none the wiser. Thought he got the timing there. Paranoia is going to be sweeping forward. Starts going to be blinding up Alpha. Nade rebounding. We'll have to respect it. Market control. PaperX for now. Seen Hunter's furious and there's signs of life. That's from afar. Crashes. Looking to supplement it. Trying to put a stop to this one. But PaperX, they're denying that momentum they've got. This train is not stopping. Not here. Not now.
They barrel through unconventional pathing there for PaperX. Didn't send anyone through B main. And Fnatic were left wondering. As the wall came down over towards Boba, slicing off the defenders on site. Chronicle didn't know which way to look. Very much an adaptation here for PaperX in terms of how they're approaching this one. The game plan coming from Alex, maybe even coming from Mini too. Remember that former Fnatic head coach is now doing assistant coaching for this squad. The game plan appears to be slower and more deathball-y. They're not trying to split. They're just trying to stay together and take out Fnatic piece by piece on rounds like this. If they haven't had the success over towards Elbow, then working through Market and up to Boba was wondrous there. This is now 3 rounds in a row for PaperX, trying out a really unconventional, slow pace to their game. And at any point here, they can turn up the tempo and it's going to catch Fnatic off guard.
That's the thing with PaperX though. They're reaching new heights and evolution for this team now. A little bit more of that nuance that's available to them, the slower play, working the map on their attack sides.
And I think they have to. If you play that undisciplined W gaming style, the one where it's not so refined, I think Fnatic eat that up all day long. They're a disciplined team. They love absorbing aggression. That old PaperX style just simply wouldn't work, I don't think. They have beaten them before. It's one-on-one between these two teams, so I'm not saying it can't ever work, but I don't think it was the right idea to go into this game with. But in this tournament, we've seen a better, more thoughtful PaperX. Willing to pump the brakes and play with a little bit of discipline in the mid-round after doing the same fast pressure. They've still got that killer instinct. They're just willing to temper it. It's now Fnatic who are going to have to take a timeout of their own.
That's it.
The newer coaching staff who've had so much success with this roster, looking to add their input into things. And I would say now's the time to try to hit something quick. If you wanted to change up the tempo at any point in this game, coming out of your opponent's timeout, that's one of the best opportunities for you. It is going to be a bit of a half-buy round for Fnatic. Kayak with a Glass Cannon Guardian, a Stinger, and a Sheriff around the place. So maybe PaperX will play with patience in this one and turn up the tempo for the next. Early game main, though, is already a little bit different.
Spread out. Control one away from some big ults as well. Jing. Looking forward to that showstopper. Contact plays good for again. It's just poking out. Now spotted here with a snake bite rebounding. Ricochet and Chronicle looking to try and slow them down. Our bodies behind this one. It's a delayed hit. Jutting smoke. You got to be careful of this one. Alpha inside it, trying to sidestep straight towards it.
Nice!
Something just dismisses him. And Jing already taken up that timing. Slips into the gap and finding his mark. Boaster has to operate at a bit of run and gun. Backside control is still there for Fnatic. And PaperX are not stopping. They're not content with just the front. They want the entirety of this map.
Really good adjustment there as well. Alpha, a little unfortunate, does hit the 140 with the Phantom. You see there the aim punch on something. And Alpha moves away thinking that he's already got the kill. His crosshair resetting on the next target before even confirming that something had hit the deck. And after a 0-4 beginning to this map, it feels like PaperX, the vibes are back.
Yeah.
They've tied up the game, and going into this,
challenge.
Once more picking up the operator, and still a slow beginning actually for PaperX. Really not trying to challenge early on. It's been more about contacting. And then the question becomes, who's actually holding the contact for Fnatic? Because often they're playing really passive lines. And here you just see Boaster jiggling and Kayak holding elbow.
Operator in hand, one of the best tools for the job, but seeing signs alive. Jing, that's his cue to go. Sending it Jing against the wall. That's no damage done to Boaster. He's eager to draw that blood. Just trying to wrangle control of the rifle. Kayak's been over.
Nice!
PaperX!
Nice!
Crack open the A site. And crack heads while they're at it. Jing, not content with just a few. Device steals them right from his sight line.
A huge round and the defense collapses again from Fnatic. Kayak had to hit that shot. He put himself on such an aggressive angle. A really deep position that you see this Neon dive from in elbow. And if he doesn't hit the shot, then he can't escape. Neon's got great maneuverability, but you've got to get the first in order to avoid getting traded. A Boaster fell shortly afterwards with that scramble in the smoke. Chronicle once more not really able to have too much impact in his 5th grand final appearance. Thus far, PaperX have been avoiding him mostly. A couple of times now that we've seen him save, and Divide back up to another res, by the way. So got his second available, and that's just a really nice tool for being able to deal with those early skirmishes. If PaperX plays a pack.
Lead will be lead.
I think it'd be fair to call them the fan favorites.
Oh yeah. All smiles here.
That's why I was saying yesterday, I really feel like Fnatic are going to be the villains of this story. They've set themselves up as the barrier between PaperX and the trophy that's always one step out of reach. You have to go through a team that's managed to do it back-to-back, but at the moment, PaperX have picked themselves up after a bad start and have been pretty much flawless since then.
The early timeout has worked wonders.
Kayak once more getting into this deep position, willing to take a bit of a gamble here, tucked himself down behind his box in mid. Last time, didn't find too much value from it.
Deep pushes are everywhere on the map. Fnatic.
Boasters
out through A main, down through mid. Getting a good idea now. This is going to be landing over towards B. Chronicle tucked to the corner. He's going to be feeling that heat, takes the peak. Dealing with these players out towards the extremities, but not through bottom mid. Instant res. Forsaken brought back into the fold. Crashes. Just can't control that Guardian in time. Something. Feeling that heat and that stun does. Good connection. Kayak. Trying to make some moves. Alpha dominates market. This. Putting a bit of fear now into the step of PaperX, forced to plan towards the back of the site.
But playing together, Forsaken and Divine need to come up with a plan here for dealing with things. Suddenly, though, they split apart, trying to get on either side of the Neon wall. So Kayak may be the target. Feels like PaperX need to take the fight into one of these guys on Fnatic.
Setting ducks right now.
Alpha! Nice!
Oh, no. Shot to the dome, though, will do him in. Kayak. Got to do it in a 1v2. Biding his time in through the smoke, waiting for something to fade. Eventually there. Barrow sticking out though, and a 3-2-1 face from PaperX. Ransom that 2-round lead.
Even when things are looking tricky, they've got a game plan, they've got the right micro calls. And that honestly was quite passive too from Kayak towards the end. Like to see him get back in that more confident way, although what he was doing in the mid-round was nice to be able to crack open B main. Alpha wins one hugely important duel against Jing, but overcome Divide, who's top of the scoreboard, 10-5.
काजा को उसका J silent है उनके लिए. वो लोग जापान को अपन बोलते हैं.
Similar setup. PaperX not changing things up. Do they expect Kayak is going to be tagged? Jing! Just the aim, crashes.
भाई Jing आ गए, भाई है, भाई bomb में है भाई.
Now the heat and the pressure is going to be turned up onto Alpha. He steps forwards, a bit of spam coming his way. That's a Hunter's Fury into the back of the site. Alpha trying to capitalize off this chaos. Moving forward, sidestepping, crashes. Indomitable from this spot.
Drops Divide, drops the spike, manages to sidestep the Hunter's Fury in the meantime too, but they know where Alpha is, and it's tough to really support him.
Trying to clear him out. Rifle in hand. Trying to lead the march forwards, and the spike potentially retrievable, but Fnatic have eyes on it.
Yeah, Boaster's done a great job here actually of getting nice beef the move. He's just trying to get on top of the box. He was in a spot where he could support crashes, and now there's a dangerous timing until this wall breaks, but it looks like it's just about to expire, and he's been saved for that. 3v3 and Forsaken with an Omen ult means that this spike isn't really in enemy territory at all.
Part of the reason why Chronicle hasn't rotated. Picks it up, slow it down. PaperX only have 30 seconds to work with here.
And what a call. He's calling to go back into the same site, trying to fake out the idea he would have left.
20 left poster. Watchful eye, smoke dissipates, but too many targets. Too much to deal with. Crashes. It's all on him. Tries to buy time.
Oh, nice, Ray.
And a bullet to the temple. Chronicles left in that 1v2.
This situation, though, finally winnable for Chronicle. An opportunity for impact.
An easy fight first. The first most spots it out. Snake fight. No rebound necessary, but doesn't really connect. Something. Sits it down. Fighter's picked. Thought about, committed. Let loose entirely. And the bullets are raining down on him now. Time ticking away. Spraying away. Chronicles hoping, praying. Hoping that PaperX will give him absolutely anything to reload and run forward. Forsaken.
Ult bhi gayi be, ult bhi gayi.
7 rounds in a row for PaperX here. Fnatic just making too many mistakes on the defense side. Kayak kind of whiffs a little bit in this opener, doesn't land a single bullet on Jing. And then Boaster chooses the worst time to drop from high ground to low ground. As this smoke dissipates, he's choosing to walk forwards. Not accurate to hold that smoke as it leaves the PaperX players in the open. Small errors and a massive comeback in this half from PaperX.
All the way back off the side of that timeout.
Second as well, picking up an attack op. He's got the money to just go for a rifle afterwards.
At the end to entry smoke chahiye na.
And a little pacier perhaps, going for a B-pop here.
Yeah, Fnatic hard, disrespecting though. Deep push out towards A main, so they've got the information, they know what's up.
Jing, one away from a showstopper, but choosing not really to go heavily prioritizing it. Instead, looking to try to clear the flank. They know this has been happening.
Game of timings. Kayak drifted in and out. It's Batman who falls. Something is next. Fnatic, full control towards it. There's a paranoia in your faces, and they're going to be disengaging.
Best opportunity for Fnatic to snag around since the first 4.
Leaving PaperX to stew.
And PaperX thought it was a mid push, realized it wasn't, so now they're exploring mid themselves.
In the shoulder. Forsaken, that is a ballsy TP. Wide off angle played.
Could be on Kayak here. Could be on Kayak over towards A. You see Jing is making his way towards it, but all 3 players on PaperX trying to make their own individual timing play.
Forsaken is caught one. Can they catch a net?
Oh!
Top pulls! The caught access towards it, but still, it's B main control for Fnatic. It should be in a good spot for it. Side needs to be cleared out here. In through the back of the side, it's going to be that plant.
10 seconds left.
Watchful eye onto a lot of it as the curtain drops. So does Alpha. Rocket to your feet, you cannot!
BABYYY!
This team. When PaperX
Balochi!
the Kayak will try everything. But 8
Machi Kabe! BABYYY!
The train took a little while to get going here on Sunset, but then it just pull out through Fnatic. A 3v5 that they turn around with a brilliant lurk play. Again, a great idea of what to do, a great call on it, found the perfect timing. Forsaken looks amazing here. He's even overtaken Divide.
Unreal scenes so far. PaperX not slowing down, but we're going to send it down to the floor. A special guest.
वो क्या होता है? अरे फ्राई जो वो मैकडी और में मिलती है या आलू की? अबे कौन है ये?
Such a fantastic host city. Welcome back, by the way. Wanted to ask you how are you finding the event, and also what have you been up to?
I gotta tell you, this is such an incredible city. It's home for me. I grew up in Brampton. So it's really special to, yeah, that's right. It's really special to walk the streets of Toronto and see people wearing the Val logo and to be a part of this community. You guys bring such incredible energy to this event. It means so much to us. This is one of the greatest cities in the world. And so to have the opportunity to showcase this to all of our players around the world, that's great. I also would be remiss if I didn't take a second to say thank you to all the players here, to all the players who are watching this online, to the co-streamers and influencers. You guys make it possible for us to bring this event to our players. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. I got the chance yesterday, by the way, to go back to Brampton. The food is the best in Canada. I just got to say, so.
I completely agree. Now, it's made it even more special by the fact Valorant just celebrated its 5th birthday. I remember being there when the game came out, so I wanted to ask you if you could maybe reflect and tell us what it was like on, on launch day.
Yeah, it was crazy. We launched Valorant in the middle of the pandemic with no real perspective on how well it would be loved by players. We knew we had built something that would serve the needs of an audience that cared deeply about attack shooting. And we thought we had nailed that, but when you launch it in the pandemic, you never know how it's going to play out. And then we didn't know how we were going to serve the game. We were working from home. So we shipped this from people's living rooms. And it wouldn't be where it is if it wasn't for this community. It's been inspiring and humbling to have this be co-created by such passionate players. So we're very, very fortunate and very blessed to have this community build this game with us.
Thank you so much. And also, PaperX might lift their first trophy in 5 years as well. So let's jump back in the game and see if they can close this out.
We're going to see how this first map all shakes out. Time's already ticking. These players are eager to get back into the fight between each other.
What an end to that half, though, for PaperX. I mean, if there was any team with momentum here, it would be them. Take a look at the Coinbase Econ report and see if you can pick out a player for PaperX that would be looking to try to invest heavily in the defense half. This is not a map that you expect them to be going too much towards the operator. They eliminated Ascent, for example, which is where something's going to be going heavy with that. But here, it's more to do with them playing as a pack, playing as a death ball. And I think Jing and Devi have been great at being able to set up those tip of the spear moments with Forsaken either coming in behind or setting up lurks. And they've just all had phenomenal impact so far. It really feels like they've settled into the rhythm of this map.
घर पे kitchen में कुछ नहीं बन सकता भाई.
Can't lie.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're a great team that have taken a lot of tournaments, but winning has eluded them. And you gotta hope that they don't choke another, I think. Yeah. At the moment, though, set up in a great position on a map they should have been favored on.
A lot of running around occurring. PaperX are stacking A towards 4 players. Early setup, creeping and crawling forwards. Chronicle has to be the player to receive. It's an off-angle for him. Damage! Done and more! Chronicle and Alpha, I mean, they just put those players in their backpack.
Toxins going up. Something's going to try to recover this one. Actually might have caught a timing. Back around the backs, but scurried away. Chronicle and Alpha live to fight another day. Alpha has been going re-exploring.
Yeah, he's going to have to take down Flight. It's not clean. Any stretch of imagination, something dropped down to 10 as a result of it. All needs to be broken now, clearing the way. That doesn't clear most of it though. This is an impossible scenario for Fnatic, a pistol round in their sights.
Nice decision, nice logic.
Going through the back of the site. Main is theirs from Kron. Lurking into the fray. Patman is the last one left now to stand against this. What can he really do? The rookie. Not a lot. Revealed up. It's a classic right click, simple enough.
So both pistols in this map going the way of Fnatic. But really, if you could even call the bonus round that in the first half, going the way of the EMEA team. So we'll see if that trend continues. Fnatic any further. But PaperX, that same gap that Fnatic were trying to exploit in the first half by sending flanks, pushing mid, that gap does still exist here on their defense side, that lack of information. For example, in this round, how open market is.
Deep control, PaperX just disrespected him really.
Trying
to earn up some ults.
The slower the Fnatic play, the more the PaperX are going to be worried about those gaps.
I am raised main.
PaperX themselves have to be pretty proactive. If you play against PaperX and you just hit sites over and over, you make their job very easy here. Because they don't have to worry about the lurk, they can just play for the retake. But when you play slow, the way that Boaster calls, there's going to be worries in the back of Forsaken's mind. And they'll have to take timings like this to re-clear mid and then spread back out.
कहाँ पैसे लगा दिए? The due diligence. Clearing out the way. This is going to try and flood their way back in. They've only got pistols. Trying to make the most of it right now, but again, bodies topple and fall. Complete collapse onto the site. Patman. Yeah, not live for much longer. 2 now.
तुम लोग मेरा रेस में
this half here for Fnatic, looking to see if they can convert this bonus. It's going to be a healthy one.
PRX are going to play to try to flood. They love playing quickly. As you put the spike down, they're going to be running back in the site, trying to deny you. Very coordinated with their utility as well, but fast-paced. So far in this tournament,
we are holding this A, bro. We are defending now again on side.
Yeah. They're not even going to have the chance to get into post plants very often and play these really calm, controlled post plant setups. It's going to be frantic. They're going to feel like defenders, just as Kron said.
Fnatic are getting a glimpse into mid. Jump spots.
Looking to diligently clear these corners. Waiting to see if any of the PRX players have tried to take a tricky aggro timing.
It's a deeper wall from Patman. It's causing some concern, but cleared out now by Fnatic.
And Devi's wall is really good at blocking these gaps. So he's popped it down over towards A right now, and nobody from Fnatic choosing to break it, which means in theory, the defenders can back out of A and go to cover a different gap. But they're waiting here, expecting Boaster to be a good enough caller to want to break this wall.
They're poking, prodding, just trying to bring it down. It's going to be fading at a moment's notice, and while that was occurring, something was the only player holding top mid. He's gone. Kite takes him out. Forsaken responds.
Forsaken है तो
game है. As well, putting a bit of
भाई बंदा कहीं से भी आकर ट्रेड लेने का काम कर ही देता है भाई. मार मैच मार.
She's the one with a spike here.
Nice.
Into Forsaken's lap. Full control here. This is the round has gone a bit skew with Fnatic. They need a miracle in and out around the spam. It's been picked up, but Jing is straight there.
Gun किसने उठाया बे?
Bullet to the body of Alpha. There's not much left that they can really do from this spot.
Nice guys.
Up to 9.
And Forsaken does such a great job holding market, forcing Fnatic to pay for every inch they take in blood. Even though something falls, Forsaken is not willing to give this up. Even with a drone in his face, he chooses to challenge, to fight.
One enemy remaining.
And then catches even a timing on Crashy.
Don't mess with me, bro! Don't mess with me, okay?
And that kind of conditioning is going to cause Fnatic to use more utility, be more cautious, always doubling up.
यही मेरे को irritate होता है भाई. देखो नाखून के बाजू में से चपड़ी निकल रही पर निकल नहीं रही है.
Oh, he's been caught.
मुझे निकालना है उसको.
Yeah, it's going to be dropping down in front of him, and Alpha just drops him in instead.
That's rough. He was trying to break the cam there and still get back into market in time. That's a fumble.
भरोसा नहीं है, कुछ भी कर सकते हैं.
Ball's going to be propped up. You can expect it to still be slow and steady by Fnatic.
And this time PRX do what I was talking about, where they wall up and leave. Other side of the map. Getting Patman in a pretty deep inserted position in B.
It's like a B split poster. Has that be main control for them? A very important fight going to be occurring on both sides. Here's something. Just drifts right into the crosshair play. Smart! Jing! Like a rocket man, but the bodies are toppled anyway. Fnatic find the advantage and the edge is left to Patman. Scrambling, running right into the sights. Chronicle.
You love to see plays like that.
मुझे लगा तीनों ले जाएगा भाई.
That they're more comfortable playing against. They were very ready for that peek from something. It's super similar to what Forsaken went for in the previous round, trying to timing the drone. And then as much as Jing got value from that peek, Fnatic come out on top.
अरे something में क्या सीन है आप 7 kill पे मारो बे.
That didn't stop PRX from coming back and getting 8 in a row.
फिर से मुझे पता है कि उसको
PRX
पता
is
है
clearing
वहाँ
out
पर
A
है.
right now,
वो नहीं
allowing
जानता है कि
something to
उसको
build up
पता है
a
वो
little
वहाँ.
closer to the Hunter's Fury, which is a
क्या यार
incredibly
नेट अब
useful
तो सही चल
ultimate,
रहा है.
especially when you want to play that flood defense style.
अब तो सही चल
Puts
रहा
a
है
lot
मेरा.
of pressure on the
अरे बीच में
planter.
पता नहीं है.
This round, Poster's calling for his team to explore over towards B. And Patman, he's been trying to challenge this. Once more, they do not want to give any space for free. Fnatic are going to have to fight to get into these post plants.
क्या मार रहा है वो ऐसे क्यों मार रहा है
Barely broken. Not quite there yet. That's going to be signs of life. So, okay, Jing wants to go forwards. It's an eco round. Rocket rebounds. No kill. Alpha taking Jing out of the fight. A lot of the biting around. The
Phantom भी दे दिया है Jing ने.
It's going to be dissipating now. Deep
यार Jing में बड़ी चुकी हो
but it's called for Fnatic. Going to go over towards B. Forsaken and Patman. The only defenders, the only players to try and put a stop to it. Kayak. It's going to be offloading that ultimate now. Overdrive in hand. Trying to put a stop to Patman, and there's only so much you can do. There's a neon AD in your face. Inevitable at this point here. Trying to go for the trade out. Alpha's there in time.
And Alpha, yeah, is the hero of the round.
भाई पहला ही मैच इतना कट्टू कट्टू चल रहा है
risk in stepping forwards to the showstopper, but catches a nice timing onto Jing. Catches him in the side, utilizes his ultimate, and realizes there is a huge gap in the defense all the way up mid.
क्या हाल चाल है लुना जी केसु राम राम वेलकम
Catches players on the B side, separating them entirely from those defenders that would love to rotate and support. Here's the timeout once again, called by Coach Alex. This was what made all the difference before. Alex had some input, and they ran the next 8 rounds in a row on their attack side. What's the adjustment here? I think it is very tough to play against Fnatic's slow-paced style. When you don't have a sentinel in your composition, you can't just sit back. You've got to meet that caution with some aggression of your own.
Hospital? क्या हो गया?
To some degree, I think PRX today need to be playing fast and cocky, yeah. But they
क्या
also
हुआ?
need to be
Hospital
playing
क्यों?
smart. They need these adjustments coming through from Alex to be able to tell them the right times to go aggro, the right ways in which to play the retake.
जब भी ऐसा जिंग जैसे आंखों वालों को देखता हूँ, मेरे मुंह से ये निकलता होगा, साला born and brought up stretch resolution.
Maybe a central piece to try and hold together his defense.
And I think the interesting component of that too is he's the sage, and the wall is also an essential component of their mid-rounding defense and their info game. So is he going to play for the wall early and then in the mid-round get posted up with the op, or does he try to take early angles and ignore the fact that his wall could be finding them good value in the mid?
Sorry, mind freak था. अरे यार मैं तो भूल ही गया बेचारा वो भी है. 6 man उनका.
We find towards the top. So Cam taken out. And
so now you've got no off, no wall, no res. One of your most important players hits the deck so early.
PRX are left wandering out into the open, but Alpha.
ये होती है trading.
Good pick.
Trade करो बे. एक बंदा मरा दूसरे को
He might have even seen 2 on the minimap there as he died.
क्या बना देते? जो आप बोलते मैं वो बना देता यार.
Patman were doubled up.
Get well soon लूना. Get well soon
PRX supported even 4 versus 4 now. And another 3-2-1 into the space. Kayak. That's disgusting work.
That's beautiful. The neon movement as well to just glide away from the trade. He's sharp, confident, and starting this hit into the B site.
Yeah,
PRX. I mean, they don't even have the tools, the funds here to contest, frankly.
They've scrambled away. I look to try and save some of the guns. Afraid of a haps, but they're drifting in like they want to try and take a chunk out of Fnatic.
They've got 4 players that aren't going to be able to buy in the next round.
Unwise. I think they've realized it.
One of the players has something. If they found a lurk, if they found a pick, but Patman, he picks up the operator and they just play for it into the next round. 2 opportunities for PRX to be trying to find an early pick through mid. One with the open, one with the double face, and both dismantled. Really sharp shooting here from Fnatic.
They're going to be drawing it level with that one. 9-9 for Fnatic. Experience that grit.
You talk about drawing in though. Look at the net drawing in on these players trying to save.
They got to save them. Forsaken. Steadily being overwhelmed at this point. Slightest gaps are going to try and run him down to the final moments. No respite. No saving.
Why North Indian favorite food होता है छोले भटूरे. North Indian.
Like you said, Josh, this is now a dire circumstance.
पंजाब का है ना छोले भटूरे तो हमारे यहाँ का तो नहीं है.
That's beautiful.
Barely sees a glimmer.
भाई ये तो नसीब था ब्रो. इसमें कुछ नहीं कर सकते थे यार ये लोग.
Spectacular as well.
यार नहीं यार आप बोलते तो मैं बना देता
chance there.
I helped you, bro.
जब बोली बनाने के लिए तो बनाओ, बनाने के लिए बनाओ, बना देंगे टन सीन है.
PaperX are willing to take the risks on rounds like this, and it's Forsaken who goes straight down with the...
Already the deep TP, but he's surrounded potentially there, and it's just offset immediately.
भाई ये क्या गांड लोगे? भाई जो क्यों कर रहे हो भाई?
Clears up a series of unknowns. Fanatics.
भाई Alex भाई टाइम आउट लो भाई, चाहिए भाई. इनको दो थोड़ा गाली दो बैच. दो.
They Viper walled for mid, so that Forsaken could push, but that meant that Patman didn't have his own Viper wall in B main that he's been playing around.
Forsaken still stands up, but okay, can't avoid that one. Kayak is sharp right now.
Fnatic are doing a great job of dealing with all of this defensive pressure, and like I've been saying over and over again, PaperX have to do this. It might look like PaperX are just kind of walking into their demise, but their composition relies on them getting active on defense. They can't just sit back. And Fnatic are not giving them an easy game here. They are not hitting sights and execing until the very final moments. And by that point, PaperX have already given them a pick.
Even pressure across the board, something re-exploring. It's a head ripped off, but immediately again the answer back's there. Market is open and accessed here for Fnatic. Something's been squeezed.
You know where both of these players are though. Most is just calling with a full rotate over towards A. Something got a kill, Divide threw out a slow ult, Divide even getting picked over towards Bo5. They've got a great idea of where something is.
Time.
It's a 4v1.
10 seconds left.
No real opportunity here for something. Maybe feeling like he has to do it all.
Spike planted.
Spike planted on A. This is a dire circumstance for PaperX.
Forsaken only has 800 credits too. So this is just a slam dunk save. Something's entirely on the wrong side of the map with no information, and I don't think he's going to keep a weapon. Alpha spins 90 degrees, decapitates something. Fnatic take the lead back. It's been a while since we were able to say that.
Yeah, just ring and run of rounds that PaperX earned in that first half. Offset now. Fnatic. There is no denying that resilience. They've showed it all tournament long. Only a few teams in the history of VCT that have completed a lower bracket run. I would love to add their name to that list.
One of those legendary lower bracket runs. FPX at Masters Copenhagen denying PaperX
slow and steady, baby.
When PaperX came through that upper bracket.
Slow and steady.
LM की मम्मी. PaperX ever had a chance at a trophy.
Oh, LM भाई की मम्मी.
Another slow beginning.
आवाज आ रही है. ये देखो मैच देख रहे हैं चंदर में घुस के. कृपया मैं हेल्प कर दूंगा. हम तो बचपन से खाते आ रहे हैं. हाँ क्या?
A drone up over the top, trying to get a little bit of information, but doesn't see Alpha yet, tucked behind the pillar.
आप बताए नहीं कहाँ रहते हो तो मैं कैसे आके बनाऊँ बताओ?
Same 3-2-1 mid reclear.
मैं आपका रियल नाम क्या है? आशुतोष कमलेश सिंह.
Come towards it, broken up towards the top. There's fights to be taken, but battle lines redrawn and lurking up onto the angle. Deletes poster.
That's
big for PaperX, and they put the wall up as well to reinforce towards Market. Watch the lie up towards it, but Alpha! My God, that's instinctual.
Beautiful timing, but Device there with the res.
Hunter's Fury though to try and punish, and this is getting hot and heavy. Brought all the way towards him. There's no tags on Crashies, no clearance. Forsaken ducked right underneath it. There's that arms propped up. It's a full spam committal to the clip, but already the timing forwards at near sight just catches onto Kayak.
Oh!
Denying that kill though. He's having to put Forsaken in his place and now taking control of the site. The blink of an eye, is only 15 seconds left. Stun rattling the nade, ricocheting, Kayak being chipped down, and PaperX. They do dragon level.
Sexy match. मेरे क्लास का बुली का नाम था बुली का नाम मतलब
situation not only was the time against them, but something still had the Hunter's Fury in the back pocket too.
फेक कर रहा था
just completely whiffing the teleport. Mechanical error.
नहीं तो क्या बोलूँगा?
Seen a couple of them today from a few players. I think that showcases the nerves that can hit even the most experienced people when it comes to the grand finals.
तो क्या बोलूँ?
The game level though, and PaperX with a really critical one to win in that prior. They still have massive ultimates that if they can run the time down are going to be super important. That shock dart is supposed to break a trip. And the lineup just off.
Rattling. Handshake with the bullets. Forsaken. Forced to respect it. The Viper orbs up.
क्या है ये आपकी लूना?
Drop down with a double face through the box. No damage done.
Forsaken though is always going to be re-challenging. He's super aggressive.
Trying to take that fight, and he has put the rookie in his place. Kayak. There's no more. Chronicle going for a little bit more.
4 second form में bro. भाई वाइपर का सेटअप देख लो, ये मिड वॉल देता है.
Forsaken just cannot be dug out of these spots. He was doing the same thing over towards market to win PaperX around previously. Look how much Fnatic are struggling to be able to even get information over here. They're droning in towards B, trying to pull defensive rotates. Boaster might be the playmaker up mid.
भाई ठीक है भाई 5-6 साल तो होना चाहिए मतलब इतना गैप तो होनी चाहिए मेरे को ऐसा लगता है.
No control over the rifle in that spot.
इससे ऊपर नहीं होना चाहिए भाई.
To stop to it in a 3v5 scenario. Fnatic still looking to see if they can test towards that A side. Jing propped up. Missed the timing onto the cross. Barely alive
Big
there.
fan. Jing भाई big fan.
Back and forth with the bullets.
अरे ओ क्या हुआ भाई? कुछ पैडो वैडो नहीं है भाई. 18 के ऊपर है वो.
He's giving them hot feed. Crashes and
मैं जो चैट बोल रही हूँ बहुत थोड़ी के पूरा इधर बायोडाटा बना के जाना. बच्चे का नाम रख ले. और मैं बता देता हूँ बच्चे का नाम मैंने W सिंह रखने वाला हूँ मैं.
Two crucially important rounds
Same
here
age
towards the
अरे
tail end.
घंटा भाई.
Where it looks like
भाई
Fnatic
बहुत कलेश होंगे भाई.
properly clawed their way back in, and I think so much
वो
of it is
बोलेगी
down
मैं
to
नेता
Forsaken.
हूँ. तुम बोलोगे नहीं मैं नेता हूँ. दोनों एक दूसरे को नेता बनेंगे.
It's impossible. Forsaken is everywhere.
LM भाई, I can block you from this.
He should be respecting utility. Most players would. They wouldn't be willing
क्योंकि
to
risk
take
नहीं
this
लेने
level
का था
of
उन
risk,
लोगों
but
को.
Forsaken is, and he's constantly
PRX
re-challenging, trying to get back on the
W
angle.
सिंह भाई.
Playing on the very
लूना
edge
कैसा लगा?
of the risk that
हमारे
he can take,
होने वाली लड़की का नाम.
but not getting punished for it.
लड़की का भी सोचा नहीं है, but मैं सोचूंगा.
And he's just making all of
मेरे
his
को
map
अभी
control
नाम
feel
याद नहीं आ रहा.
impossible for Boaster's calling. That's why Boaster had to make that play up mid in the prior.
अरे भाई चलो मत यार. Fuck you bro.
Once again, it is only Forsaken defending this spot over towards A. And yet they'll have a hard task going through him.
साला. W सिंह? हाँ. W DABLU वाला नहीं,
They do
सिर्फ
have a
W.
camera that they can pop.
W सिंह.
That should be able to get a tag and push him off potentially.
Scanning ahead. Utah's going to be sent flying forward, start to TP.
क्या हो रहा है?
Back to the side, paranoia. The dart.
इधर ऐसा ही होता है. इधर बातचीत.
He's safe for now. Responds with the rocket. Forsaken. Just sidestepping all of them.
वो फिर मारा फिर कोई बच गया बैंच भूतनी का.
Trying to hotly contest most of this
Oman
space here.
बचाना?
They've given up all of B in the process, and now a mad scurry and a dash. Fnatic making moves over towards the opposite side.
They've got enough time. You can see PaperX doing a re-clear at the moment,
boss,
and that has
मैं
informed this
बहुत
rotate for
innocent हूँ
Forsaken. He gets down in the ankle
अगर
spot
मैं
again. He
इधर
is
बकचोदी कर रहा हूँ ना,
everywhere. He is
तो समझ लो
everything.
मैं रियल लाइफ में तो मेरा मुंह ही नहीं
Fnatic
खुलेगा.
look like they've given up on this
मेरा
one.
तो मुंह ही नहीं खुलने वाला अगर मैं किसी से मिलूंगा तो.
Waiting
अपने
to
भाइयों को तो
teleport in
छोड़
if
दो.
Crashies had
बट
managed to
दूसरों
open
भाई
up the
10
site.
बंदे
This
देख
just
रहे हो
looks
लाइक
like
करो
a
सब्सक्राइब
USA.
करो यार कोई तो नया होगा.
No time left. It's
2025 का सबको ले यार प्लीज.
And PaperX.
Look at the impact, Brent, again that Forsaken had here. He was impossible to get through. They had to use a cam, a recon, huge amounts of info. The Neon ultimate as well to push him back. And all that happened was he teleported back and played inside of his own smoke. Used the paranoia, got 2 kills and then teleported to the other side. And made them save through sheer aura.
अच्छा ये ओ थोड़ा दूर गिरा गया.
The anchor
What was that
play
shot,
is
bro?
phenomenal from this guy so far.
Neon को?
Confidence. Smiles. A little bit concerning.
Heavy.
Yeah, I was saying.
Heavy.
Perhaps Fnatic are the villains to PaperX's protagonist anime arc, and yet, with that chuckle, maybe Batman's the villain in disguise.
The Riddler's in the building. The Joker, take your pick.
Forsaken, though, has just been storming up the scoreboard in these last few rounds. Kayak and Alpha, yeah, were doing huge work for Fnatic on that run in the third quarter. And now that we're getting towards the end of the game, PaperX up towards
Heaven नहीं है ना? नहीं heaven नहीं है. Heaven और Ascent ban है शायद.
The final boss is Forsaken to get through.
हाँ
This player that plays
Heaven में
everything
साला
for
ISO बहुत
PaperX.
ये Alpha
The
jar
glue
बहुत मारता है
guy,
भाई
the
ISO
leader,
लेके.
stepped up as a caller. The evolution of Forsaken has been remarkable to watch. When they were first stepping onto the global scene and contesting for trophies, he was a bit of a W gaming duelist player. Kind of crazy, chaotic. Won them rounds for sure, but also lost them quite a few. And now he is pretty rock solid. It's difficult to watch him put a foot wrong.
1 round away from that first stepping stone the PRX are looking for.
Let's go.
Deep hold again. This is aggression though by Fnatic. Hold up. Bit of spam into the box. And instantly calling for the retreat.
Looking to try to put the pressure on early, maybe anticipating that that's where Forsaken was going to be playing. And the cam up above the pit, not going to spot Patman.
Gemini's timing something. He's going to be handed that surely. A fight to be taken. A lot of damage under crashes. The stun ricochets perfectly in place. And Divide topples. Something trying to fill up those gaps though. Straight from behind, Spike drop down. Smoke uppercuts ahead of it. It's all down to something in that 1v2.
He knows the Boaster's going to play for the ultimate. He knows that he doesn't need to defend the spike. And so something's now found a much earlier timing into market.
Ahead of it now. Here's the plan. This is the best
Cypher को मारा गेम निकलेगा. अरे यार हेड पड़ जाता ना गेम निकल जाता बहनचो.
He saves Fnatic. That could have been an unreal play from something.
अरे यार वो बहनचो पूरा राउंड पूरा बहस में 12 का 12 राउंड नहीं बैठा. ये राउंड बैठा था.
Trying to hold on to mid. And here Divide gets overwhelmed by his stun, and something caught up, has to turn, pivot in a moment and catch his Chronicle. Almost made the magic happen. But still Fnatic, with that grit, push us to the final round of regulation. Can they give overtime in map 1?
So paranoia forwards already, PRX. Very fast play indeed.
That's sick.
And the Warlock, none the bloody wiser. It's a block.
भाई ये तो कभी सोचा ही नहीं कि बहनचो वहाँ से वो कुछ हो सकता है. भाई भूसुड़ी वाले चचा क्या प्ले बनाते हैं भाई ये लोग.
They want this first stepping stone and they want it bad.
The perfect time to pull out a set play like that. Leaves Chronicle and Crashies in a tough 2v4. Boxed in on sight. PRX
ये कभी सोचा ही नहीं कि बंदा
feels just an inch away.
भाई
Viper's pit offloaded.
Grim ball है वो.
A blight onto the side that's given them that safety net. Fnatic trying to play through.
लन मेरा लन ले लो बैंच. कौन बोल रहा था Fnatic जीतेगी? टटो पे बैब्स यहाँ.
A gorgeous play, a perfect decision. The tactic immaculate at the end.
Love you यार, love you.
Alpha left wondering what.
अगर तुम लोग जीत गए ना, माँ कसम मैं अपने नगर सेवक को बोलूंगा कि ये लोग को बुलाओ और ये लोग को पुरस्कार दो. भैंस क्या किधर आ जो PRX लव है यार. राउंड जीतेगी बोला था मैंने तो. शर्म है हाँ तोरा माई का. ऐसा आएगा भाई. देखो Fnatic के पास इतने ट्रॉफीज है, कोई जन्म तक क्लोज भी नहीं आने वाला है उनके. तो Fnatic वाले ये टाइम पास में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. टाइम पास में खेल रहे हो या टाइम जीने के लिए खेल रहे हैं, टाइम जीने के लिए खेल रहे हैं या टाइम पास हो या टाइम फेल हो, मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. बहाना तो देते रहेंगे लोग. कभी लोग थाला के लिए देते हैं कि थाला को नहीं चाहिए ट्रॉफी, कभी लोग इसके लिए बैच. ये AI से बनाया भाई, ये बंदे ने AI से. ये भोसड़ी वाला चचा AI ही ऐसा करता है. ये बीच बाजू में से कट कर देता थंबनेल. भाई AI ऐसा है ये. पर AI से कैसे बनवाया भाई ये वैलोरेंट में आइसक्रीम वाला मतलब. अरे चैट देख लो, ट्विच पे बन के बैठ किया था मैंने. ओह पाना क्या भाई, जाके देखो किधर. फक यू ब्रो, will come Vasai and fuck you very badly, very badly. भाई क्या थंबनेल बनाता है यार ये. very bad सच्ची में. क्या हाल चाल है मास्टर? राम कैसा है? PRX पे देख लिया था मैंने. PRX पे देख लिया था. अभी मेरा आगे पीछे तो नहीं चल रहा ना? नहीं सही चल रहा.
बादाम बादाम में दादा का चाह बादाम आमा गाचे नहीं को बुबु भाजा बादाम आमा गाचे
भाई पैंचो वो लॉकडाउन के टाइम ये पैंचो नचनियास को देखने का के भाई है भी ऑन टॉप तो है कि भाई कच्चा बादाम क्या हाल है स्टार भाई सब बढ़िया आप बताओ कैसे हो यार राम राम दिल से PRX दिमाग से FNC चल रहा था इसलिए बोल भाई वही तो प्रॉब्लम है यार कभी मैं उसको सपोर्ट करता हूँ कभी मैं उसको सपोर्ट करता हूँ कुछ समझ ही नहीं आता
अच्छा है मजा नहीं आया तुम करके दिखाओ सर तुम चीन टपाक अच्छा है अबे शाहरुख खान कहाँ से आ गया नाना पाटेकर को था ये ऐसे हो गया
रमन पाजी की हंसी वो सेक्सी है हर्षित भाई क्या हाल चाल है हर्षित पाजी राम राम कैसे हो यार मास्टर भाई वो बॉल देखी लास्ट राउंड में हाँ लास्ट राउंड देखा मास्टर लास्ट राउंड देख क्या भाई क्रेजी था भाई वो क्या क्लोज करा मैं बैच क्रेजी बॉल भाई क्रेजी ना लास्ट राउंड का स्टार्टिंग देख क्या
से था बीच में हाँ ऐसे होता है अच्छा आ गई मेरी मौत का तमाशा देखने
नाना पाटेकर का भूत
ये था असली
ये बढ़िया था ये तो टैलेंट है आपमें
अरे शुक्रिया
बताने बंदर तेरा
क्रेजी एज फक भाई क्रेजी एज फक सच्ची में यार ओ लोलू ललित
मैप का नाम भी कोरोड रखा है
करोड़े होगा करोड़ कैसे स्पेल करेंगे बे इसको करोड़े न्यू सीजन ओ बैटल पास देखते हैं ना
here is the upcoming Act 4 battle pass for Valorant. Riot were kind enough to give me early access, so I will
क्या क्लीन दिख रही थी बे
for you guys all of the rewards. As always, I'll do this in two sort of segments. The first part of the video, I'll just go through the battle pass itself, the different tiers, different rewards, and then at the end of the video, I will show off all these different skins in game.
ये देखो बैचो भाई नया मैप का थीम है ये अभी आया वैलो अनइंस्टॉल करने से पहले एक लास्ट गेम खेल लिया क्यों अनइंस्टॉल क्यों कर रहे हो क्या गांड ले ली बैचो रैंडम्स ने हैं
variants, the knife, stuff like that. So starting off right here at tier 1, we have the Perch Shorty, and I also mentioned now this is going to be the skin line that has all the different variants. So for example, on the Shorty right here, the default is I guess this autumn variant, then you've got spring, goes to green, you've got summer, it goes to this nice pink color, white, winter, and the cat changes colors each time as well, which you'll see a little bit pink color.
क्या कौन सी पर्पल ही बोलेंगे ना इसको बैचो क्या कलर है ब्रो पिंक बोलेंगे शायद fuck
white winter and the cat changes colors each time as well, which you will see a little bit fiercer player card, and that is going to be another one of the skins in this battle pass. Echo hairspray box, more 89 points. Tier 9 is the Atlas command player card, and that is going to be the third skin tier in this battle pass.
ये क्या टट्टी है यार स्टोरेज फुल हो गया तो वैलोरेंट ही डिलीट कर दिया वॉल तो बढ़िया है भाई क्या करे भाई मैंने सोचा ही नहीं कि बेंचो ऐसा भी कुछ कर सकते हैं भाई भी मेन में मतलब वो डेडलॉक से उन लोग को पीछे भगाओ मैं तो बोलूँ जैसे हमारे बेंचो लॉबी में तो भाई वो अगर मैं नेट भी डालूँ तो भोसड़ी के मुंह पे जाके मारते हैं माँ की वो या तो ब्रीच से पीछे भगाओ या तो उससे क्या नाम है डेडलॉक की अल्ट से पीछे भगाओ ऐसा कुछ करो और बेंचो वो वॉल भाई कुछ तो गेम बनेगा भाई वहाँ तो जब तक HDD नहीं डालता तब तक अनइंस्टॉल कर रहा हूँ
This one,
SSD डाल लो ना
one of the factions within the lore of Valorant. Each chapter reward here is just this act coin with gun buddy, of course. That's purple.
कभी rad buddy मिलेगा
Tier 11 is this Perch player card. Obviously that skin line spray as well there for Perch. Made there, you can sort of see the portal.
Okay,
that tier 15
ओ भाई ये भी अच्छी दिख रही है ना चैट भाई मस्त दिख रही है बे
We've got it equipped here.
अबे इसमें कुछ तो हिल रहा है पत्तियां हिल रही हैं
This is going to be the spring variant again.
पत्ती हिल रही है
Orange variants.
SSD है ऑलरेडी 512 तो उसको 1 GB करो ना
Right after that for the free chapter rewards 10 rating out points and the Sunkiss title. Moving on to tier 16 is then going to be the Perch Bulldog. Here I've got the summer variant.
बहुत क्लास है भाई ये बैटल पास बहुत क्लास है भाई बैटल पास
That's the bear from Deadlock.
ये क्या है बे एक GB अरे 1 TB रे 1 TB सिर्फ उतना ही स्टोरेज है.
Automatic. T24 is a Atlas Command spray. T25 is the Atlas Command Vandal skin. Pretty boxy. The skin, I'm not a massive fan of it. I think it's the weakest out of the 3 skin lines in this battle pass.
इसमें हक दिया बाकी अच्छा था. बढ़िया लग रहा है.
Radiance one actually.
बढ़िया लग रही है ना skins, मस्त लग रही है वो.
Radiant War from Arcade's timeline in the lore, but 10 more Radiant points for free there. Next up is this spray featuring Harbor called the 3 chapter rewards here. You got a bonsai gun buddy, so pretty cool one there. Tier 31, this will be a popular play.
Haughty. हाँ, Haughty plus Naughty Sage, भाई.
Card featuring Sage, Cold Night Out. More Radiant points. Tier 33 is this Atlas Command gun buddy.
ये क्या है भाई?
Logo right there. Tier 34 is a peace spray.
ठीक है चलना.
Tier 35.
अरे भाई इसमें क्यों हक दिया भाई? मार्शल की इतनी अच्छी आउटलुक, इतनी टट्टी. अरे HDD पड़ी हुई है, वापस SSD का खर्चा करना पड़ेगा. रैम डला दूंगा 8 GB और तो हो जाएगा. अरे भाई इतना पैसा कमाते हो तुम, एक नया ये नहीं कर सकते हो, ले नहीं सकते हो.
Free Radiant points and the Disciplines title. Next up at tier 36 you've got this Zap spray, neon with the finger guns. It's a pretty good one. Nice little gun buddy here for space piercer. I like the purple on that. Tier 38 is this Cosmic Divide spray. Oh sorry.
ये अप्सरा क्या कर रही है? चैट ये अप्सरा क्या कर रही है? कुछ तो हो रहा है. कुछ तो हो रहा है.
Card. Well, Astra, this is obviously from her teasers right before she was released. Tier 39, more Radiant points. Tier 40 is this Space Piercer Sheriff skin.
ठीक है, okay है.
Free spray
Knife
here is this
है?
warning one featuring Viper's logo as well. Tier 42 is this Two Worlds player card for Clove.
उल्टा क्यों था भाई?
Animated spray here.
वो सीधा होना चाहिए था, अच्छा दिखता वो.
Pengu Panic.
Claw वाला.
Another spray here at tier 44. This one is for Astra called Make It Stop.
Phantom है क्या?
And then we have the Perch.
By है बे.
Phantom skin. I think this is my favorite skin in the whole battle pass. This is
हो
some of
गया
the
एक
different
मैप.
variants
हाँ
right
हो
here as
गया.
well. There's the white one. There's the purple one. There's the green one. And then there's the orange one as well. I really love this battle pass skin. It's one of the best ones I've made, honestly. But yeah, the
भाई VP देख रहे हो? वो Valorant ने अर्ली एक्सेस के लिए दिया होगा ना इसको कंगा को. कौन जीता? PRX baby.
Salinite body is right there. Then coming towards the final page. Tier 46, another animated spray. Some agents coming out of the teleporter. Tier 47, we've got the Signs of Hourglass gun buddy. We do like that one a lot. I think it's cool for the lore of that faction as well. Tier 48, we have this
Jord,
off card
पता था
featuring
भाई.
Jet and Sage of the Beach.
ये तो पहले आया था ना?
More Radiant at tier 49, and then finally, the knife in this battle pass is going to be this Atlas Command baton. Of course, that means the free pistol skin is going to be this classic, also from Atlas Command, and then the free play card at the end of the battle pass is this unmade one, featuring Wayman about to jump into the portal. Then finally, for the epilogue, you can see you get a golden version of that Chibi gun buddy. You get 30 Radiant points, and then a golden version of that Shattered player card. Alright, now just taking a look at some of these battle pass skins. That is all that. And then here's the knife in game. So you got the basic, I think it's the axe animation where you just spin it up as you equip it. That's the equip. Inspect.
जी भाई.
Left click. A few of them as well.
भाई स्टार्ट में इतना अच्छा चीज दिखाया. अरे बहन चोदा भाई. हट.
The Omen goes down. It opens up actually everyone to make all these aggressive fights, which is just so good for the PRX style. And it's also Jing playing it, so you know he's going to be a guy who's going for those individual plays as well. It gives some of that kind of opportunity to double TP and go for your own stuff with the paranoia too, outside of just the strength the agent brings.
All right, well, Mel, thank you so much for joining us here, but for now, let's send it back over to your casters and see if Fnatic can come back into this one and tie the series 1-1. Back over to you for an inside show.
Again, all the different cats.
We're about to find out here on
Phantom.
It's territory here for Fnatic. If you think about it, in a
Phantom
like that, it is a best of 5, and the double map man advantage is on the side of PRX, but they're not done yet. They've shown that resilience, that grit, they dug deep this entire event to make it here to this point right now.
They've always been one loss away from elimination. I think this, though, this map does feel like a bit of a must-win for Fnatic. The one after this, Pearl, which is Fnatic's permaban, is where PaperX are taking us. So Fnatic have got to get out to a good start here and equalize the series if they want a serious chance of picking up another one of those trophies. In this half, be expecting PaperX to be contesting space. Think about the way that they made it difficult for Fnatic to get room on their attack side. I mean, this, for example, a triple face, super committed from PaperX.
25 तारीख को 24 तारीख को यार मेरे को 5-6 दिन रुकना पड़ेगा.
Hoping maybe just to find Alpha, yeah, taking the timing.
तो उनसे लूँगा फिर 7 तारीख को.
He's normally going to be the solo player on A if the rest of the team is working B. But Fnatic are just trying to figure out which part of the map PaperX are playing for. Where are they fighting?
Hey, hello.
And this is a silent way of fighting.
Fnatic का Sage gameplay कहाँ गया? अरे Fnatic बोल रहा हूँ. PaperX का.
Someone springs this trap and they have Alpha catches wind of it.
उसकी गांड फटी होगी Alpha की.
And immediately PaperX triple face evaporates, dissolves, leaving only Forsaken and Jing. And even Jing actually leaving the A site entirely, ready for the reaction of Fnatic into B.
God, that spike gonna just see it as well. Crashies is trying to take that timing forwards. Devi shuts it down before it gets a little bit messy here. Site control still a little bit all over the place. There's a timing here, Boaster! Can't get the shots lined up, can't get it in order. PaperX.
Best IGL है भाई वो. Best IGL है, best player नहीं, best IGL है Boaster भाई. होता है.
A nice pistol round, the first one for PaperX in the series. They didn't need either of them on Sunset. It was a tight one, but they managed to get it over the line. This idea works perfectly against the way that Fnatic are going to be taking these slow-paced fights. You set up to punish people as they're contacting in.
No more.
The Fnatic coach is not too happy with how that one's gone, but know that things are still winnable even without a pistol.
Why actually PaperX का भी strong map है ये तो.
Fnatic start out in a pretty similar way. Forsaken grabs the ult orb over towards
आने वाला है ना Champions का bundle भी.
Belt that stops you from being able to
ओ भाई मैं
contest
तो
this
भूल
angle
गया था आने वाला ये.
And on B, Patman trying to hold a pretty aggressive position and punish you if you try to take B main for free.
And they go on wandering. Oh boy, punished for it! Tavai is rolling heads off shoulders. Backup is right there by his side. Clean sweep.
मैं निकल रहा हूँ सुबह जल्दी उठना है उठ के जाना. Done Trina, thank you so much for joining sir. I love you यार.
That's ridiculous.
Good night, take care.
Halfway up almost.
थोड़ा चंदा करना पड़ेगा लग रहा है.
What a shot the first one.
मतलब अगर मैं पूरा बंडल भी नहीं लूँगा तो वैंडल और नाइफ तो लूँगा भाई.
And another demonstration that PaperX are going to take fight.
बाकी मेरे को
Plenty of players in that spot would see many people in mid and just back up. Allow the turret to be broken and worry about kitchen instead. No, PaperX are going to contest that space and force you to
VP की आएगी? मुझे लगता है 6000 VP
something
की
with an off-on line in round 3.
हाँ?
Something walking up with the in round 3.
Want to be held here off angle. Could be shots rattled, and yeah, one to the dome. Something is the one. Dropped in his place, Boaster. Calling for a pause on the rest of the troops, no more exploration.
It's a massively important kill, but Boaster's got to know that there's another player behind that.
चैंपियन ले लिया.
Being used by Fnatic.
देखेंगे पहले एक बार आएगा ना तो पहले गेम में इंस्पेक्ट करके उसको
इंस्पेक्ट करवाएंगे. In wait.
वो जो देखते हैं ना.
Strike might be nigh. There's a wall up onto the one side of it. Slow up, rattled. Walls up, no time to fight. They're just trying to tip tap. Guardian in hand. Can't settle the recall enough here. Wall's going to be dropping down. Open access to these fights. Devi is still here, still kicking. The snake bite not connecting. Forsaken trying to assist the best he can, but as util used to clear him out in spades. Fnatic.
अरे भोसड़ी के something क्या गाना कुछ नहीं है बे?
It's a glacial pace. Patman trying to stop this one in his tracks though. Snake bite.
30 seconds left.
Ricocheting. Forces an uncomfortable planting spot. It's a 2v2 still. PaperX. Access towards it, drifting in. Kayak! Goddamn single digits. Him and Patman trying to take this one. Patman snaps to Kayak's dome. One left to start. Patman lights him up.
Bad job, Batman. गोट भाई अब बोलना कौन है बे वसाई का 14 कौन था बे किधर गया अब बोलना लोले अब बोल
and here dismisses the rookie on the other
कौन
side
जीत
of the
रहा
stage
भाई
for taking
पेपर
on a
एक्स
player with a ton of experience too. The Red Bull clutch to win the bonus.
Yes था
In a spot where it looked like Fnatic actually were in control, but the more that they went forward to try to get the plant down, the more they opened up opportunities. Boaster, he opens, but couldn't close. Alex is happy about that one. The more flood defend aggressive style really is working here for PaperX.
किधर गए
Fnatic
वसाई का
finding it
14
difficult.
Big drone, it's broken early. Crashies was just looking to clear that space. They know that something has been taking liberties.
I think it was a shock dart there as well that did pretty large chunk of damage.
Oh yeah, cancelled it.
Alpha's going to try to work his way up to you, but it's difficult. Devi's got his full setup here.
Paranoia trying to refight this one. A crunching Fnatic. Slow take. Stopping his tracks once more. Forsaken. Pushing them back and away. PaperX are not content with just scraps. They want to go even further. Forwards again. Damage. Kayak. Might have just brought this one back from the brink. Weapons abound, but 8 HP to do it all. And Devi not eager to lose that chance.
Another spot where Kayak probably isn't anticipating Devi swinging. Most people are going to play a 2v1.
चलो जीजी मैं चला सोने ए भाई रुक के जाओ बकचोदी नहीं करो
PaperX are finding the right timings today to put pressure on Fnatic.
PS खेलने गए थे तो पूरा पैसा देके पूरा टाइम खेले ना इधर भी पूरा पैसा देके पूरा वॉच पार्टी देख के जाओ भाई
previous tournaments been punished for. But this time today it is really working. Fnatic's coach is already deciding to take a tactical timeout. We are seeing these really early on in the halves. I think Alex talked a little bit about it, but the fact that he was already out of it by the time it got to crunch time, you know, like 11-11 kind of stuff at the end of sunset. The pressure hitting early on.
भाई ये लोग मॉनिटर को साफ नहीं करते भाई अपने वो बूस्टर के मॉनिटर पे धूल बैठा था देखा साला मिडिल क्लास वाले यही सब नोटिस करते भाई इसीलिए साला अमीर नहीं बन पाते
hard to do against a freight train going to Mach 10 speeds. That's what PaperX are playing like. Lights out, determined.
धूल देख रहा हूँ
the ones to lift that trophy.
The only team to really put a halt on it was Gen G way earlier on. And honestly, since then, the train has just been accelerating
दोनों ही मेरी फेवरेट है
all the way through that upper bracket.
यही दोनों मेरी फेवरेट टीम्स है इसलिए कोई दुख नहीं है
It's really difficult to stop a team that has momentum like this when they're feeling confident and are going for peaks at unexpected times. You've got to be ready for anything against PaperX. And what's frustrating in this tournament, I would imagine, is that it's at quite different timings compared to usual. Here's an adjustment. Snake bite. And a shot and a half there to delete Jinx.
Snaps up.
So they've denied Forsaken getting that Hunter's Fury online and found themselves in a 5v4. Couldn't ask for a better beginning for Fnatic.
Push, that's a cheeky one, Patman. I don't want to overstay yourself though. Drones forward, something's going for another bite of the apple! And he evens the score.
तूने मेरे बंदे को मारा मैं तेरे को ही मारूंगा
too bad though for Fnatic. They do still have a res to be able to work around with. They're droning. Boaster's taking a little bit of space in mid. This is a risk.
वो तो रहता ही है YouTube की तरफ से पागल.
Something seen it. Out through the shoulder, dart against it. The spam expecting the Boaster.
वो तो YouTube की तरफ से default रहता है.
He's got free Alpha exploring on the other side. Devi's done. The spike in the hands of Chronicle. It's going to be a quick plant now.
Yeah, that's huge. Fnatic were anticipating that PaperX would be denying the res, and so B would be more open. Instead, Devi was holding it and got deleted. Still a player advantage for Fnatic in the post plan.
An ADS stub, Alpha yet, top form.
साला 2 rupees player बे ADS खोल के मारता है.
Really trying to drag that first round on the board.
ना we can change that. नहीं. वो डिले रहेगा ही. मैंने 0 रखा है but वो डिले रहता ही है.
Exactly what they ordered. Forsaken's still going to be making a go at this one though.
मेरे को पता है वो जो change बोल रहा है.
Ticking spike. It's getting out of hand.
वो कुछ टाइम चाहिए रहता है भाई उसको वो करने में.
Smelling blood in the water.
वो on the spot कभी भी आपका ये यहाँ से वहाँ नहीं कर सकता.
Could be a very different game. I mean, he still played fantastically in the first match, don't get me wrong.
Point seconds.
But we've seen matches that Fnatic have been playing, honestly, not just at this tournament, but at the end of stage 1 too, where he just took over. In my opinion, probably front runner for MVP at this point, Alpha, yeah, but competing alongside Jing, maybe even Forsaken for that kind of title. They'll need him though. PaperX still up 4-1.
Few ults online, Fnatic.
भाई वो तो ऊपर आए भी नहीं. ले ही लेते भाई गोटी.
Yeah, that constant conditioning of taking the ult orb early is just forcing some level of utility to be used for Fnatic. This round they decide not to use a snake bite, but have to use a slow orb instead.
Patman.
Jet को गोटी दिलाया वो लोग ने.
Side steps out of it, looking to take a timing rather than breaking it.
Yeah, he wants to play this aggressive. Again, think about the way that Forsaken, for example, was playing on Sunset. You want to force Fnatic to earn every inch.
All up, all down. Boaster sees an advantage and a spot to try and play in, but the first shot just missed. On either side here, smoke up in your face. And PaperX re-exploring.
A completely empty here, Brent. PaperX have got the right read to play for retake.
Kai wants to try and go with it. Updraft over towards it. Alpha, my God, tapping away and snap into the domes of any adversary.
It's remarkable the consistency that he's got. Had to deal there with a player in a pretty unexpected position at bottom tube. Forced a 1v1 and came out the better end of it. Something's in a fairly unwinnable position, and again, Alpha goes hunting at the end. He is thirsty.
भाई एक आध round तो जीतेंगे ना bro.
Got his lockdown online. Sovereign as well on both sides to try to deal with it, so the Killjoys are not in a perfect position to be able to get value out of their ults. But this has knocked PaperX's economy back after just 2 rounds. And the plays that they're going for, getting shut down. Not necessarily set up, but a pretty reasonable timing for Divide to go for. Trying to take an unexpected peek, knowing that was probably a 1v1. But just gets sat in his place.
Chill, bro.
By the Turkish aim god.
भाई पेपर सीधा टाइम आउट पे रिस्क ही नहीं लेने का 4-2 है पता है लीड है हमारे पास तब
When you think about some of the changes that these teams have made, I mean, let's take it from Fnatic's perspective. Trying for another trophy without Leo and Durka, which I think people would have talked about them being absolutely fundamental parts of the reason that Fnatic were able to go back-to-back in 2023. But still able to rely on pillars of the team like Alpha, on Boaster's Calling, Chronicle 2. You know, this core has been able to plug in other pieces. A rookie of Kayak, a player looking for redemption like Crashies, and still have a chance, another chance at glory.
A testament, I think, to the quality of the core on Fnatic. PaperX.
इसका playlist दिया है पता है?
Trailing when it comes out of economy, but not with the rounds. They take the timeout. Discuss what has been going wrong.
Copyright क्या बात कर रहे हो बे? भेजो ना मेरे को. भाई मेरे को वो करना है भाई on stream बनाऊंगा ना मैं.
The type of fights that they've been going for.
एक ही गाना है कितने गाने
उसमें? Still a decent chance of success in these spots. But it's about getting Fnatic in situations and timings that they're not quite anticipating.
Quick dash though, this is Fnatic.
Way faster.
Way faster. From PaperX to really receive. They might be able to get a few pot shots in potentially. Swinging wide as I say that, Devi. Around the corner already. He's looking for that open sideline. Not going to be given too much. The spot's the one. Even that repeat. Rattling shots on. Updraft now. Knives in hand. Something. We're going to clear it away and cleave. A path to victory. Kayak. Gone. Cut out the picture now. Swarms. The nano swarms themselves. Lockdown even being committed. PaperX. They realize it's winnable. Up towards the top though. Boaster needs to be managed. Bullet to the side. Sheriff's there. And he needs to try and break this one. No, Bullet surely is just there. And one detainment on it. Something sticking. Oh, it's yanked out of the back pockets. Anything to secure this round for Fnatic now. And they need it. Something trying to play his life to the final moments. The right click to no avail.
Right click kashala re.
And a round win for Fnatic, though a costly one on an anti-eco. Having to use some pretty large ultimates there.
Drops are available now. अबे so अरे मेरा वो नहीं है यार. ये देखो मेरा वो login नहीं है. मेरा जाएगा ही नहीं.
Came in over the top. I can understand why PRX would want to send it. They did in fact manage to break the lockdown coming through from Alpha.
Enemy remaining.
Unfortunately, weaponry just not quite good enough and not enough people caught in Device lockdown. This round though, Forsaken, the end result of all of that, has that ult to empower the rest of his team to flood defend, and something with an op.
Being deep pushed by Jing as well.
His op was amazing earlier on in the tournament. We got to see him pull it out on a scent, and he was working magically.
Get his chance again, but hard to tell.
है भाई इतना ट्रॉफी भाई क्या करोगे यार? छोड़ दो यार एक लेके जाने दो बेंच हो.
They're throwing down a slow orb over towards A, making it feel perhaps like they're taking early A control, and then Boaster leading them back towards B with 3, sorry. Making sure that they're grouped up, able to trade out Patman if he goes for something wild.
Spotting Alpha. Just him even going for a bit of a fight towards Taken. I mean, he's lucky to be alive there.
That's so bold.
Top it up onto the box. And the read is only coming in just now. PaperX realizing potentially a little bit late. Scattered bodies, but are going to hit a wall now. Realizing they missed their mark, potentially. Snap towards the top. Patman's still alive here. And Alpha wants to try and slink in himself. There's 28 seconds left, and they're getting cold feet. They're going to go towards A. It's all on Alpha.
Alpha's found a beautiful timing here. Might be able to catch something in the back, and he's already calling for Boaster to make the rotate around.
Absolutely, and he bites his time perfectly. Just deleting adversaries now. There's 14 seconds left. Got to get a move on.
He's going to be able to get spiked down here, though, Boaster.
He's going forwards. There's a TP back behind as well, obfuscating the intent. Jing to really just put a stop to all of this right now. But Alpha traded out, cleaned up. One left onto the site. Boaster is to try and put a stop to it, and the reflank as well occurring. Crashies drifting all the way in. And backs towards him. They are none the wiser. As I say that. Device shuts me up. This left side of Boaster being squeezed onto the site. Device and Jing tightening the net, spamming away, and they find their mark.
What awareness there from Device towards the end. Crashy's knife out, trying to find the timing, almost perfect. And Device just thinks to check behind for a moment towards screens. They haven't seen the Sova in a while. Look at that play though from Patman. Working his way forwards again, aggressively challenging as the plank goes down. Always forcing Fnatic to work for it. And inside the pit, great coordination from Device. And Forsaken, I think it was towards the end. Just closing the net. Op back in the hands, something going aggro.
Yeah, straight down mid, but it's nice. Kayak is there holding for the peak, the barrel just poking out.
Has he spotted it?
I don't know. The angle's been played. He's definitely holding for it. He suspects it.
An inch further forward, and Kayak for sure would see it. There gives away the hand.
Yeah. Just from the jump spot there, and an attempt at a punish. Shot trapped. No committal. Alpha is right there.
That's an insane adjustment from Alpha as well. Device tries to swing into cover and gets deleted.
He's trying to plug up those gaps, but up through kitchen they are none the wiser again. It's Kayak. Puts it in, walking in. Dash is active. Missed the timing. Caught it onto all of them. Kayak.
The patience in that moment.
Tears open the map. Fnatic, they realize they've got it at this point. Again, leaning hard on Alpha and Kayak to get it all done.
That's incredibly impressive, though. A reminder once more that this is Kayak's first global event. This is his first Grand Finals. It hasn't been that long since he won Ascension and started playing in the big leagues.
The money's not good. Something not long for this world at this point. Up put over towards the top.
NTR.
Kayak. Tasty little three-piece.
That's some unbelievable composure for a rookie player, though. That's the kind of timing.
क्या भाई अंधे लंड जैसे क्यों आ गए? वो दवाई ने पैटमैन ने देख लिया था बे.
Jing just has no clue about that. It is a little.
हाँ चिल्लाया इसने पीछे पीछे. Back.
Discipline. Panic from Patman. And they've let things slip a little bit here. PaperX down onto another eco, and Fnatic with a great opportunity to tie it up. Alpha even going for an attack off. You know that in these kind of rounds, PaperX are going to be trying to challenge you. Trying to bait out that aggression from the defenders and punish is all about what Fnatic are going for here today.
अगर भाग गया, बच गया, मजा आ जाएगा bench.
Jing really being the only player that can do some damage in this spot. Bulldog ripped in his hands. He's got bodies with him too. PaperX trying to hold this one down.
There was a potential for a timing on the other side of the map as well, but Patman denied it as Alfia reconnects with the rest of the squad. This is going to end A into 3 at least.
Yeah.
The stack is here.
See how this one goes. Dart's being held as well for the signs of life. There's smokes on smokes. Propped up into the face, but all contact. Slow and steady is called for by Fnatic, and that's the time to strike. Well, the iron is hot, and they find their timing. Perched up, Kayak. Just dishing it all out now with the bullets.
Jig tucked in. Patman deleted on the flank.
Not much Jig can really do from this spot. I mean, surely, yeah, just a Bulldog. Can't quite get it under control. And Kayak is the one online now. Take a look at this player. You said it, Josh. You would not expect this guy to be a rookie on this stage. But Icebox is his playground. It has been all tournament long.
You look at the two players that have been at the top of the scoreboard for Fnatic today. It's the same in map 1 and map 2. Alpha and Kayak finding their opportunities to be the playmakers as well. Opening up these rounds. From the entry and from the lurk.
Huh?
A reminder that Alfia brought an attack off into the previous round and he still got it here. So, looking to try to shut down something if he was playing on A rafters. A pacey opening as well, though. Taking this exec space quickly. Trying to punish Divide, for example, if he was going to be playing for the Orb, or Patman as well.
Jing has been prone for a little TP play or two. Alpha, slow as you go. Big boomstick in his hands. He's been lights out.
Blind देके भी तो वही चीज कर सकता है, bro.
Slow this approach. PaperX trying to stall this one out, but there's a drone through, and Kayak is already
he's so
up towards the top, and he's spotted it. Players, but he's taking bullets in the process. Tucked to the corner. If he's going to be able to survive as a wall to try and at least block some of the bullets. Forsaken grabs himself too, crashes right back at it. But no,
Jingy keh de.
No time for overheating, son. Keep that gun out. 17 bullets.
Goti keh de.
Alpha just with an off.
Alpha would have to just absolutely light them up. But it's a guessing game for him. PaperX at least keep hold of this lead that they've had at least for most of this map.
These are the timings I'm talking about. Watch Crash's POV towards the replay. He throws out a recon dart, which means that Chronicles alone get in the plant. He does an amazing job of picking up Divide and Forsaken, but he then thinks he has a timing to send utility, and he's not ready for Jing's fight. PaperX take timings that are just slightly off, and they do catch teams napping.
This is going to be fun.
Can Fnatic tie things up at 6-6, or are PaperX going to have the lead off the back of winning that pistol early?
Op. Kayak. Jones going to be spotting it. Clears something off the line. Patman. Looking to clear, but yeah, reposts it back up. What a read by Fnatic.
Now that is gorgeous.
Hunter's Fury pulled out. He's in their spawn. He's already taken out Alfia. This is PaperX offloading everything at their disposal now. Lockdown, drop down. But a plant down without any problems. Fnatic going to be retreating. Crashes in a prime spot.
In theory, Chronicle could actually go for this res in mid.
Smokes up in their face. Kayak barely forwards there. Divide. Will he look to the side? There's a res in mid. Bringing these players back, but the Paranoia is already sweeping forwards. PaperX, they take that timing and they take it themselves. Striking straight at them. And Fnatic have the right all on Crash. He's up from the high ground, half on the defuse. Forsaken. Surely he's earned this now, but he's in that 1v2. Dominates from the high ground.
Crashy's so much experience in these big moments. The last hope for North America in this tournament, and he comes through huge for Fnatic there with his positioning on site. PRX knew that the rest of the players from Fnatic were stuck in mid, and he had to do everything from that high ground angle.
What a run back from Fnatic. They bring it to 6-6. One hell of a map.
Red Bull gives you wings.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated. We will dance to get. The future of money is here. Feels good.
We're back into it as well. The Coinbase Econ report, you can see even across the board here.
Yeah, I mean, and a huge amount of damage done by Alpha, yeah, which makes perfect sense because he's up towards 12 kills. Matched on the other side by Divide, but I think some of the impact that Alpha was having on the attack side, fairly unmatched. Now, I think the game is going to shift pretty significantly, though, here. This half, you heard the Death set it up. Fnatic love playing the retake. They are going to be playing for Chronicles Wall retake on the pistol. That's their normal strategy, at least. And that is the entire opposite way that Gen G, for example, play. A team that smacked PRX around on this map in this half. PRX were constantly fighting, always denying, never allowing PRX any space. That's the Pacific style. Fnatic don't really play like that, so we're going to get a really different game here. In theory, PRX should actually have a ton of room to be able to get onto these sites.
PRX just walking for now.
This has been their style in all of the pistols on their attack side so far. Very contacty.
And the smokes, they hide the intent pretty well. Drifting up through window, a couple of random bullets as well. Fnatic are trying to reinforce this one. They're doubling it up. It's Boaster and Crashies against the bloody world. And they're ready to deliver. Crashies already with quick 2-1s, and now missed around ideas. All gone a bit skew whiff, really. Fnatic are in complete control.
Jing's smoke gave the game away there. A brilliant read from Fnatic. They knew exactly what was happening. Felt a little too similar perhaps to what's been happening on Sunset as well. All of those contacty plays around the map. Relying on the fact that Fnatic like to play in deeper, more cautious positions.
Huh?
This time, Fnatic draw a line in the sand at kitchen.
Guys, like that confident. Go like that confident. If they're coming to you, run to them, bro. Just chill in this group.
It's interesting that Alpha says that, because that is his way of playing, but it's not the way that Fnatic themselves usually fight. Be interesting to see if his words of wisdom carry through. Boaster, though, backing off instead of stepping up. Looking to try to play the numbers and play the retake. More of the classic Fnatic style.
Following those sound cues, looking to potentially take some early fights. Kayak. Shot to the body, Marshall will do that. There's no armor on the board here. Trying to go for that plant down.
Plant
Not quite, it's going down. slowly being collapsed upon here. PaperX don't really stand a chance. Just from the hip, something classic does some damage, but that's about
nice
it.
Nice Vico, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. दो बंदे खाए हैं.
A pretty clean round.
कुछ पैसा मिलेगा.
Both from Alpha, they didn't even invest, so
फिर पानी खत्म हो रहा है यार.
We've got plenty of opportunity here to have a good buy heading into their bonus round. But Fnatic are going to be doing a lot of this, where they're trying to react to what PaperX are doing around the map. Trying to stack bodies and get in position to go for that retake. Kayak, though, is contesting as the plant goes down there. You know, Fnatic might have a bit of an adjustment. We've got to hear it from Alpha. But it will be very interesting if Fnatic decides to take the fight to PaperX. Kayak picking up an operator. That's come out of the Boaster bank.
Okay.
It's a good job we're not doing the econ report now, I suppose. At the end of this one. But yeah, Boaster, always the selfless leader.
Trying to post himself up. Well, the supports and wow, something eager to try and take down fight. Kayak makes him regret it. Shoulders just poking out here. This is Fnatic. Pick advantage. Precisely the place they love to be in.
Jing's down to go really aggressive with this Omen. I've seen him teleport onto screens before. Ult into crazy spots. In a playmaking situation like this, down 4v5, you're wanting Jing to step up.
Hunter's Fury pulled out of it. That's early. Crashes earning his kills and his orbs up through mid. Another lurk happening. Jing is gone. Patman had to delete that turret and Alfier's right there behind him. Timmy. Divide and Forsaken might have got this plan down. But how the hell are you going to dig yourself out of this one? Mistakes need to be made, and Fnatic not in the habit of making them often here. The dart against the back, all is revealed, and Forsaken can't do it all.
Fnatic overall in this tournament are playing about 2/3 of their rounds for retakes, but you see here, they're not all even 5v5 retakes. Finding picks as the attackers work their way in. Both from the operator and from the ultimates, applying that pressure and creating an easier retake for themselves. An almost impossible situation for those final two that were left alive. And I think they're going to be better at dealing with getting onto the line to fight Kayaks off. That was a pretty lazy way of trying to get onto the line. One dart that didn't even land towards back yellow and something swings at the same time.
Belt space.
Both teams fighting for belt space and the ult all.
Hold on. Walk about. Control it. Alfie lucky to be alive from that spot, but still claims the kill.
Definitely would have been a punish on a rifle round.
Now regrouping up. Fnatic have got bodies ready to receive. They can fully aware of this one and how it's going to be landing. But that's a sideways swing. Sets up Divide perfectly. Stinger in hand. Plant can now go down here. They brought this to a 4v4. Close quarters weaponry. PaperX are going to be looking to try and take this fight towards Fnatic. No playing offside for it. Fnatic. Grouped. Screens. The rifles looking to try and dissuade any chance of PaperX getting away with that funny business. Grouped up together with the discipline. Got a call. Lights out from him.
So dependable, so reliable. Very good reasons why he's the winningest player of all time in Valorant. A win here would be utterly incredible for Chronicle's career, but everything has been the whole time. Crashies did not like the way that he took that fight. Shot bullets at 3 separate people that ran past him. Had to bail out of that one early, but got bailed out by the rest of the team. This is now 4 rounds in a row for Fnatic to start the half. It was dead even as we went into the pistol, and now PaperX are going to take a timeout. They've been taking a lot of these timeouts early on.
Yeah, second one now.
Final opportunity for Alex to have a bit of input. I mean, aside from later on if Fnatic decide to use one of their own. But it's got to be so stressful in his position too. They're still just selling into the BO5. It's a long way ahead. You can honestly afford to drop a map like this because you have you've got 2 maps that you're fantastic on later, Lotus and Split. but you don't want to squander any moments where you think you might be able to get it over the line. That's how opportunities slip.
But right to be pehले generate
and Alex has seen it all.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, the rosters they shift around. Individual players can come and go. But Alex has been there to witness every heartbreak and tried to fix them back onto the right path.
मैं बहुत खाता था बॉर्बन अभी भी आया था तो खा जाता हूँ मतलब आता हो ऐसा नहीं है बट अभी खुद से नहीं मतलब अंदर से इच्छा नहीं होती खरीदने की अब ऐसा लगता है कि फिजूल का खर्चा क्यों करना भाई चलो रहा चल रहा है
PRX have been going for those mid lurks quite a lot.
ये होता है
They put pressure on mid
भाई लेके बॉर्बन
right in the start of the round and they've had Batman try to lurk. They haven't been very successful with it. At some point I wonder whether it puts them off entirely.
Couple of stray shots there, Sheriff in hand. Already trying to dash straight up. Attempt of a punish. PRX are making this one fast and loose, playing it forwards. Risks to be had. This is that PRX of old. And just missing the top of net. In timing each other. ABYYY still active here, trying to drop back as well. He needs some safety and he needs some backup. But something is the one delivering depth. All out to the opposition. There's kills happening all over.
जय जगन्नाथ सोरन बाजी क्या हाल चाल है राम राम की मैं जो ऑफिस कॉल पे बिजी था पीछे से PRX का कांड हो गया सब मिस कर दिया अरे कोई दिक्कत नहीं यार अभी तो चालू है दूसरा ही तो मैप है अबे बहुत छोटी वाले चिचा मत करो यार
Jing was begging for people to come towards him and really nobody has. Jing's positioning was cute, but no one's coming his way.
Yeah, and Crashy's brought back into the fold now. This is feeling inevitable. Updraft dash, secure play indeed, isolating the fight. Forsaken trying to make a go of it now. Trying to really do the damage. But a bullet to the back, it's all up to Jing. And it's brought it to that 1v1. Smokes v smokes, Boaster.
Nice! किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो PRX forever baby PRX W pan board
really beautiful positioning and phenomenal impact from two incredible players. What was going on there?
Okay.
Absolutely bizarre. But this play from Forsaken, again, enormous impact, just what Mel was talking about on the desk. He might not be exactly at the top of the scoreboard, but every kill he gets is huge impact. And he set up a 1v1 for Jing to slam dunk.
Stem the bleeding for now.
Kayak on another pretty aggressive position. The drone designed to try to push him off. And he dips, not giving away the fact that he's got the op.
Trying to re-peek it as well. That's a wide face something. Lucky just evades the bullets.
Does Kayak take ABYYY's advice and re-fight? Or is he looking to play risk-averse and set up the retake with the rest of his team?
No dash available, it would be risky, just trying to take that timing inside that smoke with the updraft. Quick scope, bullets raining down onto him. Something, though, has been dropped. Chopped down at the knees is what it seemed. Chronicle having to deal out that damage here on site.
Still with a recon.
He's
fantastic at preempting these spots that PRX want to fight.
He's perfectly posted every single time he darts. He's at 180. Patman has got to do a lot from this spot. Jing, again, heroics are called for. That's forward. Positioning, they're looking to try and stunt it, trying to stop it. Knives in hand. PRX drawing blood. But again, that re-peek. Playing into Fnatic's hands to buy. Chronicle already on the defuse. He's got to start swinging and he's got to do it now. It's all safety. Played for Crashies, watching for that peak.
These rounds are going to be tilting Alex in the coaching booth, I think. It's just not good enough for PRX. Look, and in the replay, how often they're fighting one by one. Forsaken on his own. That was a bit of a double fight together, but here Patman swings with Devi having no real support. PRX need to be coming up with ideas of how they want to fight together, or what timings they want to take together in the post-fight. Because Fnatic are essentially just waiting.
Yeah.
They're not even really scaling on the retake, they're just holding, knowing that PRX are going to run into the more.
It's a large reveal. PRX are all grouped up.
Well, they've got a massive ultimate advantage in this round, Brent. So if there was a round to try to do something quick and hit them hard, hit them fast, it would be this one.
Fnatic are just giving them all that space again, like you said.
Post-plant lockdown would be crazy good from Devi too.
Updraft over with the knives. Looking for a target, looking for a sight line. until it just comes out swinging. Rebounding, finally Forsaken can commit. Paperx do have ult to their own.
Yeah, my eyes immediately go to Divide, wondering when he's going to try to use this.
Smoke's dropped down, trying to make it go. Lockdown's there.
आपको चेयर की लिंक भेजूंगा, वो लेना गेमिंग चेयर मत
Kayak!
भेजो।
No stopping this guy! Disgusting work, but a lockdown cannot be broken in time. Albiedo found himself a pocket, found himself a window. And Forsaken is going to do it all. Offload him with the ult. It's time ticking, really, that point. Found the kill, running him down, though. Forsaken will be finished. And Kayak on the fuse.
That's close.
That's so damn close. Oh!
Less than a second on the clock of Fnatic. Perfectly execute a really difficult retake. How on earth do they get that into a 5v3 whilst battling through Device lockdown? Not sure what's going through something's head here on this team. I don't think that's a good one, but this shot is all good. A ludicrous one for Kayak to be bringing out. Absolutely jet diffing something. And like I said, it's got to be tilting because I don't think PaperX are actually playing these rounds particularly well in the post. Earlier on Sunset, I think you could argue both teams were really bringing a good game, but now PaperX letting Icebox slip.
क्या है बिना ड्रोन पे जा रहे हैं भाई देखो भाई.
Kayak been unbelievable so far with his form. Icebox really is his playground, but he's forced to concede that space. Jing forward, sees it onto the shoulder, poster gone. Alpha responds, it's traded out, but there's pressure in mid, and Device still looking through, but finally spotted out. Players need to deal with him, but it's all chaos.
Alpha
thrown into the mix. Forsaken.
Nice.
Nice. There with a 3-2-1 swing. Chronicle gone, and PaperX still alive in this map for now.
अरे ergonomic नहीं मंगाऊंगा यार.
नहीं
ये नहीं मंगाऊंगा मैं.
Back towards chaos.
ये मेरा वेट नहीं ली थी बैक पे यार. मेरे पास पड़ी है ये. मेरे पास पड़ी है. और इसके चूतड़ मेरे को बहुत दर्द देंगे भाई. मेरे को पता है ना ergonomic थी मेरे पास से ऐसी. Same ऐसी थी. ये नहीं थी.
He's just hoping it finds that timing and doesn't get punished. One round at a time. Fnatic choosing to go for a half buy here to make sure that their economy doesn't get completely broken.
Kayak swinging and looking to just draw blood out of them. PaperX. They are still there though, Tavai. You can sense it. Posturing occurring and a deep push and peek by Chronicle. It's already anticipated.
Good awareness from Tavai.
Expecting it all now.
Crashes with a rifle. Boaster might be able to recover one if he completely repositioned, but at the moment, really isolated over in this snowman spot. Should be PaperX being able to pick this one up. 4v2.
Hello.
Tip tap.
Bullet. Well, the weapon of choice for Boaster, obviously. Not cleaned up though either, and that could spell problems. Jing pressing forwards, crashes now. He's got that rifle, needs to make it sing. He's already found himself two. Dart towards the back, needs to be dealt with, but double duck PaperX. Are the ones on top.
Still though, even in that 4v2, PaperX players taking risks.
Sentry.
What? Gonna be giving Alex a heart attack. But now Alex with another opportunity to talk to the team. And honestly, this might be a blessing for PaperX. Because despite winning 2 in a row, they don't look super confident right now.
No.
But it's the Fnatic coaches that have decided to take a tag time out. I'd be a little bit cautious about doing this, to be honest, because I do think it offers an opportunity for Alex to right the ship. It's looking pretty shaky in this
round तो जीता है भाई तुम्हारी गांड फट गई
notwithstanding.
आने तो दो भाई 11 तक मारा
as well for Fnatic though, so Milan might be just trying to drum up a set ult round that can knock PaperX out. A little bit similar to what we saw on Sunset towards the end, where you bring out a set play just to get across the line. And Fnatic do have depth. You know that they've got the experience. You know that they've got one of the greatest callers when things get scrappy in a mid-round. But this coaching staff has also proven themselves. It's been a great run since Milan got promoted to the head coach position.
Fnatic, they just need the one. PRX, as you mentioned, it was a critical timeout taken by Fnatic. What's going wrong for them? PRX, Alex will happily take that space, but 3 rounds still stands between them, drawing it to OT.
Jing going for another really deep push.
Forwards, Crashies is good. Ajao with a movement still. This is going to be rapid. And Jing's all the way round towards the side. One more TP. Try and get out of dodge there, but committing that paranoia. And Kayak filling in the pieces. Alpha tipped up in with the movement.
Nice, right?
That's huge from Patman, being able to pick off the 1v1 fight against Alpha and trade Chronicle.
It's all over the place.
Patman can't reconnect with the rest of his team to really pop down this Viper's pit on site.
Just tried to adjust, missing on either side.
Planted.
Opening down though into that 3v2. Boaster might have just caught eyes onto Patman. Patman tucked up close, but Boaster is wise to it.
He's just trying to delay for as long as possible. Actually, maybe he didn't even...
the high ground!
Oh,
God damn!
I thought for a moment there, maybe he hadn't realized that Boaster had spotted him, but repositioned into a spot that he was going to be favored on.
कैसा night watch में जैसा भाग रहा भाई वो.
I think again another reason why I was a little bit worried about Fnatic taking that attack pause, because Jing immediately comes out of it with a really unexpected way of pressuring these players over towards the mid split. That recon dart that got thrown over the top from Forsaken. Oh, and the timing here as well.
And this operator, it's critical to Fnatic's game plan.
पर पैसा होगा शायद उनपे. हाँ पैसा होगा.
This sets us up with a strong potential for overtime. The Fnatic economy is in a really bad spot now. And so, one more rifle round before OT. This play, though, I think huge credit given to Patman. Jing's in a pretty horrible spot there. And Patman has to win the battle against Alpha through Tube before he can go and help him. Take a look at the buy, though. Yeah. Knives, okay, huge for a Kayak, but 3 stingers to support.
The rifle and a lot of bolts on top of it. Kayak!
No!
Can't even escape!
I mean, that's insane from Jing just running through, but he has full trust in the paranoia.
भाई अब बकचोदी मत कर हर बार वही चीज यार.
PRX aboard, wants to rear its head. The leash has been cut and snapped. They're detaining them like a pack of rabid velociraptors. Hungry for more.
You get to see the full gamut of PRX here. We started out on Sunset with them playing that slower, more strategic style. And now you get the full W gaming.
FNC को delete कर
the last
दिया
4
भाई.
rounds
क्या
have been really
shot लगा
heavily
भाई ये उसको.
powered by Jing just doing crazy stuff on Omen.
अबे. W wave,
And this
W
last round
bang.
of regulation at least. Fnatic have got to try to make an adjustment to stop that in its tracks.
And they are all in. Why wouldn't you be operator here? Smoke in your face to try and obfuscate. This is the Hunter's Fury that's coming out swinging.
They thought it was another one of those fast hits. Crashies gets the ult baited out as PRX reset.
सीधा घुस सकते हैं आँख बंद करके सीधा.
Device one away from an ult of his own now.
Oh, nice TP. अबे नहीं देख रहा था वो.
Just thrown into a Jing, obfuscating the intent, but bodies are now trying to form up.
That's supposed to draw bodies away from the inside to make it easier for PRX, but there's still a pit here. There's still a lockdown.
Yeah, there's a lockdown for a lockdown here in this spot. Alpha's ready. Puts it up close to the screens. What's the next level to all of this? Hunter's Fury going to be committed. It's going to be breaking that portion of it, and this has to be respected now. Fnatic, they've offloaded everything to try and stay into this round, but the pit's going to be going down.
Nice!
It crashes out into the open.
Boaster beefed it. That pit, you're supposed to get back inside, and he got detained.
And PRX.
अरे Batman को मार देगा यार.
Brings Crashy back into the fold.
Batman को jet मार देगा.
Watch the lie up through mid. PRX, eager though. Looking to see if they can topple Fnatic before they stand and get a grip onto this retake.
Oh, क्या जगह दिया भाई.
Pressing forwards. Shoulder to shoulder discipline. It's helped so far, but Fnatic need it now in spades. Jing, that extra element. Drifting into the side here, double tap rifles are ringing.
मेरी जान क्या हुई? जीत भाई जीत.
PRX grab a 5th round in a row to take us into OT.
Fuck.
Felt like an inevitability on Sunset, to be honest with you, but here on Icebox, Fnatic take a timeout and it goes straight back in their face. PaperX dial up the tempo, something on a high ground. Jing deep in heaven, getting into aggressive positions, unexpected spots. And even though Alpha dealt with the lure, there were too many threats. The stress on both sides. And again, a reminder that when you look at the map pool, it feels a bit like a must-win for Fnatic. Next one is their permaban.
Standing ahead.
अच्छा ये लोग पर्ल नहीं खेलते हैं परमानेंट मतलब
operator.
Fnatic पर्ल नहीं खेलती है.
Opted into heavy defensive setup here by PaperX. Fnatic again, you're gonna see that.
Hello, क्या हाल चाल है इलू? Welcome, welcome. राम राम कैसे हो?
Tiptoeing around, a bit tepid, but trying to dissect the map. Going overhead, spots out the jet.
Yeah, spotting Kayak there gives you some decent information, an idea that it might well be ending A, so you can keep these 4 players. The trust they have in Batman, just to hold down B if their read is wrong. But it's not at all. With exactly the right idea of what's happening here. Boaster calling for a little bit more pressure over towards B, and PaperX, they want info. They want to step up a little. As Boaster sniffed this out, he's calling for Fnatic to reposition.
PRX who बोलने वाला वो नहीं आया आए थे
and this is going to put Batman's head on a swivel. And maybe Batman's head on a spike.
Really turning up the heat. 25 seconds.
ये लोग किसको सपोर्ट कर रहा है? FNC
still has a snake
या
deny some space.
क्या बोलते हैं इसको?
That's in your face.
PaperX
walls up. Same with the orbs. PaperX starting to get a bit of a read on this one here, but again, Patman needs to try and deny. He steps forward, blind as anything. He does not know what's going on. PaperX trying to even it out. Kayak with a peek, but the plan needs to go down. With no issues further. Crashies commits. They're getting into the spot now. Fnatic putting a squeeze onto these PaperX players. They're going to try and clear this guy.
Nice.
Kayak, he's done. Finished. Paranoia up top. Jing. This side is going to come maybe. But this guy will not be denied. Something's still there though, swinging wide. The operator switched around, weaponry now with a rifle. Time starting to tick in a 1v1.
Right,
Crashies,
right,
tepid,
right.
approach, and it works best for him.
Again, Crashies comes up in the clutch. What a recovery in a 3v3 situation there. Boaster calling a brilliant slow round. It felt like Forsaken exactly knew what was happening, but the further the time took, the more the Boaster realized and sniffed out that stack on A. Chronicle to Legendary in that top nest position. And Fnatic once more have an opportunity to close.
Forwards, Kayak. Trying to fill in their space here. Oh my god, the pure disrespect. The dash is there. Boaster needs to try and stop them here, but he's isolated onto the corner and caught out wide. Kayak's still there though. This guy is eager to
nice.
Mechanics. PaperX not stopping.
Nice, Ray.
The feed is filled with red and blood being spilt out onto the site. Tricky.
Walls
up, and everyone is forward.
Chronicle
Last one left. 5 bullets left in a swing.
Nice, man. Nice.
PaperX have figured out exactly what is working on the
भाई अब ऐसा नहीं लग रहा कि EME और Pacific
they're the team that's closer to being able to close this out, to be honest with you. Despite the fact that Fnatic had so many map points to be able to work with, this looks like PaperX is to lose because their attacks, the fast, aggressive approach is just barreling through Fnatic.
Heal, ball, क्या करूँ भाई?
Something again that pulls out the operator and Fnatic. They got an extra timeout to use once things go to OT, and they're going to use it fairly early on. 13-13, and Milan wants input. Every player, by the way, on Fnatic over 20 kills apart from Boaster, who's only got 7. That's a little bit rough.
Struggling to put up the numbers.
At the same time, though, it does show you that the other 4 players are all having very good performances. Yeah. Because all 4 of them have had huge rounds, big moments. And Boaster's calling has still been finding impact. His rifle isn't.
That's what Fnatic are leaning on here.
To be honest, Brent, I think the player at the bottom of the scoreboard there is something. And if he can find one round, just one, with the defensive off, that will right all of the wrongs of what he's been up to in this map. Because PaperX have already got the game plan for the attack side, it's working. If he can find a big operator round here, he could well put his team up to a maybe insurmountable lead.
Placing swamp grenade.
Fnatic taking his time to recuperate, breathe a little bit. Slow orb that could have been thrown out, but Forsaken, no, he's just, I mean, okay, scot-free.
Yeah, he was playing for that pretty heavily in regulation. Less important, arguably, here in overtime, because everybody starts 3 away. Don't know if you noticed that Nano Swarm as well that was put down on top Jenny from Devi. That's where Kayak's been pathing to almost every time. So they've got a very specific counter plan here. Look at Jing holding that paranoia as well. They know exactly what they want to do to counter this Fnatic A hit.
Rhymed. Ready to pounce here.
It does feel like these timeouts have been helping Alex and PaperX more than Fnatic.
Drone's broken. Deep control towards B. Any posturing by Fnatic is put to an end. And now, eyes set over towards A. Triple face, alarm bell. It's going to be gone. Jing there with a paranoia! Oh my goodness!
It works perfectly. The game plan, absolute perfection.
भाई लगा के
shot for options.
गोटे मुंह में shot बोलते बैठ
Divine tucked onto a position that's really tough to clear.
Kayak is going to try and win that. Final bullets left.
Spike down.
Mid-animation Boaster, the captain himself. He's going to right the wrongs of the round, but on top of the ropes. The purest form of disrespect.
And that was the round that they needed. Every attack round has been going well for them. They won the last 5 in a row.
One more, please.
It's been pacey. It's been fast. W gaming and the train keeps on trucking. Let's see if Fnatic have an answer, because all of the pressure is now on them.
Oh yeah. On their attack side, PaperX are sending it.
Revealing area.
Grouped up, deep dark paranoia. They're making it feel like it's that fast B pressure. And Kayak is taking liberties, taking risks. Him versus Devi finds it.
That's huge info as well. You see Devi on this side of the map, you know at least that they're defaulting. You don't know for sure that they're coming back over towards A, but you know it's not that fast B hit. And look how quickly Alpha just takes all of this space on B.
Yeah, deep push. Mid-round information going to be given up here. Rest of his team, an attempt of a punish at a jump spot. Boaster, the acknowledgement he was looking for.
I mean, what a decision from Forsaken to try to fake.
Yeah, he's creeping in through the back. They already know he's there. Patman really anticipated. Bodies out wide to the open. Patman just sidesteps it. Alternating with the movement, but tucked behind Dice. Forsaken is creeping forward. Off of that contact, Kayak. When is your time to strike? Deep dart, dash active, wall up into your face. Thrown into the corner, clears him out though. We'll have to use it to disengage.
Chronicle can step in to cover that though. PaperX still, all 3 players here have got a difficult task.
3v4 wars down as well, out to the open. Jing is dropped.
30 seconds left.
The Fnatic have found it. They're footing the foundation. A safety net now, all the pressure's on Patman. 1v3, 20 seconds left. Taps it, looking for a kill, looking for a cheap fight. Again, he's not going to be given it. Snake bite. Options reduced to ruins.
I respect the balls to go for a fake there. If it had worked, we'd be calling Forsaken a genius. But actually, he just deviated away from the game plan that's been working for PaperX. The pace, the aggression, Fnatic did not have an answer for it. And instead in this round, maybe overcooking things slightly. Went to fake that fast pressure and played into the kind of tempo that Boaster's super happy to call against. Immediately, Kayak realized it was a fake. Alpha got quick on the flank, and now we're back to even.
14-14. Overhead with the util.
Something still going for the operator. Every round on defense has been trying to make it work. Did find a little bit of value with it over towards B. They've got to be watching out for this paranoia again. It worked so well last time for Jing, but he's not really in a spot to use it now.
Cheeky with the positioning.
It looks to me like they're trying to fake that it's only Alpha here on A. You know, he's the player that's getting up, getting forwards.
Man with the dart. It's going to be a drone. Fnatic faking like they're taking B control. Looking to see if they can pull bodies to make A a little bit weaker. Soften it up for the take now.
I mean, that's nice. Patman takes contact, which disguises where the operator is. So it could still be on A.
They're drifting though. PaperX are losing control.
भाई इस बार ऊपर कोटी क्यों नहीं डाला उसने?
Now, but they're seeing signs of life and hearing it on top of it. Nano swarms, deaded.
अरे बहन बोर्ड.
Open your face to delay.
Do they play?
चलो भाई बेचारा good night Ayush भाई. Thank you so much for joining यार. Love you man.
Hard committed. He's seeing just the body. He's peeking over towards the top of this row. And we're seeing it now. Paranoia is forwards again. There's a wall into your face. Fnatic have access to one.
अरे यार क्या blind दिया था bro.
Fnatic. Vice grip now over towards the site. And it's scraps on the floor that Patman has to pick up and make something from it. Damage done, bullets raining through, but right from the side, Chronicle never denied. Something here, operator in hand, but this is just dire. Oscillating the momentum of this map. Happening round by round. Picks up the rifle, but you got one hell of a task and no clearance again. Time's ticking. It's all against it. Crashes knows it.
वो जेट को रस्सी में पड़ा था शायद.
Big round from Chronicle, but also
या वो पहले से डाउन था.
Play from Jing. We saw the value we got from the paranoia in the previous round. This time tries to send it again.
अरे यार blind अच्छा था.
The TP. But I mean that is some nutcase behavior. You see it did land onto Crashies, but just there's way too many people around there. Again, respect.
Holy shit, that's size, bro.
Respect for going for the play, but keeping things simple might have had PaperX already close out the map at this point. And a couple of rounds ago, it felt like they were completely in control. Now it does not.
Now it's flipped, 180.
Thing is though, PaperX, again, could just go back to playing those fast attack sides. And we've yet to see Fnatic demonstrate they have an answer. There's been no evidence that they actually can deal with that pace. But the more that you have to battle against their map points, the more you start to overthink things. And this map, if it ends up being important later on,
the PRX Express
will be a difficult mental barrier to overcome for PaperX if they lose control here. They did such a good job getting to overtime, denying 5 map points.
Fnatic have clawed it back. One more round is all they need to seal up Icebox, draw us level here in the best of 5 grand finals.
Fnatic's job is to deny, keep that trophy out of reach.
He's taking a peek here early. It's an operator in his hands. Wall up and over. You don't anticipate this one. It's a classic play, or do you?
अरे बेंचो हम attacking बना. अरे मैं तो भूल ही गया यार.
PaperX.
मैं तो भूल ही गया भाई.
Molded by that play.
Beautiful anticipation from Forsaken. Now the wall does still block Patman off. And Alpha, he's pushed up.
Alpha, you are so hard committed here, but he just spots it onto the drone as well. And my God, man! Does he deliver? Taken out eventually. But he's brought it into a 3v3. Here in the footsteps, the rumble, Patman, there's a timing to be taken, and he just grasps it immediately, jumps on a chance.
And this isolates Crashies. Crashies would have to be a hero for Fnatic to get this across the line.
Back in the box. Walking forwards here, there's a wall into their faces. Game on those timings. Again, Crashies. Surely not long for the world. And there it is, Patman from behind. PaperX not done yet.
लहसुन की गेंद.
A round where Fnatic tried to pull out a cutesy play, and it leaves the caller in a 1v3. He's destroyed at the end. 15-15. Neither team can get a proper advantage over the other and get a grip on this. They're bringing out tactics. They probably haven't tried in quite some time. Both teams have got depth.
remaining.
But things get scrappy the deeper you get.
हाँ भाई क्या हाल चाल है सिक्किम बेबी कैसा है यार?
Compliments.
हाँ कितने दिन बाद आ रहा हूँ किधर गायब रहता भाई?
15-15.
Oh, PaperX fighting aggro.
Aggro as anything. Kayak though. One shot to the dome. Jing is gone. Wants a little bit more with that dash active. It's going to be used on either side. Something just needs to try and escape. Got the safety net of Forsaken watching over the shoulder.
And Fnatic
back up, some level of aggression
elsewhere around the map. Alpha almost got an opportunity to pick off Patman in mid with that attack up. And Patman is not going to go for it again. PaperX are anticipating a re-hit here, and that does look like the idea here.
Just cautious for now, though.
And Fnatic always with these opportunities to pivot back to Boaster. Boaster's done a very good job in this map of just applying options, giving himself options to work with. His is the more passive role, just making sure nobody pushes out of B, and once again Patman is asked to do so much.
Nice edge here, on top of the wall, it's a dart. Trying to take this timing pass, he's going to try and push forwards. Take the fight to it, in the face of these players. All up now on top of it. Creeping forwards already.
Caught this timing before.
Wall up though, surely it's going to be watched for. Spam happening, occurring. Popping up on towards the top! Alpha! How the hell do you land that one? Spike planted. Best scenario you could really hope for.
जेली आता बस ज़्यादा देख नहीं पाता भाई तो बात भी कर लिया कर यार रोज आता है तो
deep down against the back.
4v3 है हो सकता है
Primed ready and finally let loose with the slow ops, and you see that 3-2-1 with a swing. Timing to be taken, something's on the flank. Already ripping his way all the way past. Needs to be taken out, something. He's found it. Dash back already. But the time is ticking away.
2 bullets.
And 2 bullets, 2 players, not enough to get it all done.
Fnatic again with a really solid round to put themselves up once more. So many opportunities to close this. The timing that Patman tries to take, he was rewarded for it previously. This time though, not focusing on the planter, seeing if he could catch a player that was looking to defend and failed. Forsaken pulls out the Odin to try to deny the wall, perhaps?
Second guessing it.
Yeah, decides not to go for it in the end.
Down again.
Forwards,
this is it. Fnatic trying to lock in, trying to step up to that task that's ahead of them here.
And there's the player that's been driving the train forwards. The engine power was coming from Jing in all of these fast attack rounds. Now something has to step up an entry. Dash already popped.
Kayak's still here. The top there, just spotting it out, and the damage does something. 1 bullet to the chest is all it takes for Fnatic. They can feel it. Energy here on their sides. 3v5, it's all contact called for here by PaperX. They're hoping there's an overextension. Never in a million years though. Fnatic are always going to be disciplined. Snake bite up and over. Dodged and juked the dart towards the back to buy. He's to land these shots. There's no freebies handed to him. Fnatic just bite it out.
They're always expecting PaperX to be the ones making the play. The time is going to be ticking here for Fnatic, though. They've got to go at some point.
Double face up towards the top. Patman reveals his hand with a snake bite drop down on top of it, and this is it. Fnatic never denied it. Hard going all the way through. But they have made
it बहुत ले गए भाई 15-17 भैंस की आंख भाई.
So many opportunities to close this one out, and finally Fnatic managed to grab one of them. 17-15. Both of these maps have been a grind, and in a final like this, so much is about endurance and how you pace yourself. Up next, Fnatic's Perma.
थोड़ा चेंज करते रहने का क्या है जो 24 घंटे वैलो खेलने कंटाल जाता भाई अब.
This mother doesn't need respect. Come on!
See, Alpha is raging.
No!
Alpha is hungry.
Normally we say respect everyone, fear no one, but they don't give respect to them, okay? Just swing them, just smash their heads, okay?
Turkish wolf is hungry.
Bye. क्या हुआ गोटे मुंह में तो थे ना बेटे. ये कौन है बे मऊ को?
By the way, nice shot, Alma. Yeah. It's fine, don't be.
कौन हो यार आप? दिखते तो क्यूट हो। अब हो कौन? फेस कैम नहीं है, चलो छोड़ो।
हाय
हाय इस्माइल।
हाय, तुम कौन हो?
अरे मैं।
अरे डॉक्टर,
जरा
इलाज कर दो ना।
कैथरीन।
कैसी हो कैथरीन?
बढ़िया, आप कैसे हो?
थोड़ा इलाज कर दो। चल रहा है यार, मैं तो अभी कार्तिक के बर्थडे पार्टी से आया, तुम नहीं आई उधर?
अरे यहाँ पे काम आ गया मुझे ईएमएस में।
196 ms, what the fuck? भाई 1.5 लाख की वॉचिंग हैं? अबे हाँ, मेरे को ये देखना था भाई, अच्छा हुआ याद आया भाई। सीक्रेट लैब चेयर, और इसकी माँ का, अरे माँ की किरकिरी। क्या है भाई? अरे भेंचो, क्या भाई, इससे सस्ती नहीं है? भेंचो, इसमें वो नहीं होता क्या? ऑन सेल वाली क्या है? ऑन सेल भी इनकी 40-50 हजार से है, और अगर मैं इसमें साइज बढ़ाऊं तो, अरे ये क्या है? हटना, इंच नहीं चाहिए, रिजेक्ट, हट भाई। कोई चूतिया ही होगा जो लेगा बेंचो भाई। पर देखो भाई, है भाई, आप तो ले लोगे, क्या नाम है वो भाई, वैलोरेंट की भी है। पैसा जमा करके यही लूँ क्या? मेरे घर वाले तो काट के फेंक देंगे। 50 हजार की भोसड़ी के चेयर में बैठेगा तू, इतना बड़ा हो गया लोडू। अरे ये एलएम भाई ले लेंगे, क्या नाम है, अरे यार वो फैनेटिक वाली है, इसमें फैनेटिक वाली भी है, पता नहीं, दिख नहीं रही। ये कैसी चेयर होती है? लूनार भाई, ये भी तो महंगी है यार। अरे आपके इधर नहीं आना भाई, आप वो बेंच हो, अब बहुत महंगे हो भाई। अबे अमेज़न छोड़ना, ये अमेज़न चलना। गेमिंग चेयर अंडर 5000, वाह। हाँ आती है? नहीं आती है, नहीं आती, नहीं आती। यही मेरे को कोई बोल रहा था, ये शायद सिंह साहब बोला यही लेने, ग्रीन सोल की ये। भाई रेड बहुत अच्छा दिख रहा है ना चैट? रेड या ब्लू? रेड अच्छा दिख रहा है मेरे हिसाब से तो। रेड डोप दिख रहा है भाई। 23 किलो की है। फ्रेम मटेरियल अदर मतलब फुल ब्लैक, मैक्सिमम वेट, ठीक है मेरे जितना ही है। हाँ रैप्टर जीटी प्लेयर, जीटी प्लेयर ही शायद थी ना अभी वो यूज़ कर रहे थे, क्या नाम है, अभी सिकपाजी यूज़ कर रहे थे बीच में, यही थी शायद, एडजस्टेबल नेक मसाज कुशन। हाँ यही थी, पर अब वो ये यूज़ नहीं कर रहे भाई। इन्फ्लुएंसर बनने का भी रिस्क है रे भाई। साला बेचारा मेरे को इन्फ्लुएंस होके मंगा लिया और उसके बाद मेरे को गाली देने आया तो। अबे लीथल ब्लैक कैसी कंपनी है चैट? इसका मैं बहुत देखता हूँ भाई। हाँ ये जो है 4.5 स्टार की रेटिंग है भाई ये चीज़ को। पतली नहीं लग रही, पर पतली लग रही है ना। ड्रॉगो इज नाइट। सूरज भाई देख रहे हो क्या? कुछ बताओ। ड्रॉगो अच्छी है क्या कंपनी? क्योंकि आपने एर्गोनॉमिक चेयर तो ड्रॉगो को ही दिखाई मेरे को। भाई ये है ना चेयर, ओ बहन बोर्ड भाई। भाई सो जाऊँ क्या इसको लगा के? बहन चो, ना ये गेमिंग चेयर है ना ये बॉस चेयर, ये कौन सी चेयर है भाई? वर्क फ्रॉम होम 400। व्हाट द फक डूड? अरे नहीं बे, बहुत रिस्की। ये चीज़ ही बोल रहा था मैं, पता है ये अलग होनी चाहिए, यही चीज़ मैं बोल रहा था। हेलो प्रोडक्शन थिकर ना 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 ना। मैं तो कभी कुछ सोचता हूँ ये मंगा लूँ है, ऐसा कुछ बिन बैग टाइप। अबे गेमिंग चेयर इसमें भी आ रही है 900 रुपये में। वो रेजर की भी तो चेयर्स आती हैं। वो तेरी बहन की। अरे ये मैं अभी देख के आया था भाई। ये कितने में इतने महंगे क्यों देते भाई? ऐसा क्या देते हैं भाई ये लोग चेयर में? पोस्टुडी के ऐसा क्या लगा के देते हैं ये लोग? हाँ, ऑल कंफर्ट, बेस्ट इन क्लास एर्गोनॉमी, सपोर्ट एंड 6D अडैप्टिव एंड लंबर सपोर्ट। लंबर सपोर्ट क्या होती है? अच्छा ये होगा इधर वाला कुछ तो है ना। क्या चुतिया पा है भाई? ओ भाई इनकी ये यार
और रशियंस की एवरी मूवमेंट।
ओ भाई मैं पानी लेके आता हूँ बे। रुको भैंस किया को, तुम लोग के चक्कर में पानी लेके आना भूल गया। चल तुम देखो बे, मैं पानी लेके आया।
Very successful with when they were playing and when they went on to win Masters Bangkok. On defense especially, those two duelists can work so well together to play into these flood retakes. It's two players that we know have been playing amazingly just as shooters this tournament. I would love to see this comp get locked for Fnatic.
Well, they're still hovering over it. They haven't made any changes as far as like selecting other options. They're using that time effectively to communicate, right? Because you know Boaster wants to make sure that he's just giving the orders to the troops, right? And it's very important to make sure that you lock this thing down.
If that was the must-win map on Icebox for Fnatic, I think
oh my god!
This is the map that PRX needs to win. You cannot pick into your opponent's permaban and lose to them there. That sets up a very scary end of this series then for the boys from APAC.
In the words of Admiral Akbar, is it a trap? Are we in for a trap? What is going on here?
It might be. You know, you're going into the unknown. PRX knows this map very well. Going back into this double duelist that favors them so much. Now we get in the double duelist versus double duelist, something that we will get to see in Split if we get to that final map. But I want to know how this changes the perception that PRX had. And also, 100% important, BABYYY having such a good series and playing on device.
All right, folks, let's get ready for map 3. Send it back over to your casters. Here's Brent and Sideshow.
So we're stepping into the unknown here as we go into Pearl. PRX, you can imagine, okay, you've got some form of an advantage where you can make Fnatic play this map, but you're also going up against a composition which you've seen before, granted, but Not the way that Fnatic might play it. It's a lot of unknowns, and it's shaky territory still at 1-1 here in our grand finals.
Now, the other time that we saw PaperX play on this map as well, it was a 13-1 dismissal of Team Heretics, but that was also them beginning on their attack side, which means we barely saw the defense whatsoever. So even though we know that their attack is phenomenally good, at least in the one example we saw at this tournament, we actually don't know anything about their defense. PaperX might suck at defending on this map. We don't know yet. It has been a very good map for them domestically though, and so if you look back there, you shouldn't be too worried about things. And I would echo what the desk is saying. You've got to win on your opponent's permaban pick. But we have seen at tournaments in global finals before that sometimes that is easier said than done. These teams, when they have a permaban, are able to come out with a weird comp, like for example Alpha on Neon, and they're able to throw caution to the wind and play with a level of recklessness that you wouldn't expect sometimes. If Fnatic had any map that they just decided to send it on, it would be here on Pearl. And it puts all the pressure right back on PaperX after they just lost in OT.
Seeing Fnatic on that attack side here as we step into Pearl. Big group up early on. We can see it up here on the casting desk, but potential for some early fights occurring out towards B.
Map 3, where things really start to heat up in a BO5 grand final here. Something and Divide, looking down B long, wondering if they want to take contact early. PaperX trying to fight over both edges of the map. And now spreading back out again to make sure they collect any timings like this that have gone missing. But exactly as Chronicle and Boaster go to take some art control, Jing was backing up.
Posted now. Oh my goodness. Forsaken, not to be outdone. First kill immediately evened out from Fnatic side of things here. But that Sheriff, yeah, short work is made to the opposition. Fnatic now cleaving the map into partitions, and they're not going to be denied this plant. Divide would have to go absolutely crazy.
Spike planted.
Chronicle 3-piece to get things started here on Pearl.
Something we haven't discussed too much as well. How much the first kills are going the way of Fnatic. First map, I was looking at it and I was like, wow, that's kind of ridiculous actually. They're getting a ton. And then it happens again. Pretty much the same way. Even though the maps are close, Fnatic is dominating in the first kill department. Across these first two maps, they're up plus 14, now plus 15 after that pistol. So PaperX are constantly having to battle back from being down 4v5. Now sometimes they do get those trades instantly if they're deathballed together. But it's worth keeping in mind here.
Time to jump.
Every player apart from Boaster, very positive in the first kill department.
Oh yeah.
And Chronicle, he had massive impact in the pistol round, and now with just the Sheriff is able to go wandering. He's got a little more freedom.
Players are posted, getting into spot and position. They're seeing signs of life here, but immediately eviscerated. Dubai doing backflips towards the back of the site, and rifle in hand. Okay, Kayak trying to test himself a little bit. Sharp with the aim of the first shot, but step forward, stall anticipated, and recovered when it comes to the weaponry.
Throwing down the spike as well to make sure that they prioritize Crashy's ultimate. Nope, giving it over instead to Chronicle, who's a little closer to the lockdown, which is a pretty huge tool that you can work with. Forsaken comes through, spanks Alpha, yeah? But he's only got a Frenzy to be able to work with.
That's not much.
Would be a ridiculous 1v4. I don't think the chances are particularly high.
Unlikely.
Fnatic trying to keep it clean, putting the rifle into Chronicle's hand as well.
Forsaken's not going to be taking any peeks here, so a strong beginning for Fnatic here on Pearl. As we said it, and we set it up, series of unknowns on either side.
Yeah, so much to wonder about. I mean, the EMEA teams in general don't really love playing on Pearl. But Fnatic, no exception to that. Not a team that's had even historic success, particularly here. but also they knew 100% that they were going to be playing it here today. So the two maps, in my opinion, if I put myself in Fnatic's coaching shoes, I'd be prepping hardest for Sunset and for Pearl.
One enemy remaining. Go, go, go.
Sunset, they put up a really good showing. There was a possibility that they could have taken that one, but this, we'll have to see. Boaster with the attack op.
Okay. Round 3.
I mean, it's not like he's never done it before, but round 3?
Yeah, bonus round. When you least expect it. Quick little glide and dash to the side. Fights to be hatching, he loses his out. Instant dismissal. Alpha, you might be getting a bit overzealous there, but the stun's ricocheting. It's random spam. Over the shoulder, finding that gap. Something snaps down, and Boaster's done. Pings it out as well. I think even spotting out that they did invest into that operator.
Yeah, so they might be expecting the Fnatic will go back and try to recover that over towards B.
Where's that one going?
I mean, I don't think
Surely
that Kayak's ever going to actually take that one. Certainly not with Divine watching it like a hawk.
No.
Alpha took a lot of spam when he was trying to get a little more aggressive and push his luck in A main. So it's going to be tough for him to get too much impact. This round, probably on Kayak.
Through connector. Both. Okay, Rampage is doing a lot of work. Deadlifting that portion of the map and taking it fully away from Fnatic. And yeah, Alpha's like, wait a second.
I mean, his job here might just be to try to collect the operator and something. He's got it on lock. Dealt with Boaster early on. Closed it down.
You just saw there, obtained the upgrade himself. So there's going to be a defensive operator now to worry about if you are Fnatic.
And I think they might have just given a really lovely gift over to the defenders. It's a questionable decision, I think, from Boaster. Especially the way that he was trying to get set up with the op. So now in this round, Alpha, yeah, the player with some of the sharpest aim in the entire server is going to bring a judge out.
Well, we'll see what he can do with it. Get up into their faces perhaps already, and he's going to look to do that over the Wanted! Nasty stuff from Forsaken! Takes control of the rifle in his hands. That's a hard target to hit.
And Alpha, yeah, denied immediately. Maybe trying to push his luck a little. Not a duelist that he's super familiar with.
Bits and pieces of util now. It's going to be held into the hands of these Fnatic players, looking to see if they can take a bit of mid-control. Clone. Short. Oh, got stuck onto the corner. It doesn't even trigger the wall.
And a season and aid.
Oh, these combinations are cooking! That's a foul concoction if you are Fnatic. You're going to need those heroics. But it's all watched. Crashes in a 1v5.
That's a beautiful round put together from PRX. It really is. And a wallbang even all the way through mid, putting a little bit of damage on the Crashies.
30 seconds
The
left.
combo of the Seize nade into the pull and into the swing just destroys Fnatic, but they'd already been set up. A couple of weird moments here. I mean, Kayak's teleport all the way down into Flowers was a bit of an unusual one. And then his clone getting stuck, failing to trigger out the wall. You can definitely see, I think, that Fnatic are less comfortable.
Yep.
The details are not perfect here.
Throw going amiss. That's ridiculous. Okay.
The slide is really late, though. I mean, he's jumping through and trying to slide. And that's a silly way of ending.
A load of surprises.
Another little evil chuckle there from Batman.
Yeah.
And now Fnatic's economy not in a good spot. They forced up in the previous one, like I said, with that judge. And something is just sitting pretty on the other side of the map with Boaster's operator.
Still in his hand, still watching that deep B line. Makes the guessing game a little bit easier and a lot of stall util.
Yeah. I mean, if it ends up landing kills here,
way up.
Fnatic are going to be feeling really bad about the fact that such a valuable asset has gone into the hands of PRX. It's like Mini in weapon form.
Something's really trying to min-max these timings, I think. The gate crash, backs himself out here. Going to be hearing that drone, just trying to avoid it. Ducking, juking, but now, okay, recall start. Discipline is going to be there from Fnatic. Do you expect something to be here? That's the question.
It's a great flash.
Put to the side here, just stepping up, and wow, okay.
Better shot.
That's overkill. Head's going to be rolling straight off the shoulders there.
Alpha does have his ult to be able to work with, but maybe Alpha's job here is just going to be to try to run a fake and pull eyes towards B. You see Chronicle inserted over towards A, as the rest of the team tries to go back over towards and connect with this guy.
Chronicle's got to get some damage done too. Anything to crack this one open. Contact plays for now. Been peeked out, Divide. Just there's the Thorns. Down below it, it's going to be swinging wide. That flash was a good connection. Forsaken, already ready to supplement. Deep Dark dealt with. Almost lining themselves up for it. It is precise from PRX. Surgical almost, but leaves it into Albia's hands. Too much for him to do.
Very comfortable there, anchoring from Divide. Super comfortable in that kind of spot. Showing you exactly how to play around it. The flash, the Thorns.
Good hit.
And he's got a perfect idea of where the player's going to be positioned. Chronicle core.
Shame. One enemy.
But now the rifles are back for Fnatic. Couple of rounds of low recon, and now Alpha gets a Vandal. Something still with an operator, so always that's going to be a difficult one to work around. But Alpha's got to be the player that you've got eyes on to try to crack this open. 3 players though from PRX on the other side. Yeah, that recon just to see if he could push away an Oppa that was going to be playing Pillar. This is going to be a fight though from PRX.
Trying to use far back. It's been played. Going on either sides. Fnatic. Drawing blood. Jing, he's hard committed onto the corner. Do you want to stay here? Oh my god. Barely there to evacuate. He's going to be taking a high ground. All perched now. Called for a rapid rotation as the entirety of Art is given up. Fnatic have access now to this A site.
Full control and only something here. Fnatic should be on the line before the Yoru player.
Doubled up into the back of the site here, but again, oh my goodness, it's the minor of margins. Just spotting another player, but is he expecting from behind? Now, I should say Chronicle.
I mean, the movement's amazing there from something.
Doesn't want to overstep himself. Chronicle still holding control towards the back of it. The turret was placed down. Alpha's time to shine. He's going to be the playmaker here into this spot. The clone going to be taking a bullet to the brain forward, but Fnatic putting that crunch on them. They drag it here, 3-3.
And finally recover Boaster's operator. 3-3, big round from Fnatic. I've got a question about what the hell went wrong with that PRX fight over towards B long before even this began. I think there was a team flash that came out. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. But everybody really heavily blinded up there from PRX.
Yeah.
Just as they went to try to trigger the play.
Frustration on the face of something.
It's actually Alpha, yeah, who's going to be running it this time, as they tried to take space towards B. Crashies is hearing this, something with the peek, punished.
Insanely brave. And Crashies does punish.
It's about as deep as you can get in the first 10 seconds over towards A main. A ridiculous angle for something to be fighting towards. He was hoping it would be unexpected, but can't quite hit the flick. And now in a 4v5, once again, by the way, Fnatic getting the opening pick. PRX are going to be incentivized to go for some kind of info peek play around the map. And that's where Alpha's op could end up working its magic.
Flash got acknowledgement.
Yeah, you don't need to go for the active info just yet.
You should run. You want to
feel it here with a lockdown. Drop down and defeat a Fnatic. You want to clear this one out cleanly. Wall up. Try to take this space. Pulled out a lot of util in the process, and you have to respect it.
Alpha throwing the operator over to Crashies as well, who can just play post plant with that weapon and his Hunter's Fury.
He's incredibly pushed forwards here, but okay, just spotted out there with the info. Shorty of his own, Hunter's Fury. Hold on, ton of connections. Crashies looking for a little bit more, but just the one tag. Lights up a few of them. Showstopper is going to be committed. And Alpha trying to hold his ground down, but like a rocket again, Jing, this time, unable to get that value he's done prior. Weapons taken away with a steel guard, and Divide looking to try and reclaim some of that space. Boaster not removed, Kayaks from behind. Full control, containment is ordered, and Fnatic have got it all under lock.
Divide towards the end, caught in a mess of smokes and ults. Couldn't figure out how to navigate a tricky situation. I think they needed Jing to be able to pick up that kill in backhauls. But the duelist taking some wild fights. Alpha deep pushed up as well, just trying to play off the back of Kashi's ultimate. Fnatic, honestly, look like they've got some nice game plans on their attack side.
3 of them. I had 3 of them with my ult.
They're definitely in control.
And like you said, Brent, there was a huge connection with Crashy's ultimate the first time he ripped it. Got 3 players down to 70 health. That definitely helped Alpha. But yeah, let's return back to the game plan from Fnatic then. It's that same slow-paced style on their attack side that they've been playing all tournament, and PaperX are getting baited into going for these fights. And that's then allowing Fnatic to go for pretty simple execs and get the plant down. And the one thing that Fnatic's been amazing at all tournament long, really entirety of this team, has been post plants. They've been winning 82% of their post plants in this tournament. If you're PaperX, you cannot allow them to get that spike down. But that also does mean fighting, and Fnatic are ready and waiting for it.
PaperX can feel this map potentially slipping out of their grasp. Has been back and forth, to be sure, but Fnatic are stringing together these rounds nicely at this point.
And this next one could be massively important, because you look at Forsaken, Devi, Something's Operator, they wouldn't have any of those weapons back online.
Money again, Deep Horn. Not going to break this one. Alpha looking to get posted. It's him versus something. Oh my goodness, that's immediately. The clone going to be taking that bullet for.
And Alpha instantly gets on the line. Doesn't see a re-peek though. Boaster's calling for this regroup on A. Jing, danger player, tucked. Forsaken playing a bait and switch.
I think no, though. A main control is going to be lost to them prior. There might be a timing drone forwards. Jing just swinging out wide. It's all anticipated. With open arms, Alpha is turning you into mincemeat.
That's a crazy play from Kayak, and Alpha's there again.
He's just playing his team in perfectly. Put your body on the line, because at this point, what could stop him? 4 kills, ace online. The crowd wants it. They're cheering, and Alpha plucked out of the sky.
4 HP between him and a sick clip. But I don't think Divide's going to be able to keep this up. Alpha has done way too much. And Chronicle cleans up the dregs. That round demonstrates not only the incredible awareness they have of PaperX, knowing that Jing is going to be playing that position, or at least a serious threat of it. Alpha's attack gets value, but then the killer instinct afterwards to dismantle the play and push forwards into an Astra that's way too far out of position. Alpha continues to get further and further ahead, I think, in the MVP race.
12 and 6. Shutting it all down for PaperX. I'm going to bring this one back here. It's aggression, a staple of this team. Now through mid.
Boaster
up on it.
Boaster, I think, just calling to try to keep some of these anti-ecos pretty simple. You know that teams are going to try to fight over towards mid, so they've got Chronicle watching that. You just have Crashies feeding you info on the other side, and then you try to end B. That's a lot of damage to Chronicle, though.
The bodies, Forsaken. Groups ever closer, TP into spawn. I think that might have been heard. Forsaken, cross placement, trying to land those shots. Good awareness from Kayak. Spam straight through the wall, sent flying towards them. Hello, it's a lot of damage on the Chronicle. Could have been a kill. Nano Swarm's committed. Anything to clear these players out up through the top section of B. This is manic, this is chaos. PaperX trying to take the fight straight to them. They don't care about the battle lines that are drawn out normally.
Man, he could be a difference maker. Why are they not thinking there could be anyone on A?
It's full knives out, and they've opened up a bit of a mistake here. As you mentioned, Patman upgrade. Quiet with a rifle.
A Boaster is stuck.
They're split up.
Boaster has the spike, 25 seconds, creeping around behind Patman.
Knifeful committed, Crashies pushed forward as a result of it. No one really ready for this one, but it's brought it into that 2v2. Fnatic trying to get a move on Crashies now. Roles reversed, he's the one putting the pressure in the squeeze onto Patman. He's earned his team a lifeline.
10 seconds left.
Great read as well. Devi, though, somehow manages to time that recon, but Crashies is aware.
Tagged up just by the drone. Fnatic put them into a post plant and they will thrive.
Yeah, Boaster just got escorted the entire way through. Turned into the VIP, and Crashies, the bouncer, kept everyone off him.
As a pull for the first time. Going to be used now. Devi, one hell of a clutch is required. And none of the space to do it. Shock darts flying. Crashies just playing his life perfectly. Impeccable work. Impeccable work indeed, Fnatic.
That is a sick round from Crashies. He's asked to do way too much in that situation. Alpha gets caught on the B re-clear, and Crashies has to push forward, dodge a fade ult, get a kill, come back, defend Boaster as he gets the spike plant down. This fight against Patman, Boaster could have tried to run through, but Boaster wanted to make sure he didn't drop the spike.
You know how did you get 2 kills? Because I chilled. I kissed your hand.
Yeah.
Something's brought the op out again. Fnatic have been really good at navigating these kind of positions. Alpha takes a ton of damage early, though.
It's a bit of spam through the wall. Dart overhead. Clone not broken either.
The utility's been really strong, though, at stopping something for being able to go up for these peaks.
Patman, that's brave. He's doing that solo.
A lot of the defense for PaperX is solo, actually.
Yeah. Trusting the raw aim and mechanics to carry them through. And okay, Chronicle going peeking Jing with the swing.
That's nice support. Now something's going to take a risk and go for a peek into Kayak at B. Fnatic bait out the wall. Devi gets a little bit of info. In this fight, sorry, I said peek into Kayak. It's Alpha.
Time to jump.
Alpha and something kind of staring at each other through walls. And Boaster's making the call to come back in this direction. They might not know that something's on the line. Oh, he spotted it.
Oh, pings out. Deep position and target acquired. Alpha gone. Call for a pivot now by Fnatic. That was the backup policy. With Alpha gone, you've got to try and set your sights in a different direction. 30 seconds left. Where are you going, Patman? Taking a peek. Looking for some information. Only just taking that timing now, but 20 seconds stalled out by the Thorns, and you've got to get a move on. Sidestepping through, brought down to the brink. Weakened, damaged as anything in a flash and a repeat. Devi delivers.
Go, ठीक है दे.
They clean up that 5v3, never in danger when Devi's in an anchor spot. He does look so comfortable dealing with Fnatic when they actually finish on his side. The issue, I think, for PaperX has been that sometimes they put themselves in too difficult positions. But this time, player advantage, and Fnatic are trying to head into a site with time not on their side. Something keeps the operator over towards B. He's been very stubborn with this placement. Fnatic have been mostly working around him pretty well. Last time he caught Alpha, yeah, he's going for it again.
Past it. More players, though, waiting to cross. Fnatic to Clone, taking the bullet. Alpha with the peek, and it's okay, get out of there.
He's lucky to survive that.
Really
31 HP, one more Vandal bullet. PaperX is going to try to put him on the line again.
For this one. They're trying to take the pressure to them. That's a steel guard in the pocket to play in. Alpha still has his gun. Fake TPs. All that pressure is just dissuaded, diffused.
Fnatic don't really want to commit because they know that the stack is here, but they don't have another option. They don't have a lurker to go back to with info in mid or A.
Oh, a bit of spray down with the rifles. There's a gap in that smoke. Time to play with it, but that Cosmic Divide is going to be fading. It's not going their way. It's traded out. Showstopper.
No ult, no ult.
Time runs short here. You could be
you
in
can
dire
ult. Actually, you can ult.
Forsaken. He wants to go for a peek of his own. Flash through in his face. TP into the back of Halls. Kayak. Anything to deal with him? My God, man! Forsaken! Just takes that timing to rip them to shreds.
Nice one. उसके पास HP नहीं थी something पे.
He finishes what Forsaken began. Forsaken constantly the player in these unexpected positions. And again, just making Fnatic earn every moment. Constantly putting questions and challenges towards Fnatic. And often finding gaps that he can exploit. A lovely risk. Exactly at the right time. And PaperX bring things up with an opportunity to get it level at the half. Jing's very fast with a haunt up towards B, but Fnatic don't know too much about that. They're on the exact opposite side, facing Devi. And Devi has been excellent anchoring A.
Runs forward, dimensional drift. Extra info gathered, and a peek from Devi, forcing the ult out into the hands of Alpha. Good tracking. Locks onto it, something. What the hell are you playing at? Alpha is taking over.
What is going on with PaperX? I mean, I know they want to play that aggressively. Here's Forsaken again, looking to try to make the play.
Hold on, he's busted up as well. Chronicle. Bullet to the back of the head of Forsaken. Shuts it down.
Planted.
Really on site now into that post once more. It's the last chance here in this first half.
It is planted as well for Secret.
It's a good setup from Fnatic. PaperX trying to get a move on. Jing almost lined up for him. Just the one known, it leaves it to the rookie. He's been the glue for this team, but in a 1v2 already, players playing their lives, just spotting signs of life. Fought through. Tap, left guessing, but now spotting. Half on the defuse might be earned. Patman holds it down, but again, just a peek and crashes. Deliver on to death.
Fnatic getting huge value out of the operator in this half. A really nice anti-strat to deal with PaperX, where they go for these aggro peak timings. But I think PaperX kind of lost the plot a little bit towards the end there. The ultimate from something. The swing from Devi, unusual because he was anchoring those spots passively so well. This is Fnatic's permaban map, and they are up 7-5 at the half.
You're so good, bro.
Unreal scenes from Fnatic. Smiles across the board for them. For now, though, we're going to send it down to Van Silly. Standing by with some of our co-streamer friends.
Thank you so much. We're hanging out here in the co-stream booth, where I'm actually joined by legendary French casters Kitty and also Renaud. Kitty, Renaud, welcome to Toronto. I just want to ask you your experience first, starting with you, Kitty. How's Toronto been for you so far?
It's very good. I love the food, and yeah, the matches have been amazing, so I really enjoy it.
And for you, Renaud?
Yeah, it's the first time in Canada for me, and Toronto is a nice city. I'm having a good time.
And the games are actually pretty awesome so far for this grand finals. What's your take so far between this PaperX and Fnatic game?
I think PaperX can take it. I thought it was hard on Icebox, but they managed to come back, and I was not expecting this, so I think PaperX can take it today.
Renaud, what about you?
For the moment, everything is here. The game are tough. Fnatic is fighting back on Pearl. I didn't expect that, so it's just amazing to see that we have a very nice grand final.
Awesome. And now that I have your presence with me, is it okay if I practice my French? I'm going to start asking you a question in French.
Avec plaisir.
So, what do you guys think about the new map Corrode? Comment trouvez-vous la nouvelle map Corrode?
Je m'attendais pas du tout à ce qu'on ait autant de petits angles à check. Les bombes sites sont très surprenants et donc je m'attends juste à énormément de gunfight sur les points, les choke points. Et donc ouais, moi j'ai juste hâte de la jouer tout simplement.
That's actually pretty cool because now you're saying basically if you don't understand French, all the words were in English there. So choke points are cool, bomb sites are awesome, spike sites, there's going to be a lot of quick gunfights, so I'm looking forward to that one. What about you, Renaud?
Moi, la chose qui m'a surprise, c'est les wallbangs partout. C'est vrai que la map a l'air d'être conçue pour ça. Et j'ai hâte de voir comment les équipes vont jouer comme ça avec les Odin, les Guardians, etc.
Alors, merci beaucoup. Désolé, on n'a plus assez de temps, fait qu'on va retourner avec le match. Thank you so much, everybody. Let's get back to the game.
Let's head straight back into it. Vansilly just flexing, really. And
I know.
Lorax is on board.
I mean, does the Lorax speak French? Do the trees speak French?
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Maybe they do in different parts of Canada. All right, let's take a look at the Coinbase Econ report. I mean, one of the players here that's up towards the top, Alpha, who had an op in his hand at various points, was getting kills with a shorty, was getting kills with his ultimate, with a Vandal. He's doing everything everywhere. And you heard it as they went into the halftime. Crashies saying, you are so good. It must be wonderful for Crashies to be on this side of it rather than the other side of it, as he was in the past playing for Optic and NRG.
Frequent. I mean, Crashies, a staple in best of fives. He's used to them.
He is. He's had the second most Grand Finals appearances out of any player in Valorant, only behind Chronicle, tied with Boaster.
Yeah, which you wouldn't expect.
Oh, it's crazy, isn't it? Well, they got so many with the Optic NRG core, and then back here again. Incredible stuff from him.
क्या स्कोर चल रहा है?
They go in to get this ball rolling here.
आप सोए नहीं अभी तक
Boaster, timing taken. Hello, right click's not delivering him what he wanted. PRX are the ones who survive, but Alpha still responds. He does claim the life divide. Go for a swing and a peek, and that is called for. That is beautiful by Fnatic.
Oh, that's unreal.
It's poetry in motion.
The synergy there on the wide swing, and Alpha readjusting targets.
Holy.
Forsaken's been good, but he's not been able to recover situations like this, surely.
Spike down, hold on, there's damage done to Alpha at least, but from behind, Kayak just trying to remove those wing cons, and there's damage done to Forsaken. He's going to be able to have access to the spike.
There is a possibility. He'd have to get funky with a smoke though, and somehow pick up a cheap kill on Alpha.
Available. Dead sit, consumed, is going to bloom, blossom, partition up the site. Bit of spam from Fnatic. Hoping to catch a freebie. Second star down. Consumed again, just trying to cut up the sight lines onto this one. Chronogodo peeks it, and Alpha takes it.
As if Alpha needed more. They feed the beast. That showcases synergy as well from a duo that have not been having like too much experience in these kind of roles, you know. You've got Alpha as a hard entry here, and then playing Crashies in. Crashies still somewhat new to the team, and Alpha doesn't play a lot of the hard entry like this, but that's masterful stuff.
Your comms are insane, your aim is insane, you're insane.
And Crashies is loving his time with this team.
Yeah.
He's talked so much about how good the vibes are, and surrounded by incredible talent.
They're in full control of this map.
Which is mad to say. It truly is.
Done. Forwards again, forcing the issue. Boaster from behind. Quick work there with a stinger.
Getting funky with it.
Yeah. Horn forwards will not help you much at all. Fight is immediately gone, and this is just complete control, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fnatic gliding, sliding forwards, trying to set up Chronicle for the goods, and Boaster right there to claim it.
Really aggro, following in behind Alpha's timings. Boaster there disrespecting the smoke as well. Look at him running inside of it with a nano, knowing that he's going to catch the timing on the PRX players. And when this is your permaban, like Fnatic, there's no way of PRX knowing what's coming for them. You can afford to do silly things, one and done things, because it only has to work once.
Oh yeah.
You only have to win one time on Pearl. Fnatic don't have to be an amazing Pearl team, they just have to win once. Right here.
That puts all the pressure onto PRX. Not that it's not there already, but 4-round lead for Fnatic.
And I don't think PRX can afford to lose this one. I mean the round and the map.
Tuck to the side, that's something. It's a deep TP. Claims the life of Kayak. Moving forwards though, drifting to the side. Boaster looking to see if he can stay alive. Alpha! Deep dash forwards, and now you're seeing signs potentially. Things are going a little bit skew with, not quite as practiced.
I mean, having said that though, Brent, they're still in a 2v3 here, Fnatic. There's still a lot of danger. Especially when it's Chronicle, Crashies, both really good in a clutch. PRX should be able to close this out, but they also need to close this out.
Both Fnatic players in the same position. Waiting for the dart timing. Thorns deaded. Dart to back Hall's. Hall's going to be used as a response for it, and there it is.
Good flash timing too from Divide. Completely catches Chronicle. And 3 rifles saved. Bunch of armor as well. That's going to keep PRX in this one. Very aggressive on the peak from something. And Jing ready for that reclear. Alfie has gone for it quite a few times now on defense. All 3 rounds, we've seen him slide in, trying to play somebody else in around mid. And this time, Jing wise to it. And look, the eco's a little wonky here for Fnatic again. Alpha with the judge. I do like this play. Seen PaperX go for this before. Recall smokes, horn, flash. Allows Jing to get set up. Very difficult to contest A main against that kind of pressure. And then PaperX, they threaten that they could have left somebody inserted. And they're going to go back to contest Kayak. And they're probably going to find this timing just as the gate crash starts to expire.
Yeah, puts pressure on the Kayak. Either take it or you renew another one. Spots the body.
Yeah, look, just as he has to throw out another gate crash.
Flash overhead. Layers down his retreat a little bit better. You're going to see another flash. Spawning bodies and looking to contest and contain. PaperX though. Get out scot-free. Now you're seeing it. Cosmic Divide is going to be splitting up that site. Already a fast blood attempt is going to be called for. Alpha is in your face for Judge. Oh my god, man, he's caught out into the open still. Kayak, we're going to see if he can help them out. PaperX! They obliterate them though. Util and Chronicles looking to just contain up through mid. Not for much longer. Crashies. We'll have to concede this space.
And almost certainly concede the round. I mean, one of the weird things here is that Crashies, I'm sure he'd like to try to go for it, but the economy is still not in a great spot for Fnatic. Didn't manage to win the bonus, and then had a judge to work with here, and okay, it's a great shot onto Forsaken, and nobody else really trying to hunt him down. So Crashies is going to be able to escape with this one with the rifle in hand. I don't think Fnatic looked that great when Alpha doesn't have a rifle or an op to play with. I've not really liked the way that he's been trying to play with the judge. Now in this round, something also hit a great teleport towards backside, and it just put Alpha in an impossible situation. But both times that they've tried to play with that lighter weaponry, it hasn't worked out. And PaperX crawling back into this one. 2 rounds the gap. Every map has been on a knife's edge so far in this game. That's what you expect with 2 great teams. 2 teams that have placed deep at tournaments many times before.
Look at drag it that a little bit further. PaperX only trailing by the 2. Fnatic with a heavy group up, their money taking a tumble just as stated there by last round.
This is a spot where Boaster might try to catch a teleport from something. They are ready to fight them on B.
Jing looking to see if they can claim some of that space, but it's a wall up and over towards the top, and it kind of reveals the hand. Fnatic are stacking this.
Yeah, a little early from Alpha, yeah, there. He thought that PaperX were going to be committed really fast, really heavy. Instead, jumped the gun a little. The spike's making its way over towards A, but I think that's just so that Patman can fake like there's a little bit of pressure there, because all of these players are still set up for a BB here.
Still danger lurking. On every corner, Kayak ready to try and respond. He has that rifle. And towards it, flash in your face though. A lot of pressure in through mid. It's definitely split up a lot of the bodies, but 3 still left to stand from Fnatic. Looking to try and put stop to this approach. Push coming through though. PaperX not pushed back. The double jump in. Jing! Goodness me! Absolutely filthy work. Rolls out the red carpet for the rest of the team to follow up on, and Crashies with just the Sheriff. It's a nice shot to open, but PaperX now just trailing by 1.
Really good utility pressure. C's came through into back halls, caught onto Boaster, and then there was a stun afterwards as well. So this looked like it was a judge versus a Bucky, but the stun was just wearing off there on Boaster. They couldn't really get into a position and fire off that Bucky shot in time. This is what we saw, if you think all the way back really early on in the tournament. PaperX played against Heretics. They won on this map 13-1, and a lot of it was based on that double duelist diving into the back of B site. It's really tough to deal with. You have a teleport that can go almost anywhere, front or back, towards halls. And then Jing's pathing can be anywhere as well. He could go with something, he could go the opposite side of something, he could go to heaven if he wanted. It is so tough as a side anchor to try to figure out what the pathing is going to look like from these double duelist dives. And then you have great util coming in from Forsaken and Patman. Fnatic are losing their control on this map. It definitely looked like they were set up pretty after winning the second pistol. But now, might be seeing the difference between a team that's got some real depth in the strategy and depth in terms of scrim experience, match experience, and a team just kind of trying to wing it.
Yeah. Tale of two halves. PRX really feeling like they are in control of this one, even though they are trailing by the one. Fnatic scramble together a bit of a buy here with the money. Operator in the hands of Alpha. Far back position though. This dimensional drift is going to be increasing the pace. PRX. I'll take it towards them. Fnatic just exit straight out of there. Something. You want to go for this one? Surely not! Oh my goodness!
These ults have been criminal.
And a Nightfall on top. Looking to lay claim towards the back of the side. Pac-Man is alone, by the way. He's going for that peak swing anticipated. The plant is down. He's done damage.
A major opportunity for Fnatic here. Back in. Jing though. Judge. Oh, shut down before he could even see a glimmer of a Fnatic player.
It's a complete denial of space. Fnatic now methodical, surgical, picking apart the players and picking apart the site. Divide. Been playing well, but not this well. Cosmic Divide in your face, you have to give it up. Fnatic now. What a response on the backside of that timeout.
It is a big round for Fnatic to be able to get, but I think you can't watch that and not have questions about the way that something plays this. He comes dry out of his own, no utility used, and just tries to catch Boaster while he's throwing down utility. I mean, that's got Alex furious. The information that he gathered was good as well. If he'd been able to bail, they probably still have full control of the A site. Can't be making mistakes like that.
Kayak.
मेरे को वो गेम में इतना पता ही नहीं है कि क्या करना है, क्या किया है,
get away from that
क्या रोटेशन है.
Even go over the repeat as a flash. Adjustment, tries to snap to it. The body's there, but no kill claim. Jing now with that showstopper. He's looking to try and open this one up. Pacey indeed. Monster needs to get a hold of this one here, but here it is, different direction, and Jing, no dice, can't claim it. Kayak from under. Something's been dropped. Divide just trying to take a lot of this space. Boaster, no more bullets to really make a stand against it, but that stun rattles, and it connects. Shorty, both bullets gone. PRX are the ones in control.
Spike not planted. Chronicle and Kayak still with a small opportunity of intercepting somebody before they get there.
Seeing it, waiting for that util to come back online. Kayak trying to play the luck of the draw of a shot like that. Already backing away for the save. Fnatic to give this one up, and PRX are now one step closer to trying to draw it level.
I think Boaster needs more assistance anchoring it back holes there, whether it's from his own utility or whether they can get Kayak deeper into that spot with a teleport out. Boaster just looks so overwhelmed in those kind of positions. Again, like I said, it's super difficult to tell what the pathing is going to be like for PRX. They explode onto the site and they can go from left or right side into back halls. Chronicle, though, with a lockdown, maybe Fnatic will be incentivized to play a bit more of a retake style on B. Kayak took so much damage from that, but did manage to get a freebie. Boaster, though, like I said there, is just under enormous amounts of pressure. I do think he needs somebody else to try to alleviate that to some degree. This time, Alpha is going to choose a different op position, taking it instead of Kayak as well. So bait and switch setup over towards B. If PRX want to end there, they're going to have to go through Kayak and still think about Alpha playing the Neon off.
Of course,
लेकिन फिर
वीक
टीम को कभी टूर्नामेंट जीती नहीं है पाएगी और जो जीतेगा वही अच्छा प्लेयर को कॉन्ट्रैक्ट देता रहेगा हाँ जो जीतेगा वही देगा बाकी हमारी जैसे जी है ये सब है ये जीती नहीं है बट इनके जो ओनर्स है वो अपनी पूरी कोशिश करते हैं यार की टीम अच्छी करे बट कहीं ना कहीं लैग कर जाती है हमारी टीम क्योंकि भाई फॉरेन प्लेयर्स एंड फर्क है एम्प्टी हो जाता है और आप जिस गेम के लिए ऑफिशियल ये हो तो पैसा देगा ही नहीं यार आपको
Time to deliver it. Just the one before the trade is through. 50 seconds left. PRX moving forwards now, seeking to try and at least split up this side. Plan down, committed.
Something मरेगा भाई उसका बच गया भाई.
Something relocates. Boaster moves forwards. Smoke though kind of cuts his options.
That's crossfire setup still. PRX have options in this spot. A bit of spam for Forsaken. What a swing! Malva's gone head clean off Boaster. Let's see if he can do a lot here. Him and Kayak against the world. Flash forwards, good connection. Operator picked up. Still that util though. Patman not to be removed, not to be outdone. And he's locking this one down for PRX to bring it level.
Phase नहीं खेलते क्या? Phase नहीं खेलती क्या? कौन phase?
PRX need a little bit more of that, relying on that extra experience they have on Pearl. Look at that flash. Beautiful setup. They've got a couple of those over towards A main, and there's one through mid.
ये और का नाम है.
Crashies did the best he possibly could from that pressure position. But the rest of Fnatic not with quite the same kind of protocols as they hold angles for each other. Looking to retake. The retakes look really clean on the rest of the maps in the pool. But here, a little more in practice. And PRX rely on that, lean on that, and force Fnatic into a timeout. They also force the economy down the drain. It's a tough one. Nobody expected Fnatic to really be able to put up a fight here on Pearl. It's their permaban. The Alpha Yen Neon tearing people apart, honestly. But PRX, the more we go, the deeper we get on this map, the more we're starting to see them pull out into the lead. And it's a good job, because we were talking about must-win maps. And Fnatic on Icebox, this one, the Des was talking about it, it is a must-win for PRX. They've been in these kind of situations so often when they're in a big final.
इधर रीजन से आते हैं अंडरडॉग कोई नहीं यार अंडरडॉग भी रीजन से कम्पीट करेंगे तभी स्टेज पाएंगे जैसे इंडिया पैसिफिक में आता है तो जब तक आप पैसिफिक में कम्पीट करके मतलब पैसिफिक जीतोगे नहीं पैसिफिक रीजन पे टॉप नहीं करोगे ना तब तक आप ये स्टेज पे नहीं खेल पाओगे तो वो आपको हर 2 महीने में ये मिलता है चांस हर 2-2.5 महीने में फिर से पूछे दोबारा मैं कभी-कभी सुनना भूल जाते हो ये भी सही है मैं पूछ रहा था आप अभी तक सोए क्यों नहीं
Trying to put Alpha in a position where he can take a fight and still have some level of backup. And Alpha, he does have the hot hand.
Jing's going to be looking to rain down some destruction. There's a full group up. PRX, they're going to be committing to this. Flash through, Boombot's there. Satchel's in the back pocket.
This star on site could be pivotal for Boaster to be able to play around if he can get inside it and dominate it.
Already in. And Kayak is no more. Deep flank position. Fnatic need to get some value with this one. It's not quite ricocheting, not quite landing. Forsaken under that pressure. But already his team going to be backing him up. Helping him out. Something. Lighting the world on fire.
भगवान धन्यवाद यार.
And another clean B execute from
मैं अकेला हो जाऊंगा इसलिए देख रहे हैं यार सच.
Crashes can't even get it done.
4K for something as well. Confidence booster almost gets another goal online.
क्यों नहीं सोए?
Should be huge. His execution of it's been a little bit wobbly, but you always want that tool to be able to use it if you can. And the variation in terms of how they're pathing he and Jing is putting the squeeze on Fnatic's brains. They need a timeout, and they've just used one.
You know what they want?
Forsaken?
Yeah, getting flustered in a moment, I think, for the armor.
Yeah, no armor whatsoever.
PaperX up to 11 though.
अरे आप तो रात में जागते हो जस्ट तो मेरे को पता है भाई पहले मैं रात में स्ट्रीम करता था तो बैठते तो थे आप मैं फिर दिन में कर दिया
left guessing.
He's thinking about it. He's pinging it out.
अब मैं वापस
so that Alfie can watch it.
अब मैं रात में ही आऊंगा कल भी मैं रात में ही आऊंगा कल वैलो खेलेंगे और the last of us 2 चालू
confirms.
Oh, and there's a damage.
That's really nice from Fnatic. Very good awareness, great comms from Kayak. And it's been the BXX really that have been the problem for Fnatic. This hold on A looks pretty good.
He's just about dodged Jinx in your face though, and what the hell do you do about that? With the judge in hand, hearing the footsteps, my god man! From that kind of range! He's getting away with murder. PRX are all over this one now, and that nade rebounding. It's a pick your poison situation. Crashes. Barely there. Tucked down. Slim pickings with the help, but Fnatic are grouped up. Down overhead. Spam avoided. Goes both ways though, and Divide! Lighting them all up. Back at the site, Kayak would love to save this gun, but that is a luxury he will not get.
Players आपस में communicate करते हैं ना?
Jiggy provides more of that magic that PaperX are looking for. His entries early in the tournament were unstoppable, and here's an example why. The movement is so tough to hit. Look at him bunny hopping in through here, holding his momentum midair as well. And then goes for the push on the Chronicle, anticipating the Chronicle was going to be backing up. There's a prime example of how you use the judge on the attack side. And things were tense earlier on for PaperX, but now it's all smiles.
Who's next?
Round's flipped here, Dimensional Drift spots out Alpha, and he feels the need to try and step up and take that challenge. Ult's expended.
Fire in death hold
Potential silver lining, but PaperX can feel it, they can taste it. Chronicle levels it out. Through the back of the site, Jing already has that space. Slinking around on the side here, full plan, committed. PaperX have it. In through the back of the site with a flash and a swing, and they trying to delay. The lockdown used, and Dimensional Drift with it. Fnatic are in as good a position as they've ever been. Crashes is on that cleanup. Everybody trying to exit out of the vicinity. Could even get a little bit more. Patman, damage done. The rifle rings out anyway. Something straight back in, and a nightfall as well. This is space given up, granted, and kills collected. Fnatic are against the brink. And Forsaken the one to deliver it. The death blow potentially here on this map. And Forsaken drops his adversary.
No pull required. Forsaken gets them all. Way tougher than they might have thought it was to get past Fnatic on their permaban. But PaperX take a 2-1 lead in the series, and everything from here has got to be perfect. Fnatic want to deny the trophy again.
एक और जिता दे भाई वो चेम्बर लेके मारेगा यार मेरे को पता है ये मेरे को लग रहा है 5वें मैच तक जाएगा क्योंकि वो चेम्बर लेके बहुत मारेगा वो लोटस में साला अल्फा बहुत अच्छा खेलता है भाई चेम्बर मैं ये आपको बोल रहा था ये जो आपका नाम है मेरा कि ये आपका रियल नेम है क्या मैंने सिर्फ समथिंग का नाम सुना है PRX ऑन टॉप बेबी PRX गोटी कह दे बाय द वे बिरयानी ये मेंबरशिप किधर गई भाई ये क्या है ये इज दिस सीरियस इज दिस द बॉन्ड वी हैव लाइक यू आर गर्लफ्रेंड माइन हाँ व्हाट इज दिस ए बोका हेलो क्या भाई क्या बकचोदी है ये मैं 25 पे रख रहा हूँ तो गर्मी हो रही है 26 पे रख अरे 24 पे रख रहा हूँ तो ठंडी लग रही है 25 पे थोड़ी सी गर्मी थोड़ी सी ठंडी 26 पे रखा हुआ अभी देखते क्या सीन है अब देखते भाई कंसाइनमेंट टुडे क्या हो रहा है यार भाई?
देख हम तो भाई अब भाई बंधुओं वाली बात है भाई, तो मैंने तो वो चीज इग्नोर कर दी।
मेरे को एक बार कफ अनकफ करना एक बार कोई।
मैं करूंगा।
कफ नहीं है, वो करो उसको धक्का दो।
कल को सैम हमारी जगह
मोमो का मेरे को समझा नहीं भाई, ये क्या गाना सुन रहे हो? आवाज नहीं आ रहा। हेलो हेलो, आवाज तो तेरी भैंस की, मैं भी बोलूं कहाँ नहीं आ रहा, आवाज तो चल तो रहा है भाई। ये देखो मेरा को मैं फिर से पूछा, वो फिर से चले गए।
वाली सारी मैं मिटा देनी दिल दे कोने ताके सी मैं अखां दे खड़ा देनी आईना तेनू चाहा नजरा तेरे तो ना हटावा मैं तेरा इंज शर्मोड़ा कान।
ये क्या काइन मास्टर एडिट? काइन मास्टर नहीं, पीसी का एडिट है वो। काइन मास्टर मोबाइल ऐप है ना? कॉपीराइट माँ की आज तो आने वाला है, मेरे को पता है। आज वॉच पार्टी में मैंने ये भी कुछ नहीं डाला था ना, क्या नाम है, रेड रैंक में डायमंड 1 तो आई डिस्ट्रॉयड एनी रैंक्ड PRX वो तो बनाऊंगा मैं भी एक वैलो मोन्टाज। मेरे लिए बना दे यार, लव यू मेरी जान।
ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਵੇਖੇਗੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਊਗੀ ਤਾਂ ਪਤਾ लगूगा।
मेरे को कभी कभी अच्छा लगता है, कभी कभी उकेश लगता है मोन्टाज इसलिए। कैसा हरामी है रे बड़वा साला। फोर्थ राउंड कब स्टार्ट होगा? 2 मिनट दिखा रहे हैं यहाँ टाइम क्या है, काउंटडाउन, तो समझ लो कि 3 मिनट में हो जाएगा और कुछ नहीं। पहचो ओबा कसुको भाई क्या हाल चाल है? राम राम पाजी किसु यार। I played the new map कोरोड। हिंदी कमेंट्री नहीं है क्या? हिंदी कमेंट्री नहीं है इनकी, सिर्फ इंग्लिश ही होती है भाई। अमीरों वाला गेम है भाई। हेलो बैचो, अमीरों वाला। गोल्फ में कभी सुने हो कोई भोजपुरी बोल रहा है? हाँ तेरे लिए 3K में बना, कैसा रहेगा रे तू? तेरे को शर्म है? नॉन कॉपीराइट म्यूजिक बनाएगा ये बता। 2-2.5 मिनट की रहेगी वो मोन्टाज, 2 मिनट की तो चाहिए यार, पता। हम मेल करो वैलोरेंट वालों को कि हिंदी कमेंट्री में आपको लेने के लिए। अरे भाई आपने को कमेंट्री नहीं आती, ये देख ले तब तक।
My God bro, let's go.
भाई मैं देखता हूँ तो मेरे को बहुत अजीब लगता है। मेरे को डिमोटिव नॉन कॉपीराइट वाली में बीट्सिंग ही नहीं होता है। ऐसा भी कुछ है? ठीक हो, घर जा रहा हो, रास्ते में हो, क्या बात कर रहे हो? पैंचो रात में 3 बजे हैं? ये भी ठीक है। काहे घर जा रहे हो? छुट्टी है क्या? हाँ और तो कुछ है ही नहीं। हैं? ये कौन सा गेम है भैया? नहीं, मैं तो ट्रैवल कर रहा हूँ बस। कहाँ जा रहा बिरयानी? अब कहाँ भाई? अभी तो आया तू घूम के, इतना टाइम के लिए गया था हैं? पिछले महीने गया था ना? तो कब तक पहुंचोगे कसुको भाई? कल आज सुबह पहुंचोगे? फिर भी तेरी स्ट्रीम आके लाइक किया, सोच ऐसा दोस्त मिलेगा तेरे को। एक मेंबरशिप भी लेता ना, सोचता भी कि हाँ भाई नहीं मिलेगा ऐसा दोस्त, और मेंबरशिप नहीं लिया तो मिल भी सकते हैं ऐसे दोस्त भाई, कोई बड़ी बात नहीं।
मैं नहीं मैं
मैंने तो मांगा ही नहीं, मैंने तो कहा कि लूना को फिर मना मत करो।
मैं चिंटी भाभी को बता दूंगा।
कौन मैं? हाँ आप चालू हुआ क्या?
First ever global title in their third grand finals. I'm Mimi, and I was listening into the comms of both of these teams during that critical third map. And going into things, it was
नहीं पापा के साथ जा रहा हूँ, उनकी मीटिंग रहती है हर 2 महीने में। कौन सी मीटिंग रहती है?
But that, and a lot of the questions around this PaperX team have come down to the leadership. In the past, when you've asked them who's running the ship at PRX, it's been all of them. We're all adding ideas.
मेंबरशिप का क्या है, लेता रहता है बिजनेस मीटिंग, चल छूटे बिजनेस तो बहाना है।
Forsaken has really stepped up as a leader of this squad, and I can vouch that he's doing that
मैं कहाँ गया था घूमने?
as well in that last map.
अरे नहीं आप घर जा रहे हो ना, तो कहाँ से घर जा रहे हो? हॉस्टल से?
There's a lot of room for his players to still
आपका ग्राफिक कार्ड क्या है? 3060 OC।
Really rely on that knowledge, that playmaking that all of them have.
3060
That was a
OC.
close map. PaperX very well could have
Want to
lost it.
upgrade
And it took a
my
second half rally for them
my
to end up
graphic
winning.
card,
And I want to credit a lot
but
of that
don't
to
have
something.
money
A player
and
who in the past I think it's been a little bit more
my
known
purse
as
saying,
a quiet player. He
"Kal
could duel, he really just
posting."
focused on the individualism, but he was so much more than that for PaperX in this game. He was the guy who was bringing in the energy, was adding ideas onto Forsaken and keeping them in it.
रूम से ना, हाँ वही हॉस्टल से ना,
that lost the final
EMI पे ले लो,
lost the final.
EMI चल रहा है भाई, अभी तो पीसी के पार्ट्स लिया था, उसका EMI भरना है मेरे को।
These long series that they had to play in
अभी पहले महीने का EMI दिया भाई, और 8 या 9 महीना और भरना है मेरे को।
Key players stepping up and now are one map away from that trophy.
ये जिस केबिन में बैठा हूँ उसका EMI जा रहा है। AC का EMI ये महीने खत्म हुआ है। बस हो गया भाई, अब मैं EMI नहीं लूंगा आगे कोई भी चीज। भाई दिमाग खराब हो जाता है भैंचो, आधी जिंदगी तो EMI के टेंशन में निकल जाती है भाई। हट, कंगाल हो जाओगे ऐसे तो। नहीं जो लूंगा एक साथ लूंगा भाई। हट, मैं नहीं ले रहा EMI।
You missed out for sure. It's 2-1 in the count now. PaperX 1 map away from being Masters champions. But Kakuka, we talked about what this Pearl map was here. This was a map that PaperX needed to win because this was the perma.
भाई मजा आ जाएगा भाई। इस साल RCB जीत गई, इस साल PaperX भी जीत जाएगी भाई। हैवी सीन ना, एक साथ लेते क्या एक साथ लेते साथ में, हाँ चलेगा भाई। जो जितना चल रहा है उतना ही ठीक है, चलेगा। बट लूंगा तो एक साथ ही लूंगा, वरना नहीं लूंगा भाई। जस्टिस भाई आप जॉब वॉब करते हो क्या?
On the first one, he was not finding the impact that he could have, or that he usually gets to have when he's with the operator and whatnot.
I feel like it's not often that we see a permaban map be that close. It was really obvious that Fnatic had an insane plan, especially Alfier's op. I feel like his pressure with the attack op was insane. But I feel like Divide kind of handled it really well. I feel like his Vice was insane on the A side, that they had to keep pressuring B. The half ended up not in their favor, but then when they swapped sides, it looked really good.
Yeah, you can definitely tell here, Alexis, that Divide, there was a lot on his shoulders here, especially with those, the Steel Gardens needed to make sure that he was there to ensure that
या तो अभी तक EMI नहीं लियो,
How important is it?
इसलिए आपको इजी लगता है भाई EMI लेके
Seems like he's on another level right now.
जब EMI लेना चालू कर दोगे ना, आपको खुद लगेगा कि भाई ये तो क्या चुतियापा है ये बहन जो। रोज से हर महीने रुकता क्यों भाई? सैलरी आ जाए EMI भर दो, सैलरी आ जाए EMI भर दो भाई। यही दिमाग में चलता रहता है भाई सच में। EMI के बाद you can't live your life bro। और मैं रिग्रेट करता हूँ अब, क्यों ले रहा हूँ मैं, क्यों लेता हूँ EMI। PC का इसलिए लेना पड़ा क्योंकि PC मेरा नहीं चल रहा था भाई पुराना वाला, और मैं वो भी नहीं लेता। इंटर्नशिप नहीं, वर्क एक्सपीरियंस के लिए एक क्लोथिंग शॉप की वेबसाइट बना के मैनेज कर रहा हूँ। किसी का इतना प्रेशर नहीं है ना, आप जब कंपनी में लगोगे तो तब मैं पूछूंगा कि आप बताओ EMI इज बेटर, EMI is better when you have to buy a necessary thing, कि भाई ये चाहिए ही चाहिए, पैसा नहीं है बट मुझे लेनी ही लेनी है, ये इमरजेंसी है, तब आप EMI लो। बट जब चल रही है चीज और आप जमा करके एक ही बार में ले सकते हो तो भाई यू विल वेट फॉर दैट, समझ रहे हो? क्योंकि मतलब नहीं है भाई वो EMI लेके। चलो मैं तो भाई मेरे को मेरी कंपनी लोन दे देती है, वो इंटरेस्ट नहीं देना पड़ता मुझे। मेरे को ये भगवान की कृपा से ये बहुत अच्छा चीज़ है कि भाई मेरे को मिल जाता है ये सब चीज़ें। यम इज़ नेवर अ स्मार्ट आइडिया बट लालच, वही तो है, वही तो। वही तो प्रॉब्लम है, इसलिए हाथ एकदम बोलते हैं ना कि मैं तो बहुत हाथ बांध के, मतलब बहुत ही हाथ बांध के रखता हूँ भाई। अब मैं पहले छोड़ देता था, हाँ भाई चल ये भी ले लेता हूँ वो भी ले लेता हूँ ऐसा करके कि ठीक है अगले महीने तो आ ही जाएगी, 27-28 हो ही गई है, अगले महीने पहले वीक में आ जाती है सैलरी, तब तक देख लेंगे भाई। पर अब नहीं, अब बहुत ही लिमिटेड। एक तो भाई घर में खर्चा आ गए हैं अचानक से, साला और दिमाग का दही हो गया यार, घर में रिनोवेशन चालू हो गया, अब पैसा उधर लग गया और दिक्कत। अगर मैं क्रिकेट में इतना तो बेटर कॉर्नर मिलता, कभी कभार हॉबीज ले डूबती है। अच्छा आप क्रिकेट प्रैक्टिस करते थे क्या? नहीं, अगर आपको आप अच्छा करते थे, पर यही है यार, मतलब जहाँ तक मैंने सुना है कि अगर आपको कोई अच्छा स्टेज पे एक क्रिकेट प्लेयर बनना है तो आपका जेब मोटा होना चाहिए। समझ रहे हो मैं क्या कहना चाह रहा हूँ? वरना आप बस रणजी वंजी तक जाओगे, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कहाँ तक जाओगे, IPL तक जाओगे, ऐसा कुछ। क्रिकेट खेलने से ज़्यादा देखने में टाइम वेस्ट करता था, प्रेप खराब हो गई। कोई नहीं, अब जो हो गया हो गया, टाइम वापस नहीं ला सकते ना, आगे बढ़ो। समझ आ गया ना, मेन चीज वो है, समझ आना चाहिए।
To be able to force this one. We're now diving into the agent select Kukuka. Let's see what we end up getting.
Yeah, PRX is not going to think a lot about it. Just picking out the same compositions. We do not expect changes this further into the competition. But as to what you were saying, PRX so close to winning their first ever best of 5 win in a global stage, and for it to be their first trophy.
But जब आप उस स्टेज पे पहुंच जाते ना, फिर आपको लगता है कि यार नहीं, मुझे ऊपर जाना और ऊपर जाना।
It is Fnatic on Lotus. They love this map. Yes, they lost the other day. But those are very clear tells, you know. The
human nature है यार, जो चीज
that they were struggling a lot to fight and control a rubble. So Alexis, if you had to give some words to Fnatic to very focus on this map, on this Lotus, with them starting on the attack, what would it be?
I would say don't wait till 2.5 seconds to get into that bomb site like they normally do. Good call. If they do want to do that, we need to bait out the Vice Util, or else the Vi is just going to keep farming. So I would say bait out that Vice Util, maybe hit sites a little bit faster, maybe do some more pop hits instead of just, you know, the normal defaulting that they tend to do.
No, that's a good call there, but you know what? I do got to look at the rookies in this situation. Kayak, Bea, a lot on his shoulders here as the tip of the spear for this squad on that raise.
Yeah, I do not want to see, I think that he was a little bit lost or maybe put in a situation that he was not very comfortable on Pearl, something unlikely that we have not seen from him throughout this tournament. And with that MVP conversation, he can go from 0 to hero very quickly.
All right, folks, can we get to a map 5? I know this crowd wants to see it. Let's go ahead and send it back over to the casters for this one. He got Brennan Sideshow on the call.
अब बताना।
Map 5 all sealed up entirely here. Toronto.
अब मैं अपनी बढ़ा दिया हूँ। आपकी बढ़ा दी, थोड़ी बढ़ा दिया। ठीक है। शायद मैं दूर बैठा था इसलिए भी कुछ दिक्कत हो रही होगी आवाज की।
Situations like this, I mean, especially after they couldn't quite capitalize at champs. We thought that was going to be the last time that we were going to see Jing out on the stage, and now the dev's talking about him maybe being able to win another MVP or win a MVP, win a trophy.
Let's go PRX.
To some degree, feels like PRX versus that trophy. They are the best team that has never won. And they could change the entire narrative here. In their previous grand finals as well, they've not been in a spot like this. They've never led a grand finals. Even though they've been in 2 of them, this is their 3rd. They won map 1, they're now up 2-1. 2 opportunities to close here on map 4 and a map 5. What a beginning. Okay. Straight through, what a prediction, and Chronicle's head is gone. PRX as well, taking a lot of C-mount control, able to open this door at any time, put the squeeze on these front B players, but they don't have anybody in sight giving them info. No turret to play off either.
Looping and crawling forwards.
Boaster's going to get caught by this, surely.
Yeah.
It's just, there's no way of knowing.
Bye लगने वाले Boaster के, bye bye Boaster.
And look at that, to Prowler in your face, and is sighted. The blind is a last-ditch effort. Fnatic.
Last है क्या? Most probably last है. Short भाई.
Something is no more.
Short भाई, short भाई, short भाई, short भाई, short भाई.
Cutting these guys off for going for the rotate, but Kayak is walking into a stack.
Kayak didn't expect a second player.
Nice. चल चल मार 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 आएगा. उसको पता है भी?
Timing pass with the boombot and potentially granted, given up to Crashies. Still watchful though. Forsaken. Is I not leaving it?
Nice. First pistol for PRX.
The closer they get to being able to get this map over the line, the more you're going to see the players stood up, stand in, popping off. The anticipation for dreams fulfilled will be such a fire to keep the engine roaring.
Enemy raining.
For Fnatic, they've got a difficult situation here because you've also got to prove that you can do it, that you can... Let's go! Exacerbate the doubts in PRX's mind. Alpha's going to force up. He knows that he's the player to try to...
शादी हो गई क्या? पागल हो क्या भाई? अभी Sweet 24 हूँ यार मैं.
And he's got 3 players with light armor or regen armor that he could go towards.
Forsaken included in that list.
24 की उम्र में क्या शादी? कौन करता है भाई शादी? पागल हो? खुद का घर लिया नहीं, शादी कर लूं. वो बेचारी को घर लाऊं. क्या बाप के घर पे? तू बैठ इधर. नहीं भाई. उसको मैं खुद ही नहीं अपने आप को पाल पा रहा हूँ. वो बेचारी को लाके क्यों ऐसा ये करवाओ यार? 2 साल में हो जाएगी ना. जब तक घर नहीं लूंगा तब तक नहीं करूंगा. और मुझे मेरे घर वालों पे 200% विश्वास है. वो बोलेंगे भी नहीं कि शादी कर ले. वो तो अभी बोल दिए तेरे को जब करनी है तब कर, पर पहले कुछ बन जा फिर कर ला. मैं बोला उसका टेंशन मत लो. मेरा माइंडसेट है जो मुझे चाहिए मैं वो करने के बाद, मतलब वो होने के बाद ही मैं करूंगा जो भी करूंगा.
And Alpha's going looking for it again.
Something. Rooted to the spot here. Doesn't want to give up this space out towards A. Rubble to Haunt at his back. Takes a time and against it. Paranoia sweeps.
And they're doing a good job again of disrespecting utility. Something determined to keep this positioning.
He's definitely going to be careful from that spot. Still
ओ भाई क्या ट्रेस किया भाई उसको? अरे माँ की गिरगिरी.
Claims a life for Jing. Something from the side, and he needs to try and put a stop to this now. Losing control of a lot of sections here. The spike is going walkabout.
Can he even get it into the side in time? This is ridiculous. Something. He's left in a 1v3 to try to get it done. And the plan, it's got the time.
Surrounded, calling for pause.
कल ऑफिस नहीं जाना का? मेरा तो वर्क फ्रॉम होम रहता है भाई.
Sidelines him
and savors the shot. Just watching as his prey walks into the crossfire. And PRX just as
कुछ ज़्यादा ही ये लोग ने
hopes dashed early.
Aggressiveness नहीं होगा इनका.
What a response. Some of that to do
भाई
with the
नसीब है भाई.
just but
वो
a
लक
lot
था
of
बे
these
क्रॉनिकल
kills,
का.
just coming off the back of being able to
वो नक था.
people with pistols.
नहीं कर लो ग्रम्पी भाई करेंगे यार मैच खत्म हो जाने दो एक बार क्या हाल चाल है लूफी भाई राम राम कैसे हो?
Chronicle is happy about that.
Yeah, popping off. Hashtag buy the bundle. Pick it up and see if you can do what Chronicle's doing. PRX fighting over towards Rubble at the start of this round. And PRX, they've lost a little bit of control over towards Mound. But there is always this flash to be able to potentially refight. You know that PRX are going to try to get pushed up and take risks.
Lucky in hand. Tools going to be hurt. What a read. That is beautiful. Forsaken forced and pushed off, postured away. He's still going to be sticking around though, why not?
I mean, these kind of spots were what was really catching Fnatic when they played against Wolves. Recently lost on this map.
Get right back into it. Alpha doesn't want to contest with it. Shots are fired. Forsaken. It's a bullet to the dome.
अरे यार उसमें ही रह गया मैच. क्या आपकी फेवरेट टीम कौन सी है ये PRX मैच? ये PRX लिखा है ना?
There's a crossfire set up. Adjusts it though. There's a swing from Device. Going to be calling this one out though. Body spotted and Fnatic want nothing to do with it. Evacuation over towards A.
It's a really nice timing that Alfie has taken. Got himself in. Beautiful kill as well. But
यार लूफी में कहाँ गया बरे तो बे आता ही नहीं उस टीम पे क्या सीन हो गया?
The spike to go back towards A. I know Alexis was worried about these late hits, but Fnatic are going to be doing so many of them. This time at least 20 seconds to play with.
अबे चेंबर क्यों नहीं खेल रहा? ये तो चेंबर खेलता है इसमें.
Walking all over the PRX response.
साला इसी में खेलता है ना?
The rifle.
हाँ इसी में खेलता है मैंने जहाँ तक देखा है.
Spot though, especially with no armor. I mean, only with no armor. But Alpha.
नहीं, Ascent में खेलता है
शायद. If he can find this kill, Alpha's going to be really close to a lockdown as well. So these are the kind of kills that
Ascent ban करवा दिया ना सालों.
Kayak already with a showstopper. Divide. He's not just thinking about keeping the gun. He's also thinking about not feeding away ult orbs.
Stopping that from getting generated. Disgusting work.
Yeah,
pure disrespect.
I mean, Alpha's popping off about it. I think he would have preferred to get the kill though in terms of the ults. No matter. A great beginning from Fnatic. The counterpunch strong. Now, getting towards the end of this series, map 4, map 5, these are where you get both teams in very strong parts of their map pool. Lotus, pretty excellent for both squads, though Fnatic did lose just recently to Wolves. And one of the ways that happened was by punishing these kind of classic things that Fnatic loves to do.
मैं तो दोनों आँख पे पट्टी लगाकर वैल्यू खेलता हूँ रोज.
Sidestepping most of the util. Odin spam down the one line for taking trying to hold this one back and respect the horn. Kayak.
पड़ी बैंच हो किसी को पड़ी.
And I think the more disrespectful PRX plays, the better their chances. Something here very disrespectful.
And here's it. There's a scuttling around into the sand. Something has to back away. A lot of bullets to be found, and Kayak, his head rolling, Jing! Next up, Crashies, at least there with a trade, but the showstopper's now going to be removed from this round.
Yeah, and you've also lost Alpha as well, who could have potentially played towards a lockdown. So both massive ults gone. PRX rewarded for their aggression and their willingness to put people in one and dones or repeat angles.
आज तक वैल्यू मैच esports में कौन सा है? 2021, 2022 या 2023 का एक फाइनल्स है जो फैनेटिक वर्सेस लाउड हुआ था. जो एकदम ही गदिष्ट मैच क्या मतलब क्या ही मैच हुआ था यार वो बहुत ही प्यारा. ये फिर ये करेगा. नाइस रे दवाई.
Through heaven and lost control of this one.
Nice.
With that near sight, the paranoia, Odin in hand, putting the pressure and applying it onto Crashies from every single avenue. You already know where he is. Almost lining up for him. Crashies could have got it done.
The rookie on the other side called upon to shut that down. Man, Crashies nearly had a lineup there. And that round would have been a huge recovery because Fnatic just lost players super early on. These first two kills.
30 seconds left.
Hello, good night, bye. Good night, Justice Bhai. Thank you so much for joining. Love you.
That does, however, mean that this is going to be huge in terms of the ults.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that's a bit of the panic. And Crashing saw there was a chance. Here, though, Fnatic waiting to see if PaperX are going to be fighting heavy towards Rubble, figuring out where they should be sending these ultimates, and PaperX have swapped up the defense. Vice, fully set up on A.
Playing with fire there, something escapes with his life.
Only a Bulldog and light armor, and he's immediately back out onto Mound. He's just pushing it. Yeah, the disrespect is huge in terms of information.
Might be pushing his luck. Alpha, weapon at hand is optimal for this fight, but we're pushing around here. Something though.
Bulldog से क्या ही मारेगा यार वो 140 मार देगा
उसमें. Not to take a super heavy engagement.
Half shield level तो तो एक bullet में down.
King drops down as a paranoia. They want to try and play for some kills, potentially picking off a bit. Odin. Spam is supplementary in nature.
It's very early, but as the clock starts to tick down a little further, remember that they still have to get through a Vixel and the Showstopper.
The wall's going to be propped up already, and that's that Showstopper. Kayak! He can't get it done. My God, man, PaperX. He slammed that door shut in their face, and Boaster. Love to do it all from that spot. Completely separated from the rest of his team. Alpha and Crashies.
A mad scramble, a pivot into B, and something waiting.
Something की game है.
With the face now and leaves it all down to Crashies. It's on his shoulders. He's gonna try and plant this one down. They claim towards it. That's a kill collected. B main cleared up and doubled up from PaperX. If they play this together, Crashies under that pressure.
Nice. Odin.
They never had another spot where Crashies felt like he had a chance at a clutch. Something deserves a lot of credit in that round. The confidence to get back onto the angle over towards Mound allowed Forsaken to make the call to stack over towards A. It's a great read, but it's one he's not able to do without his Yoru player being supremely confident early on.
It's good, but be more confident, okay?
He's talking about being more confident in the swing towards the end. The actual positioning in the round was confident. I like it.
Confident बोला क्या? मेरे को profident सुनाई दिया.
Down onto a half buy.
साला मैं भी बोलूँ profident क्या होता है भाई? ये कौन सा शब्द है?
The only one invested early was Kayaks, and responded with Jings.
Split up early here, doubled up onto Mound. PaperX. Putting their foot down and hit that though.
Here's that confidence again.
Trying to take it here.
What a band!
And Jing is going to try and stop them. Right.
Nice, Ray. Nice. Is. अरे मैं की दवाई.
Jing no. He just gives a little wry smile. I've seen that look on Boaster's face before. Fnatic take attack timeout. They're getting destroyed by this disrespect of utility. The PaperX players peak before the util lands for Fnatic. And Fnatic, they expect them to fight. We've seen it in previous maps. We saw it on Xbox. BABYYY wants a bit more confidence from his team in terms of going for those fights.
यार ये लोग ये कॉम सुनने हैं यार मेरे को at present वाले भाई.
He's been absolutely tearing people apart today. But Jing up even above him after that round.
अरे कौन है भाई? लगा पड़ा है वैन जो मैसेज कर रहा
है. Here from these Fnatic players too. Just taking a breather, but also
a little lost. A far cry away, I think, from the body language we witnessed from Fnatic earlier. The pressure, the moment perhaps, not playing a part, but Fnatic are feeling it. Force them to take this time out here. Fist bumps across the board. They need answers, and they need it now.
I think if you ask somebody who was just tuning in for the first time which of these teams was known to fail in big moments, which team had won back-to-back a big squad, maybe people would be thinking the other way around. PaperX are looking good here today. They're looking confident. They're looking down to take the fights to Fnatic.
Bit of presence shown by Fnatic. That's out towards A, and then making a move on now. Now we're in your face, Patman. Be using some util, season and aid. Wraps it round the corner. My God, Kayak barely escapes.
Really nice movement though to get himself out, and Jing tucks in. So if Fnatic continue to try to be clear over towards B, Jing's ready to support.
It's hyper proactive, but they've given up the space already.
Ultimate for information. Something's going looking. Can't spot anyone just yet. Looking to try to work off this paranoia.
Two more players forsaken. He's opened the door and he's trying to step forwards. Denied them their chance. Bullets are raining down. It's a hellish scenario for Fnatic to try and get their way through. Kayak across the wall. Both players going to be stepping forwards. Alpha alongside it.
Divine might not realize that there's two players in here. Ults could come through on either side. Divine can save his for retake. You already know that they're going to be coming back through the Nightfall.
Pushing forwards. Alpha pushing forwards. Has to give up that space with a Prowler in his face.
It's a good plan. Open for Mound, but Forsaken.
Kayak trying to hold on to the back. There's that Nightfall, and here it is. The pressure mounting. PRX trying to put on that squeeze once more. Coming into this one with a little bit more fire, but off onto the Mound. Against that Odin spam. Nothing to hold them back. Fnatic. We're in the comfort zone.
They're immaculate in the post plants. They know play those situations perfectly, and the one round that PRX actually allow them a bit of space on site. Fnatic deliver. Once they can get into those comfortable protocols, things are looking fine. When PRX respect the util, respect the ults, Fnatic look comfy.
लगा पड़ा है जोडिन लगा पड़ा है भाई बंद ही नहीं कर रहा वो
Good job, boys. Something has a glass cannon op to pull out. No ults though for the defending team.
Watching for it. Alpha holding, slight angle, alarm bot placed. Spotted out.
And it is Alpha's job to try to put pressure, or at least get information over towards Mound. And he's going to ping right into this.
Short, very
right
nice.
Into the op.
Swings into it. Something's handed a freebie, an easy one.
And look how aggressive these setups are. Something getting posted on this angle. Forsaken deep over towards Rubble as well. Fnatic have no space on the map.
PRX are eager. Denied them every single inch. Pure proactivity.
Yeah, I mean, look. Forsaken alone holding towards A and doubled up on B and C. A tight forward choke point positions.
Maybe about a meter's match though. That's Util going forwards. And that paranoia, hold on, sidestepped. Kayak's hard committed. Though he got to step forwards, just barely dodges. Double TPs to get the hell out of there.
But Jing immediately reinforcing the position, tucks himself into a bit of a one and done. But if Jing does get one, Showstopper is online. Batman meeting Boaster.
Oh my, Boaster! He's cracked the code, I think, perhaps, of that.
But look at the clock. Less than 30 seconds and 3 players defending A.
Pivoting back over towards B. Walled off, something's there, but the operator in hand has to dodge and juke and hide away here. There's a seize, just keeping him locked into place. Showstopper against the back.
Nice!
That's it.
OP! बस की भाई क्या
he was positioning himself to try to get value from it over towards A, and instead a bank shot splashes it off and picks up 2 with the AoE. What a player!
Rocketed Jing to the top of the scoreboard for his team with a play like that.
And a 4K earlier on, Bren. I mean, 2 of these rounds have just come straight from him.
Yeah.
Head in hands for the Fnatic coaching staff. But it's so predictable, these late round pivots from A to B.
चलो 8 राउंडर
It's what we've seen day in, day out, and look at that!
गांडू आदमी नाइस रे पर
on the anti-eco of all
जाके गंदिया वो पता लग गया पर एक आदमी को तो मारा
PRX of old.
I mean, it's a mad play.
Don't want to give up any sort of space whatsoever, but they have given up something's life.
And they've also given up the operator. Alfie picks that one up. I'm not sure if Divine would be happy about that because Ilya was confident, or hoping he did it on a different timing.
Blue room's been opened up as well on top of it. I believe could be some damage done towards it. Alpha with the operator, attack side round called for. Slow, steady.
But it's this control over towards Mound that's just killing Fnatic right now.
Crashes, just jump spotting. Sees signs of life in Forsaken. Forsaken is overstaying. Finally backs himself away. 40 seconds left.
Yeah, but then Forsaken just jump spots and realizes it's a
fake.
And you keep the defenders over towards A.
And with the peak. It's Kayak gone. Spike drop down.
Oh!
Raining down with the bullets. No punish in sight. Crashes is isolated out of blood.
Nice.
Patman, the rookie.
Bहन मार किया भाई मार किया full feel में भाई full feel में
Patman with a nervous twitch in his seat, but they're up 6-3 on what could be the final map here at Masters Toronto. PRX have been staring at that trophy all match long, seated between these two teams. A culmination of years of dreams. And the hunger will be fiercest now as they're closest to their trophy.
7 round और
3-round lead for them. Again, aggression is the name of the game, but it's likewise for Fnatic. They're not slowing down here, all the way up through the gun. TP backing away. Kayak tries to get it done. Rifles in hands, but a spammer on the corner, and Boaster's already up there.
A change of pace for Fnatic, really getting
ये
aggressive,
किधर
putting people in aggressive positions.
Oh!
Misses the peak indeed. Jing's right there though, and that has stopped the plan, but he's revealed his hand, revealed his position. Plant down, pit down. Bit of covering fire. Necessary now, but it's being slowed down. The K is kicking in.
Very tough situation for Jing, and something to get back in with. They need a kill to just come randomly through the smoke.
Hot shots at RNG. What's played for here? Stepping out wide. Alpha wasn't even set up for that one there. Falling in midair, but still managed to just get control of it, get the kill. Looking for Jing is left in it. 1v3. Not doable.
A really nice shift up for Boaster. Call in a quick round, instantly in on B. He knows that they've been trying to post people up aggressively over towards Mount, stacking towards A. The gap should be in this middle site. A great turn on the flash from Alpha as well. Crashies, just a piece of bait. But Alpha and Chronicle clean that one up. Still a chance for Fnatic to draw this half level, and I think that would be a major win for them. Showstopper, lockdown, big tools to work with. And they're going to try to push back these defenders on C early on. The C information has been a nightmare for Boaster to call against. And it's Devi.
Full speed ahead. The showstopper already pulled out. Kayak. Got to pick and choose your target well here, but already Devi's going to be revealed. Out towards it. Still that fuse. Waiting for something. Gone.
Fnatic मार रहा है मैं क्यों nice बोल रहा हूँ बेंचो नींद आ रहा है
Timing and opportunity missed by Forsaken.
And the faster pace that Boaster's called is working wonders. Throwing Kayak in with his showstopper. Divine pinned in place over towards Pillar.
अबे यार comeback करवाएंगे क्या
is getting huge value as well. PRX need to make an adjustment. Their game plan is excellent against the normal pace that Boaster's going to call. But a mid-map adaptation like this is why Boaster is currently the greatest of all time.
headphone छोड़ के earphone पहन लो क्या?
Can he do enough to get them back into this game?
That man can feel it. Net's closing round and timing just missed there. These guns,
they're
last-ditch effort, they are critical at that, Josh.
We're heading into round 12. They've got to force.
He's going to survive.
Oh, and he does.
God.
Not able to keep his armor, though. Not that they had... to get on the board for PRX too. Devi caught out there. Felt like he had to go for the play. Swing in front of the showstopper. And there's the horn. Grabbing value too. Alpha, top of the scoreboard again for Fnatic as they try to claw back into this map. Elimination on the line.
The pace, it doesn't stop there. Fnatic are trying to take it all the way to them. Put a stop to it. Try and draw it level. Jing is down. He's earned his own. Alpha! What a shot! Plucks him out of the sky. Plucks him out of the picture. And he's not stopping there for something. He had to do it for them. It's a mad dash now and a pivot towards C.
Boaster's got the info on where both of these players are, so he knows it's free, he knows it's safe, and Fnatic's protocols are excellent in post plants. Chronicle, he's looking for the flank. Something and Patman have just got to do this without too much to work with. Horn might come back online. Chronicle, he's here in this.
Knife out for Patman, he doesn't have the gun ready, doesn't have it at all. Chronicle and Boaster play time, play their lives. Far back. they're just waiting for something to play into their open arms. Something! Disgusting!
He tears Fnatic's post plant to pieces, and he's made it to the defuse with so much time. He had one way of being able to deal with that 1v2, and he took his timing and delivered. A player that sometimes struggles with nerves in big moments, but a deep breath and a big play. The Red Bull clutch pushes PaperX ahead 7-5 at the half when it looked like Fnatic was about to draw things level.
The pressure is on the shoulders right now. Could be the final round, final map that we're looking at here. PaperX are on the very cusp. It's up to Fnatic to answer back.
ग्रीन जीतेगी ग्रीन डिफेंडिंग वाली ना PaperX हाँ उसी को जीतना भाई.
All right, Toronto, the game couldn't get any closer right now, but Fnatic are still behind by one map. So if you want this to go into a map 5, Fnatic fans, let me hear you say Stupefy on 3. Are we ready? 1, 2, 3.
No map 5.
And for PaperX fans, if you want this to finish right now, let me hear you choo-choo on 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, that is a loud train. One more time though, we gotta stop the train, Fnatic fans.
Something किसमें वो जीतेगी PaperX बोल तो रहा हूँ.
And one more for PaperX, and we're gonna stop it right here at Masters Toronto. Choo-choo on 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, this is looking pretty tough. Good luck here for Fnatic. Let's bring it back to the game. You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you so much.
भाई fucking बोल दिया बोलते नहीं ये लोग.
Full speed ahead is PaperX. They can feel it. Momentum behind them. There's no stopping them right now. Fnatic.
लेकिन अगर समथिंग ने मारा तो 6-6 होना चाहिए था 5-7 कौन से जो हाफ होता है ना वो 12 राउंड्स का हाफ होता है. फर्स्ट 12 राउंड्स का हाफ होता है तो समथिंग ने मारा तो 7-5 = 12 होगा ना. तो राउंड समथिंग जीता ना तो 6-5 था तो 7-5 होगा ना. एक और राउंड होगा. समझे.
Boaster having a struggle in this series. So much of his brain power devoted over to trying to figure out the pace of the game, the calls of the game. But he hasn't really been able to get going in terms of his rifling. The rest of the squad though, doing the most they can. Alpha still up.
इस टाइम मैं ऐसे ही भाई लैपटॉप लेके बैठा रहता हूँ और बैंड उबासी लेता रहता हूँ भाई. आज संडे तो काम नहीं करता. फिर से काम पे लगना. ठंडा पानी पी लो. ठंडा पानी फ्रिज का पागल होके इसी के नीचे बैठा हूँ. मटके का पानी लेके बैठा हूँ वही पीता हूँ. पी रहा हूँ. भाई ट्रॉफी का कलर मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगा यार. मतलब पिंक है बट वो बहुत कूल एकदम काम माइंड वाला लग रहा है ऐसा.
It takes greatness to even make it to grand final spots, but this team has been defined by their failures, not their successes. And this half could change the entire narrative.
Potential for a bloodbath. Again, pacey, nothing changed up, nothing switched up, double face, clone, boom, what? Absolutely everything! The Boaster tucked up, he's gonna cut my setup! Him and Chronicle put a stop to it!
PaperX with that W game in trying to burst their way through the choke. Two players though, still with tons of health here, Divine something. It is absolutely winnable.
Late rebound!
Oh
my! What a perfect wallbang from Kayak! And it leaves it all down to something in a 1v3 pistol round, essential for Fnatic. In the driving seat and more, fake with the TP, damage done to Chronicle. He's looking for barely ahead. It's reactionary, the Haunt reveals something not planned for him. And Kayak defusing, sticking half off of it. Swapping sides, something needs the kills and he needs it now!
अरे यार!
The safety net that Fnatic needed.
He holds his ground, believes in crashes. And something is denied. This double hold, unexpected. Fnatic often holding softer, further back, deeper positions. And this time tucking tight with a crossfire at the choke point. And PaperX step into the maw, get crunched. Look at this again, though. Something forcing up the outlaw, doing what Alfie
ठीक है
did
बैकस्टेप
to
के लिए
them.
फ्लैश लगाया इसने
Round 2, it did go the way
सबसे
of
बेस्ट
the
कौन करता है
outlaw force.
हर कोई करता है भाई टाइमिंग और एम होना चाहिए और क्या आप भी कर लोगे
Yeah, he's picked up one of his own. Trying to take that peek. There's a flash in your face, Kayak. None the wiser, barely gets control of the rifle in time.
Doesn't have a lot of health to be able to play with. The rifle might be better off in somebody else's hands. He's actually swapped it over to Boaster too. Faith in the leader. And that'll allow Kayak to go for more of an aggressive peak without having to worry about bolstering the PRX arsenal. Fnatic need this to be able to get back in the game. An eco round here for PRX would be devastating for Fnatic's chances. Is perfection as he has been basically all tournament.
Up through B. Eyes in two directions here, but he's just found the right timing on it. Jing gone. PRX looking to group up. Against Fnatic right now, where they're not letting anything slip, not anything at all. Chronicle.
Nice.
Tiny little two-piece, flawless beginnings here for Fnatic. They needed it.
Winning the pistol in the second half, winning the force in the first. It has felt like Fnatic need pistols to be able to hang in this game, honestly. And I don't just mean on Lotus, I mean across the series. PRX, they feel like they're in control of this. We said it at the start, it's almost their trophy to lose. You look at
अभी मजा आएगा ना
through the upper bracket, the map
Fnatic winning नहीं
double
Fnatic
map
winning
ban.
नहीं हुई
And PRX now in a round where they have the economy advantage and are expected to win.
The wall just went up. I think Chronicles revealed his position here, and as a TP forward, Kayak defends. Blind as anything.
Really dry there, honestly. And not a deep teleport either.
Satchel's in your face, though. Alpha! It's Clay Pigeon shooting.
Plucks Jing out of the skies.
Where's he going? Gun's not down, he's right in front of you. Hold on, a bit of a misstep. Patman. Bullet to the dome there, Alpha's been dropped. Players starting to form up a bit of a barrier. Fnatic, they need reinforcements.
Boaster's rotating over with the Odin.
And a bit of spam, my God.
I don't think the Odin's going to be here in time to try to deny the plant.
Into this corner, Forsaken feeling like he needs to take this and take the fight straight to him. Kayak dropped through the wall.
एक और जा सकता है crashes भी
And now a bit of patience to be played.
crashes पे हेल्प नहीं है
Opening given to PRX. This round looks disastrous for them.
क्या खेल रहा fade सेव कर रहा
Random spam and hoax. Flash forwards to buy with the peak. All trying to cut this one up here with the paranoia. It's picture perfect, but not the clear indeed. Boaster straight there with the Odin.
अरे Boaster साले एम नहीं है क्या
And Patman and to buy, not to be outdone.
घर पे
chances, and that could be a round that Fnatic look back on as a big missed opportunity. If they'd played that with a little more patience, I think it should have been a conversion. Really disastrous entries from both of the duelists on PRX. And then when Alfie stepped forwards, trying to, I think, pick up a different gun. Yeah, I think
Aimbot लगा ले अरे वो spam कर रहा है ना Odin से
ended up giving the C site away.
Peasant
Boaster
भाई गुजरात से मेरे को लगता है ये दवाई
do a little bit of chip damage to PRX as they come
Peasant
through. It's not that tree sight line though.
All grouped up. Paranoia, horns up and over the top. Something forced to respect it. Boaster, there it is.
He knows the angles.
Like the back of his hand. It's the first kill that goes away for Fnatic, and they need that energy.
साला कैसे मारा बे
Smoked off the turret. Chronicles waiting for it.
Putting pressure now across all fronts. Fnatic looking to contain, looking to maintain. Forsaken's forwards though. With rifle in hand, Boaster is out in the open. The timing does not favor him. A-site cracked open, wide for the taking.
Jing just choosing a timing there through
Jing का है भाई Jing को जीतना भाई देख रो nice रे nice
one after another.
हाँ जी मेरा लन कर ले कम बैक मेरा लन
A 2-round lead, and PaperX are sensing it now.
10 हो गया, 10 हो गया.
A little wobble to begin the half, but now the belief comes flooding back. Previously, when you've seen this squad get deep in tournaments, the prophecy, the destiny of them
अबे 9 हुआ क्या अभी
being
तक?
the
हो
uncrowned
जाएगा, हो
kings of
जाएगा.
Pacific, it seems to just suck them in. It has its own gravitic field.
Fixed, क्या
This
fixed?
time, it really feels like they've
आदित्य भाई
changed it.
क्या हाल चाल है? राम राम की सो FNC जीतेगी, मेरा लन
PRX have
जीतेगी बहन
everything
FNC.
set up to try to close this one out. 4 rounds away from a title that's eluded them for years.
They've had the watch at the sidelines repeatedly. They were one of the first Pacific teams to have a chance at lifting a trophy for the region. But Genji and T1 stolen the honors. PaperX forced to look on the sidelines, able to get it across the blind when it was their chance.
And they had 2 opportunities. And we thought for sure Chance was going to be their final one. Jing off the military service.
प्रे क्या करो? सट्टा लगाया क्या? नहीं भाई.
Probably crumbling.
जरूरी है कि सट्टा लगाया तो ही प्रे करते हो. इंडिया का जब मैच होता है तो सट्टा लगाते हो क्या? पर प्रे करते हो ना कि इंडिया जीते.
And he's got a chance at both a trophy and an MVP bracelet here. What's mad as well is that
ओ भाई
they're
MVP
doing this after
ब्रेसलेट भी
having some
मिले
of
था
their
ना.
worst domestic results. They barely squeaked into Pacific playoffs this time. They were not dominating their region. They were the 3rd seed. But the train does not care about any of that.
वो तो अपनी इंडियन टीम है. ये तो दोनों विदेशी है, पर रीजन तो हमारा है ना भाई. अपने रीजन को तो सपोर्ट कर सकते हो. कुछ लोग तो वो भी प्रे नहीं करते.
Slide and pass those with that bucket in hand, and he's going to try and take that timing.
Nice.
Forced to reveal it, lining them up. Alfred just
Nice.
something is right there. Crashes open onto the sideline again. Something is just plucking these players out of the picture. And PaperX
OP double digit 3 राउंड और 3 अरे 5 2 है. 3 राउंड और
delivering on these important kills, shutting down the ecos. 3 rounds left. Boast has been in spots like that before, dejected, and still found ways of being able to turn it around. You cannot count
biggest comeback ever loading.
until they are done.
भाई it's been 2 years. ये फाइनल्स में नहीं आई थी PaperX भाई, और जब फाइनल्स में आई थी तो ऐसा हारी थी कि साला क्या दुख हुआ था भाई.
Alpha's gone kayak. Watching too many angles on
Oh!
What is that?
Something punished for those over towards Pearl. And here he comes up with the goods. Kayak tries to respond.
It's all on the rookie's shoulders. Trying to shut them down. And nades! Rebounds, a bit of bullet tag. He's left down at 30 health. PaperX though, forwards. Ever relentless. It's an onslaught towards the A site. He's got backstab. Timing. Oh boy.
Nice.
Has found it. Stepping forwards, Crashies looking to see if he can make the difference, turn it around, jump it around. It's whimsical in nature. And PaperX, maybe showing signs of the old mistakes. Clearing through, Crashies will be happy to capitalize. The fight
nice.
Not much to work with in Chronicle. Left to pick it all up. Left to pick it all up into
अरे मादर.
him versus Divide. Pits online.
Nice. Fuck. Let's go भाई. Let's go. 2 राउंड और पांचू. चिका जा घर पर ऑफ करता सड़ा. अरे छोड़ो, मर गया ना मार्क गिरगिरी.
And then he closes at the end. Rock solid. Reliable.
One enemy remaining.
And stops the go in his tracks. Chronicle on for his 4th. But a long way away at this point. PaperX within touching distance. 2 rounds away.
It's being thrown together. It's a pushback that's cobbled together.
Fnatic कितनी aggressive view
barely
है
any weaponry really. Door opened up.
भाई तुम बहुत उल्टा समझ रहे हो तुमको लग
Something's just looking for a reaction.
भाई लाल वाले PRX से जो अटैक कर रहे हैं तो वो aggressive कर रहे हैं Fnatic कहाँ aggressive कर रही है आप उल्टा क्यों बोल रहे हो
util disrespect we keep seeing from PaperX, and it should allow them to realize that the A pressure's fake.
Door opened up. Divide.
Boaster though, he's still keeping so many players on this side of the map. C is really weak.
He's giving up a lot of info here. It's all on Alpha.
Nice shot रे Boaster अरे बैंच दवाई Boaster को मारा उसका नाम पढ़ रहा हूँ
Risky business needs to be taken. It's all on his
What the
shoulders.
fuck हाँ आपका टीम का थोड़ा अरे मादर
He's right there with him.
How are they making this one work?
40 seconds left, still guarded in the back pocket. Precisely for moments like
भाई
this.
something को मारना पड़ेगा something को मारना ही पड़ेगा
For the kills. Lockdown even being committed. Fnatic are throwing everything at this.
Jing has an ult to be able to work with, but I don't think he can get the angle on this. The ult though could easily
Plant तो है ही नो
Jing could send it splashing against the back here.
That's what he's waiting for. Pre-aim, nightfall. Gone away. It's a tap onto it. Alpha's already taken out something.
नहीं save कर
chance in a long while.
ना छोड़ दो
They bide their time. They don't use the ults. Fnatic are back in.
चलेगा कोई नहीं कोई नहीं कोई नहीं कोई नहीं कोई नहीं ध्यान रखना
अबे
मुझे उल्टा लगा जो ब्लू में है ना वो डिफेंड वो डिफ्यूज करेंगे इस भाई जो पहले से ही अंदर है जो रेड में उनको जाके स्पाइक प्लांट करनी है
Every player on Fnatic, with the raw exception of Kayak, has been in a spot like this before. They know what it takes to win.
Classy just trying to rally the troops.
अरे मर
Sees avoided, disjointed, and Boaster is forward. PaperX fully grouped up though. Nightfall to re-clear, flash in the face. How do you respect this one? Paranoia avoided, sidestepped. There's a showstopper, you're blinded right back. Kayak! He's gonna do it all. Putman drops him in place and a deep TP forward. Something is way ahead of the curve.
Chronicle might have an idea. He's going to clear this. All depends how diligent he is.
And he's not precise enough. Chronicle is there with it in time. 2v2. Chronicle.
नशे अभी तो PRX ब्लू है ना PRX ब्लू का PRX रेड है देखो वो हाफ हो गया ना 6-6 मैं बोला था ना 12 राउंड अबे क्यों मान चुदारो
delivers them to salvation.
Showcasing exactly the kind of skills that put Chronicle as the winningest player in Valorant. I mean, he controlled and handled this round elegantly. Big play from something again to get in behind. Bit of a fumble there, but Kayak did as much as he possibly could to set this one up for Chronicle to finish.
One enemy remaining.
Brilliant snakebite to carve up both of those players, Divine and Patman. And now it's PaperX feeling a little bit of the pressure. 4 rounds in a row from round 15 to round 18, PaperX fully in control and always believing. Now, hands on heads, Forsaken.
Forsaken रो क्यों रहा है?
The doubt that PaperX have felt before, they cannot allow it to blossom within them now.
Taking root and stop them from this run.
भाई 2 राउंड है भाई मत रो भाई मत हो इमोशनल चीचा भाई बकचोदी ना कर
Those memories of failure that PaperX have from being in positions like this before, and Fnatic are known as a team that can pull off comebacks. In the back of your head, you've got to be thinking.
आप PRX को कर रहे हो तो मैं
opposite. To adjust here to make sure that they don't keep getting these retakes working against us. But it is still PaperX closer to the trophy by a long shot. The economy, though, on a knife's edge. But PaperX, they live their lives on the knife's edge. Between aggression and discipline, between greatness and failure. This one, another opportunity to fall on the right side and see if they can get up to tournament point.
Operator in a flash in the face. Like that angle. Boaster's cutting it up close.
Pretty passive setup here from Fnatic. They don't have anybody trying to fight aggressive over towards Mound or Rubble. Much more drawing a line in the sand, deeper onto the site. Kayak's operator making a rotation east towards the A site.
More forward. Gate crash forward on top of it, something. As long as the acknowledgement, players are moving in a different direction though. PaperX set their sights towards it, they force out the pit.
उधर फ्लैश डाल के घुस
He's
सकते
going
हो.
to be under pressure soon, but there could be no better player for Fnatic.
Locked down onto the floor, there's a horn to deal with, but what a peak, what a timing, Alpha. Finally!
क्या यार?
Forsaken bullies his way through Boaster though. IGL diff and gets himself in a position.
Alpha though cannot be stopped. He's feeling himself. Patman can't do it all against the might of Alpha. Fnatic now just need one more step.
भाई क्यों आराम से खेलना?
There could not be a better player for Fnatic to be under pressure in a moment like that.
अभी तक तो सही खेल रहे थे भाई, अचानक से इनको क्या हो गया?
Immediately turns around, ready for a push through B main, and still manages to collect another. The passion he has in moments like that, as well as inspiring to the rest of the teammates. And PaperX's eco crushed underfoot.
क्या बोला था?
Sometimes though,
अल्फा को देख के गांड फटती है भाई. हाँ बे, पर भाई सही तो खेल रहे थे 11 राउंड तक, अचानक से इनको क्या हो जाता है भाई?
Flash Prowler. Boaster's ready with it. It's already that paranoia going to be sweeping forwards. An attempt at a response. Boaster's low. Dropped down to just 20. And the peak from Kayak though. Get the goods they're looking for.
They were expecting Jing to try to capitalize on that. Divine has been detected here in his B lurk.
ये तो भाई अब क्या ही बोलूं मैं, जो अब यहाँ का गेम तो वो करनी है तो.
Really does under that pressure.
ये देखो मरा.
Into the back of the side, he misses. Just wide. Kayak giving up that space.
A Boaster doesn't have the health really to be able to support him. Fnatic with a player advantage, but no massive ults to be able to help this retake. It is super possible that PaperX can pull this off. Every fight is going to be in a good range for the Stingers and the judge.
Close quarters.
भाई.
What's called for here for PaperX?
अल्फाइड में जी बैंच हाँ बे, वो भी साला.
Just threatening that he could be trying.
साला 1v2 1v3 ऐसा निकाल देगा जैसे क्या है उसके लिए.
On the swivel right now, PaperX. Gonna do it all. No breaking in a horns.
अब बताइए थ्रो नहीं है तो
to the side, Kayak with safety in numbers, a full stick.
Bro, they are throwing by hurt be.
Not just an incredible recovery, 4 rounds instantly responded, but this round is basically flawless. Once they get into this retake, the group up, the horn not broken.
तोड़ा क्यों नहीं क्या बता भाई? वो पीछे वाले के लिए बैठा होगा.
So fast, and Alex,
nice boys,
he
nice
must be
boys, nice
thinking.
boys. Come on.
About the past, it's so difficult not to.
Jai Shri Ram, Jai
Can
Shri Ram.
PaperX avoid the crumble, the choke?
The narratives that have been circling, swirling around these PaperX players. They cannot play into their inner demon, but Fnatic are putting up.
भाई 2 राउंड डर के मत खेलो ना, भोसड़ी वालों जैसा खेलते हो वैसा खेलो ना भाई.
He's under the pressure. There's a nade at your feet, power into the back, flash on top of it. He needs some help, and he needs it now. Chronicle is the one to help. Crashes will be falling, but time has been bought, and Chronicle gliding in, sliding in.
भाई कभी-कभी ऐसा लगता है बेंच की वॉचिंग के लिए तो नहीं हो रहा.
Performance there from Chronicle. He takes Fnatic
जी भाई हार गए.
This should have been the end. PaperX had all the chances here to close things out on Lotus. A map they're undefeated on right now.
Chronicle making Chronicles. नहीं यार. कुछ तो गड़बड़ है भाई. ऐसे अचानक से बेंच द टाइम आउट ना कुछ मार के अचानक से हगने लग जाएंगे क्या?
And Alpha sending kisses across the stage to his longtime teammate. PaperX take a timeout. Left in regulation.
Bargain bin buys, Spectre, Bulldog. That's what they're working with.
At least they have the ults though. Something's ult combined with Patman's. deafening everybody from Fnatic and then getting something out there.
Watching PRX अपने सर में हथौड़ा मारना। अभी जीता राउंड हकते हैं। देखो अभी दे देंगे अल्फा को जाके 2 किल दे देंगे, देख लेना। 2 किल देंगे, देख लियो ये। अरे अच्छा वो अल्ट पे था।
Guiding the rest of his team in. Not far behind him, a bit of spamming to the back of the box. This is it. Play for OT, play for map 5. All on the line for them. Something with the exit all the way out. Alpha's all the way in. And Chronicle just drops them in their tracks. Alpha cleaned up. Boaster left reeling.
But the 2 huge players from Fnatic dropped. Kron and Alpha gone. Fnatic are going to have to try to close with only Kayak and Crashies.
It rebounds. PRX looking to stay alive in this map. Fnatic want to send it that much deeper. TPs all around, sowing chaos into the mix. Crashies deep with the seas and a haunt on top of it. Utah could not be even better there.
अरे माच दी बिंचूद। ए भगवान, बैटमैन देवता है भाई, तू क्या मारा वो? ए बिंचूद।
Forced to dig so deep. And it's the leader Forsaken who leads by example to get 4 on the board.
भाई ये क्या मारा ये शॉट?
A great flick on the Crashies. And Crashies knows he should do that. 5 in a row. 5 is where it stops.
जीजा यार, जीजा बेंचूद नहीं हो रहा भाई, अब देखने को।
So even. A true game of greats against greats. Testing each other to the very limits.
Alpha yet on point for almost a 30 bomb.
And with the way that he's been playing, almost destined to get it in overtime. He's going to step forwards though.
Not recommended for light-hearted people.
And now full speed ahead. Fnatic baited out, TP's in. Boaster going to be rejoining Kayak, trying to take control of it.
अरे नहीं, Boaster nice, nice,
collecting all sorts of kills and attempt to even it out. Kayak still has that control.
Nice.
PRX all the way in.
Nice, nice, nice. पीछे एक राउंड और, please भाई, please, 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 please.
A dominant defensive round.
Please, पीछे निकल जा.
PRX with their first tournament points.
ये भगवान जिता दे भाई, हमें PRX ब्लू कैसे हो गई? ओटी में स्विच हो जाता है, अगर आप अटैक कर रहे हो तो डिफेंस चले जाते हो, डिफेंस कर रहे हो तो अटैक चले जाते हो।
The princes of Pacific that were ever promised.
अभी अगला राउंड देखो स्विच हो गया, अब ये लाल हो गई, अब इनको अटैक करना है। एक साथ लगातार 2 राउंड जीतने पड़ेंगे। अगर 12-12 है तो 13-12 ऐसा जीतना पड़ेगा। अरे 14-12 देखा नहीं जा रहा है। जिता दे भगवान, जिता दे भाई, जिता दे, प्लीज जिता दे।
Another passive defensive line in the sand drawn from Fnatic, not willing to fight over any of this map control. PRX winning a bit of that mental game, more confidence coming out from them, but it's all about the execution and the delivery. We saw in OT before it went deep, no team was able to close out early.
Fnatic are going to be forced to dig deep here. Pressure mounting. PRX putting it on them. Alarm bot dealt with the paranoia, sweeps forwards. Alpha. Playmaker once more. Him and Chronicle. It dropped the PRX players like flies. 2. Something in Forsaken left to pick up.
चूती दरवाजा खुला तभी भी गांड जैसे किसे मरते हैं भाई वहां से।
It's just not gone their way.
30 seconds left.
So much space though given to these two on PRX, and we've seen what they can do in difficult spots. Would be a magical conversion of a 2v4. Everything that Something and Forsaken could have dreamed of. And these 4 players from Fnatic looking simply to play spoiler.
अरे मत देना पीक समथिंग चूती है मत।
Looking for any sort of kill he can claim. Risky business. Fnatic.
ये साला 1.5 शाना ना जाटू।
patience is there, but a paranoia. Hold on.
Mar! Nice!
He's out of the fights. And
Nice!
is wrecking them from on high.
Oh! वाह जीत गई भाई जीत गई जीत गई बैड चोद ओह माय गॉड भाई बैंचो फाइनली जीत गई भाई
It took everything, pushed to overtime. This one was not easy. It never is. But this will be a moment to remember and wipe away the tears.
Alex bhai.
Forsaken, what a job he's done with this squad.
भाई रो दिए बे
I mean, Alex gets to join his players.
सच में यार डिजर्विंग थे यार सच में ब्रो
rather than bitter disappointment.
Tears of joy. PRX have finally done it.
They've changed the narrative here today. You heard G2's Valen talking about trying to do that earlier in the tournament, but no team had a better opportunity to clutch greatness from the jaws of disappointment than this squad right here.
Respect shown, of course. A hell of a challenge that Fnatic put up.
A tournament win, 2 grand finals losses, 2 finishes in top 3, a top 4 placement as well.
भाई बिलीव नहीं हो रहा अबे PRX जीत गई वेंडी
by their success rather than their failures. For me, I think they change it completely. They change the narrative to being probably the second greatest team of all time behind Fnatic, overtaking squads like Loud and Optic, NRG, of which Crashy's played inside of.
Flip that script. Tears of joy, and for PRX, this moment means everything. This moment right here is what all the hard work went into. Blood, sweat, and tears all the way to the end. But the time is nigh.
मेरी जान भाई कपड़े से मैच हो रहा भाई फक भाई बैड चोद भाई हैवी भाई
1,064 days since PRX's first chance at lifting a trophy.
Congo भाई Congo PRX.
Fan favorites from beginning to end. Everybody everywhere rooting for them to finally have this success.
Let's go.
And we thought it would never happen. We thought after champs that Jing might not even return to the stage. And yet here he is, alongside his brothers with trophy in hand. A moment they've dreamed of for almost 3
इसकी मम्मी
years.
हर मैच आती थी भाई
And what more could still be in store? They've showcased consistency to a level that almost no other team can claim.
We're going to send it down to the floor. PRX, the stage is yours.
It's been 5 years in the making, but PRX have finally won a trophy. Oh my goodness, look how beautiful it is. It's the PRX color too, fits your jersey so well.
JJ. I gotta get Auntie next to JJ here. Devi, I'm gonna start with you. You broke the second place curse. This is real. You managed to do it. How are you feeling?
I mean, it feels unreal. You know, we've been working hard, very, very hard.
अरे यार
Pujan, come down and make Devi smile. Where you at? We need him. We need him. I'm gonna let you take a moment because I know how big this means to you, Devi. I'm gonna come back to you. Let me squeeze in between you and get next to something. Now, something. It felt like yesterday that you kind of got plucked out as the aimer. You know, everyone knew you could aim, but today the clutches, the big moments. You won that round. You and Jason won that round. You won a trophy. So talk me through your growth as a player and to become how amazing you are on that stage today.
As you said, it feels like unreal. We've been grinding like that for example, for me for 2 years. For them, it's already like 4 or 5 years on international stage and never won before. So feels great, and wanna say thank you to everyone, to the fans. Wanna say thank you to my girlfriend. Я тебя очень сильно люблю. And yeah, thank you everyone who supporting us. Thank you to our performance coach. He did really great job for us. And yeah, thank you all.
Indeed. Coming back to you, David. Yeah, like I said, it's real. It's real. It's right there. And of course, you've come second quite a few times. So what does this mean to you to be able to actually win?
I mean, it means everything, you know. This is kind of like end goal. Obviously, you want to go for a champ, but this is just a start, you know. And I mean, I'm very happy. I didn't plan to cry, but the tears just automatically come out, you know.
I think everyone's crying with you. I can see everyone behind you. They're cheering you on so much. I'm part of the team now. I'm part of the team now. Sorry, excuse me. I'm part of the team now. Will you let me join PaperX, Jason? Can I join you guys?
Sure.
Yes, okay, that's what I needed to hear. This trophy looks so good. How are you feeling holding this, knowing that this man here from the very beginning, Mind Freak is here, as well since 2021 to get to this place?
I'm feeling thankful and grateful because we finally had some trophy, you know, and I really proud of my team. They've been working really, really hard since in Pacific. And actually, I want to say happy birthday to my dad as well. It's his birthday today.
Oh,
yeah,
my!
Happy birthday! I think this is gonna be
crazy,
his best gift ever.
Oh, I mean, your other brothers must be like, oh, damn it, we're going to have to get him something better. But yeah, I guess a question also for the both of you, if you would like to answer it. I think the two of you kind of embody PaperX, you know, your playstyle, your identity, your friendship. And for a long time, other people maybe didn't respect your playstyle and people were afraid to try this. But now you have a trophy, so your way is the best way. How does that feel?
किसका बर्थडे पापा का?
Anything can happen in Valorant, guys. Trust me.
Wasn't easy today, was it, Jace? It wasn't easy. Yeah, will you be able to answer the same question? Jing, you know, you've been kind of W gaming for 5 years now, so how does it feel to know that this is the best Valorant right now?
I mean, Valorant is like a game that is always like changing, so there's like so many different ways to play it. I mean, I wouldn't say there's a best way to play it, but this is PaperX way, and we're gonna continue playing like this always.
I want to also say your mom, she comes with you to everything, and how does it feel to be able to share this moment with her?
I mean, of course, I'm very happy, and I'm just very thankful and grateful for my life, because like, I never expected to be here. I was just like a kid that wanted to play game, and like now I'm a Masters winner, so yeah, I'm really happy, and thanks to all my friends and family for supporting us. And just because we win doesn't mean the train is gonna stop here, guys. We're gonna keep on going, and
yeah, W, baby, W.
They can win another one, right? They can win another one. They can win another one. And Patman, now you didn't have to go through the trauma.
Bye.
The rest of your teammates had to go through the last 5 years. You joined this team. You joined at a very critical time, and then now you end up lifting a trophy so early on in your career as well. Who or what do you credit this success to?
Before I joined PaperX, I mean, while I'm in PaperX, I live on doubts, I live on hates, like everyone is questioning about me. But like finally, after a long time, I made it. So I'm so happy that I made it, and with the team, every night I'm crying, like how to be better, how can I improve, how can I help my team more. And now I think everything is you know, like.
Alex को बुलाओ बे, Alex को
It's
बुलाओ.
alright. I mean, it wasn't easy.
Alex को बुलाओ.
Were you stressed at any point? Because you didn't act like you were.
Yeah. Sorry?
Were you stressed at all today at any point? Because it didn't seem like you were even bothered on the stage.
I mean, while we're playing, I always keep telling the boys to smile because the smile is very contagious thing. And once we're smiling, the positive energy will come. So I just keep telling the boys to smile.
I think you make
देखो
everyone
बे,
else
life
smile
में
as
भी ये
well.
सोचो,
Now,
सुनो,
Alex, I'm
समझो,
gonna ask you
करो.
the $1 million
Alex,
question, because
baby.
earlier this year, it didn't even look like you were going to make playoffs in Pacific. And track by track, step by step, you've taken down every hurdle, every challenge. How on earth did you win that final today? That was a crazy four-mapper.
I mean, we have a lot of people to thank. But first and foremost, I think I wanted to thank Victoria because she basically forced me to reach out to Mini, and that really kickstarted everything. After that, I think all the streamers behind us, Sliggy, FNS especially, thank you so much for helping everyone gather this amazing crowd. And we can feel everything, guys. We feel every shot on stage. Even in the coaching booth, I can feel everything, guys. It's amazing. And I want to thank all you guys. I really appreciate it, guys. And hopefully more to come.
You don't just stop here. Now, before I throw this over, Mindfreak is here. I think this is just as much your victory, Aaron, as anyone else's. This is as much yours, Mindfreak. You've been here in the coaching booth, you know, part of this roster for so many years. What does this one mean to you?
Honestly, I think this means everything for me because I'm really proud of them. Like, we were like 0-3 in the Pacific, and who knows, like, we are here, like, actually the champions, so I don't know what to say.
You're also one of the champions, Mindfreak. Enjoy the victory, boys. Come on, everyone, one more time for PRX. But the celebration doesn't stop there because Vansili is ready and standing by to announce the tournament MVP.
Oh, हाँ भाई, ये तो देखना है.
Standing on the stage here with Leo Faria, the global head of Valorant Esports. Of course, we're
Jin
about
को ही
to present
मिलेगा
our
शायद.
MVP bracelet. So Leo, I'm gonna let you take the floor.
भाई ये
It is my
ब्रेसलेट चाहिए
honor
भाई,
to
सच में यार.
present this beautiful and special bracelet. The MVP award is about the one player who rose above all others. This player has been a foundational member of the PRX roster since February of 2021. He's dominant across multiple roles. He's also the first Indonesian player to win a VCT global event. Please give it up to the Masters Toronto MVP.
Gold, bhai! Bacho, bhai! भाई मेरे को लगा जिंक को देंगे भाई. ये क्या है, कब दिखाया? ये तो लास्ट ईयर से चालू किया है ये लोग ने. पूरे सीरीज में एक केसी को मिलता है एमवीपी. लिमिटेड है, मतलब क्या बोलते हैं, लिमिटेड एडिशन, प्रीमियम एडिशन, क्या जो भी है, एक्सक्लूसिव वन. पिछली बार गोल्ड का था, इस बार नॉर्मल है. मतलब इस बार चांदी है या क्या पता कौन सी गोल्ड है ये.
Very heavy.
So you're gonna have to hit the gym somewhere. Actually, show me those biceps. Show the crowd what you've been working on.
Yeah.
Enough muscle to also lift your first ever trophy. And now the MVP. How much does this mean to you?
It means very a lot to me because actually I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it how we even in here because we almost get like almost lost in Pacific. So like.
हर बार चोक कर जाती थी भाई.
Take your time, take your time. Take your time, man.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's take the mic, it's all yours.
I want to say thank you for all the passengers that keep believing our train, guys. Finally, we can lift the trophy, and it's amazing, you know, to have you guys, to have all of the fan support, PRX all the time. I want to say thank you to my family as well, my girlfriend as well. Bye friend, thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's go!
Forsaken, thank you so much. One more time, MVP Forsaken. And that ends it here from Masters Toronto. Et on se revoit à Paris!
भाई मजा आ गया भाई. ये बहुत लिमिटेड एडिशन होता है, पता है? ये बहुत लिमिटेड एडिशन होता है, वो जो मतलब पूरे साल में नहीं, हर मास्टर्स पे एक को मिलता है शायद, ऐसा कुछ है ये।
Phukan, what a game we witnessed there, and of course, Forsaken being the MVP. I mean, honestly, he could have given it to anyone on that stage. They were all incredible.
I think that is very important what he's referencing. It's not only the track by track that we've been.
है ना, हर मास्टर्स और चैंपियंस पे किसी को मिलता है ना ये। भाई मैंने इसको पता सेव करके रखा है, मैं बहनचो अपने ये ज्वेलरी वाले से बनवाऊंगा भाई, चांदी का बहनचो मैं पहनूंगा सच्ची में भाई।
Drop the one map that they lost today, so they have to be extremely happy. I love these stories, just like at the beginning of the year.
इसको मैंने सेव करके रखा है इंस्टा पे अपने, हर ग्लोबल इवेंट में एक को, हाँ हर ग्लोबल इवेंट में। पिछली बार गोल्ड का था, मेरे को अभी भी याद है, गोल्ड का था वो, गोल्ड वाला फोटो मेरे पास पड़ा है। वो किसको मिला था, शायद टेक्सचर को मिला था, याद नहीं आ रहा, टेक्सचर को ही मिला था शायद, या तो मिटियोर को मिला था शायद। लास्ट टाइम T1 जीती थी ना, हाँ मिटियोर को शायद मिला होगा। फिर भाई हैवी भाई, मजा आ गया भाई। फाइनली अब मुझे मिलेगी बैंचो पेपर एक्स की ओरिजिनल जर्सी भाई। कल एलएम भाई को बोलूंगा भूसड़ी वाले चचा मंगाओ अब चुपचाप, बोले थे बे जीतेंगे तो बैंचो मंगाऊंगा। मिटियोर को मिला था, हाँ सोया नहीं, अब भी तो खत्म हुआ भाई मैच, क्या सोएगा भाई, भाड़ में जाए बैंचो नींद। बैठे बैठे 2-3 बार मेरे को नींद आ गई थी, बट फिर सही हो गया बैंचो। जब चुप हो जाता हूँ ना रात में तो नींद आ जाती है, ऐसे बैठे स्ट्रीम करते करते एकदम शांत हो जाऊंगा ना तो मेरे को नींद आ जाएगी, फिर वापस बेंचो बड़बड़ाना चालू करना पड़ता है भाई। फिर 2 मिनट अपने सेंस को लगता है ओ बेंचो मैं बड़बड़ा रहा हूँ, जागना है। लास्ट में तो बेंचो पूरा कावरा बावरा हो गया यार। 4v2 भाई, वर्थ इट लगा क्या, वर्थ इट मैच भाई, क्रेजी शिट भाई, क्रेजी भाई। मतलब इतने साल से जो टीम को सपोर्ट करते आ रहे हैं, जो टीम को गेम देखते आ रहे हैं, और वो जब चोक होती थी तो ऐसा बुरा लगता था, और बेंचो आज जो हुई ना भाई। मैप कैसा है भाई, बहुत बिल्ला है भाई, चुम्मा मैप है भाई, चुम्मा मैप है सच्ची में। 2 मैप के बाद मैं सो गया था, अभी लास्ट में उठा। भाई CSGO वाला मैप है, पता है बिरयानी, तुम लोग को और अच्छा लगेगा, तुम लोग CS खेलते हो ना, मैं इतना खेलता नहीं, पर वो मेरे को देखने में वो बहुत अच्छा लगा। बट प्रॉब्लम ये है भाई, उसमें मेरे को लगता है 2 स्मोक्स की जरूरत है भाई, उसमें तो 2 स्मोक्स चाहिए ही चाहिए। देखो एक राज की बात बता, ये क्या बोल रहा था, PRX जो लास्ट राउंड देख क्या भाई, 4v2 जो हैवी निकाला भाई, मेरा फोन मेरे मुंह पे गिर गया। भोसड़ी वाले चचा, ये राज की बात है, मुझे लगा बहन जो पैसे वैसे दे रहा होगा। नाक दुख रही है भयंकर, थोड़ी देर ऐसे निकाल, उसको गर्म पानी में डूबो दे नाक को। हाँ देख के विंटेज मैप लगा, मज़ा आएगा भाई, बहुत मज़ा आएगा भाई। और मैं सोच रहा हूँ भाई, मैं तो वो भी लूँगा भाई, मैं वैंडल और गोस्ट लेने वाला हूँ, मेरे दिमाग में है वैंडल और गोस्ट लूँ भाई। वो CS वाला है, वो टेढ़ा पकड़ता है, गोस्ट को ऐसा पकड़ता है, ऐसा कुछ टेढ़ा, हाँ ऐसा ही कुछ पकड़ता है गोस्ट, टक टुक टक टुक मारता है। 345 चुप छोड़ू। अरे नाक वाला पेचकस नहीं मिल रहा है। तेरे पास एक्स्ट्रा पड़ा है क्या, कनाडा में पड़ा है, कनाडा जाएगा। गोश्त तो बढ़िया लगा, गोश्त भाई बहुत अच्छा है। नाइफ ओके ही है, मतलब और अच्छा कर सकते थे यार वो नाइफ, बट ठीक है छोड़ो, मैं तो नाइफ नहीं लेगा भाई। मेरे को लगा अच्छा होगा, पर वो जब वाई दबाया और जो मतलब इतना कुछ खास नहीं लगा मुझे। मेरे पास पड़ा है, रुक भेजता नहीं, कनाडा भेजता हूँ ना इसको ले जाने को, बूस मकजूदी नहीं मित्र भाई। मेरी गांड दर्द भाई, क्या करूँ भाई मैं चेयर के लिए, बताओ ना बे। जो बैठे बैठे मेरी गांड दर्द हो जाती है भाई इस पे। कांग्रेस, थैंक यू यार इलू। यार आप उधर बैठ के डिस्कॉर्ड पे देख रहे थे यार, इधर ही हमारी स्ट्रीम ही देख लेते। किधर जा रहा भाई? तो मैं कहाँ जा रहा हूँ? चुत्तर मिनट भाई, क्या करूँ भाई? बैंच बोंड दर्द हो रही है भाई। अब बैंच में जाऊँगा, सोऊंगा मस्त में। आज तो पापा को भी छोड़ने नहीं जाना भाई, आराम से सोऊंगा। अरे पर सुबह जाने का है यार टाइल देखने को। हट रे, इतनी खुशी। वीसी आता हूँ यार। रोहन को पूछ रहा, अच्छा हमारे पास तो आए नहीं आप बड़े लोग। मैं बड़ा लोग यार। मैं इसलिए वीसी नहीं आता ना, जब मैं वॉच पार्टी ये सब करता हूँ वो आवाज़ क्लैश हो जाती है सब। तो आप लोग क्या बोलते हो, मैं इधर क्या बोल रहा हूँ, मैं उधर क्या बात कर रहा हूँ, कुछ समझ नहीं आता मेरे को, फिर खिचड़ी हो जाता है। हाँ बड़ा ही तो है भाई, ठीक है भाई, बड़ा हूँ भाई। भगवान करे ऐसी तरक्की और दे भाई मुझे और लोग बोले बड़ा है बैंच का। बैंक बैलेंस में चाहिए मुझे। हमारे साथ भी खुशियाँ बांट लेते। खुशियाँ बांट रहे ना, मेरी वजह से ही तो जीते हैं। क्यों मुझे इग्नोर? आपके वजह से कैसे जीते? बॉट तो अलाउड ही नहीं थे मास्टर्स में। पापा की बिजनेस भाई, मास्टर पापा की बिजनेस मीटिंग है। झूठ बोल रहा है ये, समझ रहा है? पापा देख, पापा की पूरी उम्र अगर कुछ समझ रहा है, संभोग के टाइम कहीं कुछ ऊपर नीचे हो जाए तो संभालने के लिए बेटे को ले जाना, समझ रहा है? अबे सही में भाई मेरा गुल्लट था एंड बहुत झाड़ फूक। अरे ऐसा कुछ नहीं था भाई सच में। एक बार के लिए तो ऐसा ये हो गया था भाई, जब वो कमबैक कर रहे थे ना, ऐसा लगा भाई हो गया भाई, मेरे को देखने का ही नहीं है भाई, जा रहा भाई मैं। इसी आओ जल्दी भाई, अगर कुछ बकचोदी वाली बात हुई मैं तुरंत मैं बाबू भाई को ब्लॉक कर रहा हूँ। हेलो अरे यार रुको एक मिनट।
बाबू भाई को ब्लॉक कर रहा हूँ बोल रहा है भाई। हेलो
बाबू भाई को क्यों ब्लॉक कर रहे हो?
अरे आगे का तो बोल, ये चीटिंग है भाई, आधी बात बोल रहे भाई ये।
पूछो कोरा से, मेरी वजह से जीते
कोरा भाई किसके वीसी बैठे हो? कोरा भाई प्राइवेट वीसी बैठे हैं भाई, वीवीआईपी वीसी है वो,
सबको एक्सेस नहीं मिलता इस वीसी का।
नहीं भाई मजाक से हटके बहुत अच्छा खेला लास्ट वाला राउंड
भाई।
मेरे को मेरी याद आ गई।
हम लोग तो
मेरी याद आ गई भाई, मेरा 2021 का रियल ग्रम्पी बाहर आ गया भाई मेरा।
पतला था क्या उस टाइम पे?
भाई सेक्सी खेलता था भाई, तुम्हारे जैसा बॉट नहीं था मैं।
मेरे जैसा?
हाँ
मेरा बॉट है।
हाँ
भगवान ऐसा बॉट सबको बनाए।
नहीं किसी को ना बनाए भाई मजा आ गया भाई। मेरे को बुलाया क्यों ये बताओ?
तुम्हें?
हमको याद आ रही थी तुम्हारी, तुमको तो आती नहीं है हमारी याद।
तो तुमसे बात करनी है, बात भी नहीं कर सकते हैं।
किसको याद आ रही थी मुझे मेरी?
उसकी चैट में लिख रहे 2021 में पीसी कब खाता तेरे पास?
पीसी 2021 में ही तो लिया पीसी में गधे।
और लेते ही 4 सेकंड बन गया।
हाँ सीधा पेपर एक्स में ही था, पता यही है यार, वो स्टार्टिंग से जानते तो
तुम ही तो थे ना दवाई की जगह, तुम ही तो थे।
हाँ
दवाई की जगह नहीं था ये उसकी जगह था।
22 में लिया नहीं 21 में लिया।
जिंक्स की जगह, जहाँ 6 महीने जिंक्स गायब हुआ ना, लिया गया था दाढ़ी काट के।
वही तभी उन लोगों ने ना पार्ट ही नहीं लिया।
यार ग्रम्पी, आई वांट टू आस्क यू समथिंग बेबी।
हाँ
आज आप नहाए नहीं हो?
नहाया हूँ 2 बार, नहाया वो भी 2 बार।
तो इतना सर कौन को जाता है?
अरे मैं बाल हटा देता हूँ ना, मतलब जब मैं बाल नहीं ये करता हूँ, मतलब बाल सेट था ना और अब हट गया तो अब वो हाथ जाता रहता है ऐसा सर में।
अच्छा
ये बना था तभी एमुलेटर का 14 था। हाँ एमुलेटर का 14 था। मैं दोपहर में एमुलेटर खेलता था और रात में वैलो खेलता था हैवी भाई आज YouTube पे 1.5 लाख की वॉचिंग आ रही थी पता है?
आएगी ना, लास्ट है
भाई हैवी था भाई, मजा आ गया, मजा आ गया सच्ची में।
ग्रम्पी तुम ये जो तुमने ब्रेसलेट पहना है,
हाँ
तुम उसको पहन के नहाते हो?
हाँ क्यों?
बस ऐसे कुछ
नहीं ना देखा क्या?
नहीं ना सकते,
सही
ऐसा
पूछ
कोई
रही हूँ।
सीन नहीं है।
हाँ।
बदमाशी ना करें।
हैं?
अरे ये लिख रहा है।
अच्छा बोला ये क्या बोला अचानक से?
वही ना, मैंने बोला ये कैसे रिप्लाई, बट वेरी एक्सपेक्टेड फ्रॉम ग्रम्पी, यू नो, कुछ भी बोलते हैं।
मैं कुछ
जो
भी
मन
बोलता हूँ।
हाँ अभी
वाह
बोला ना वो
भाई।
मम्मी पापा संभोग, वो क्या था?
अरे वो
हम
अरे
लोग
तुम भी नहीं समझे
लिटरली क्वार्टर्स
नहीं मैं
ऑफ का।
समझा
भाई, इसलिए
मैं
मुझे
समझा।
इसलिए ऑन स्ट्रीम मुझे तुम वीसी मत बुलाया करो। जब मैं फ्लो में रहता हूँ तो मैं फ्लो में रहता हूँ। यहाँ मेरी अलग दुनिया है, यहाँ मेरी अलग दुनिया है, मतलब ऑफ स्ट्रीम अलग है, मैं यहाँ अलग हूँ।
यार मेरे दिमाग में कुछ आ रहा था लेकिन इलू बैठी है, तेरी स्ट्रीम चल रही तो छोड़।
I would like to
तो
not know.
मेरी कौन सी
हाँ,
स्ट्रीम
मेरे को
वो है
पता
भाई? ग्रम्पी के पास मास्टर क्या ग्रम्पी को बस मास्टर पकड़ता है, बाकी सब बॉट है भाई।
बाकी सब बॉट है भाई।
क्या?
वो अपनी तारीफ कर रहा है, वो जो भी है कि मैं ही मार सकता हूँ, बाकी सब बॉट है। बैकहैंड कॉम्प्लीमेंट बोलते हैं इसको।
आपकी कोई सुनता है मास्टर भाई आरपी में? जाके आरपी में बूंद देते हो, कोई सुनता है?
हेलो ग्रम्पी।
हाँ
शांत रह।
क्या
बोला हम शांत रहे।
क्यों? सब सुनते हैं।
नहीं बोलते भाई, गलत बात है।
झूठ बोल रहा भाई मास्टर साला।
सच्चाई नहीं बोलते।
बकचोदी पेल रहा भाई। नया मैप देखा?
हाँ देखा मैंने।
भाई
मैं वो
मस्त
गन
लगा
लेने
भाई।
की सोच रहा हूँ, वो खरीद लूँ।
गोश्त लो, मैं भी गोश्त लेने वाला हूँ। बैंडल देखता हूँ यार, मतलब
मैं पूरा
है
बंडल
भी नहीं
सोच
है।
रहा हूँ।
नहीं भाई इतना फिजूल का खर्चा नहीं करना भाई मेरे को। बाबू भाई तुम्हारी
नहीं इलो मेरे को बर्थडे गिफ्ट देगी इसलिए।
बर्थडे चला गया, अगले साल चाहिए, नो इश्यूज।
नहीं इस साल का। थैंक यू।
वेलकम।
गिफ्ट मिल गया, गिफ्ट का रिटर्न गिफ्ट भी मिल गया। लो भाई।
हाँ ऐसा चलता है। HDFC के अभी तक 5000 रुपये नहीं दिए मैंने इनको वापस।
भाई कल वाशी जाना है, 4 बजे बकचोदी पेल रहा हूँ।
पहले जी लिंक बना।
कल वाशी क्यों जाना है?
बना।
अबे 4 बज गया अबे।
ये मैप का देख रही हूँ मैं, करोड़ नाम है ना मैप का।
यार टाइटल मिल गया, कोरेगन खेलेगा करोड़।
कोरा इन करोड्स।
यस।
टाइटल कुछ वैसा डालो ना।
अरे यार ये क्या मैप है यार, छी।
ग्रम्पी से छोटा मैप।
मूड खराब हो गया मेरा।
पता है मेरे को, मैंने देखा था।
फ्रैक्चर जैसा मैप है एकदम।
फ्रैक्चर
नहीं, फ्रैक्चर बहुत अच्छा मैप है। अरे फ्रैक्चर बोल रहा हूँ, ये बहुत अच्छा मैप है, मजा आएगा।
मैंने ग्रम्पी तेरी पूरी स्ट्रीम देखी थी, ये क्या बोलते हैं जब फाइट चलती थी इनकी।
कौन सी? किसकी?
स्टैंस और उसकी गर्लफ्रेंड की।
अच्छा बस इसमें ये है, इन फ्यूचर वो होगा, क्या नाम है, वॉल बैंक वाला सही करेंगे भाई। पूरा मैप ही वॉल बैंक है साला, पेपर का है।
हाँ, पेपर का बना हुआ मैप।
अरे वही पायलट।
दिस मैप इज मेड ऑफ पेपर।
तो अभी तक तेरा वो कोचिंग खत्म नहीं हुआ मास्टर?
ये तो CS जैसा लग रहा है मैप, थोड़ा थोड़ा कोई।
हाँ मतलब वो वाइब दिया है वो।
ये अपन रेंज में जाते हैं, याद है पीछे की तरफ जाते हैं, वैसा लग रहा थोड़ा।
हाँ हाँ यस 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 एग्रीड। ये ऐसा लग रहा है ये मैप देखा है मैंने CS में।
वो है फॉरेस्ट।
पता नहीं बट मैंने आई डोंट फॉलो CS।
अच्छा
भाई कितना बड़ा मैप है, खत्म करो ना।
बिरयानी पहुंच गया क्या?
2 साइड का है।
हाँ 2 साइड का है, पर वो बी का हेवन, वो हेवन नहीं है, वो एक्चुअली स्वर्ग है, इतना ऊपर। वो जेट वो डब्बे पे चढ़ने के बाद भी नहीं जा पाती है।
ग्रम्पी आप तो वो कर रहे थे, एनर्जी याद कर रही थी आपको।
क्यों? आरपी में?
आरपी में नहीं, नॉर्मली इन जनरल हम बैठने वाले थे ना
फ्रांस का
आज बोले थे क्या मेरे को?
अपन बैठने वाले थे, भूल गए? अपन सब बैठने वाले थे
यार, मुझे तो याद नहीं है।
अरे किसी का कैंप भी खुलने वाला था।
ओ
हाँ,
कैसा मैप है? रशिया भी लग रहा है, फ्रांस भी लग रहा है।
भी तो करना होता है। अरे तो वो वो कब होता है तुम लोग का मास्टर? जो क्या बोलते हैं उसको, जो तुम लोग वो कॉकपिट में बैठ के जो सिखाते हैं वो? नो टुमारो देयर इज माय रजिस्ट्रेशन एंड आल्सो। ओ
न्यू वैंडल कितनी बढ़िया लग रही है, पूरा बंडल ही अच्छा है भाई।
नहीं, बुलडॉग इतनी ओपी नहीं है, मेरे को मजा नहीं आया बुलडॉग।
मैंने बुलाया है, मैं वो पूछ रहा हूँ उनसे, पूछा है
क्या
वीसी आओगे? ग्रम्पी भी है।
अबे भाई मैं सोने जा रहा हूँ भाई, तुम मेरे को
सोने जाओगे?
ग्रम्पी सोया नहीं है ना कल से?
सोया है लेकिन उठ जाता है जल्दी।
That will take around 1 more year. What?
Consolate.
Seriously? आज 4 बजे स्ट्रीम करता तो कोई आता, हेलो गुड मॉर्निंग, अभी ब्रेकफास्ट किया मैंने।
हाय ब्लेंडे।
यार ये क्या है, इतना बड़ा मिड क्यों है इस मैप में? छी, ये वैंडल कितनी अच्छी दिख रही है।
भाई स्ट्रीम बंद करोगे तो आज तो शापा हो गया मेरे साथ।
क्या हो गया? हाय
ब्लेंडी
भाई, ब्लेंडी। हाँ कौन डॉक्टर? इधर वाला उधर वाला?
अरे बताऊंगा, तू बंद करेगा तब बताऊंगा।
हाँ ब्रो, like 6 months for studies and rest or for 2 years। भाई मतलब 25-27 के पहले ये नहीं लगेगा ऑफिशियल?
कुछ नहीं यार, मैच देख रहा था
भाई, मजा आ गया था भाई पर।
अच्छा मैच था,
बहुत मजा आया। मतलब सब चले, ऐसा नहीं कि एक कोई मार खा रहा था, सब चले भाई। एक्चुअली 10 के 10 चले।
पोस्टर को नहीं देखा किसी ने?
हाँ वो तो बेचारा
मार पड़ी है जो उसको। पोस्टर तो इतना अनलकी है ना आज
यार। मेरे को पता है बूस्टर और 4 सेकंड बहुत अच्छे दोस्त है, वो $2000 के चक्कर में बूस्टर ने थ्रो कर दिया।
नहीं ये
बूस्टर का मुंह देखा कितना फ्रस्ट्रेटेड था, ऐसा लग रहा था बाल नोच लिए उसने।
लेकिन फिर लास्ट में खुश हो गया था ना 4 सेकंड को देखते ही। अब $2000 आएंगे।
ये बात चलो रे भाई, मैं 2 मिनट आया रे, मैं म्यूट होके आ रहा हूँ।
म्यूट हो?
चलो भाइयों, आज के लिए इतना ही ठीक है यार, निकलते हैं। मैं इसके थोड़ा ये लोग से बात करता हूँ, बैठता हूँ, फिर जाता हूँ, सोता हूँ, क्योंकि कल मिलता हूँ रात में। कल वैलो होगी रात में, और लास्ट ऑफ अस शायद खेले। लास्ट ऑफ अस खेलने का मन हो रही है कल। ठीक है, कल भी ऐसी लंबी स्ट्रीम होगी, और कल तो सुबह तक हो जाएगी मेरे को लगता है। मैं सुबह तक खींच दूंगा ये स्ट्रीम, 12 घंटे खींच दूंगा कल। टुमारो वैलो यस नाइट में। अगर पापा को लेने नहीं जाना रहा, जैसे मतलब आज छोड़ने नहीं जाना मुझे, तो शायद अगर पापा को गाड़ी से ही आएंगे आज शाम को, तो मैं फिर जल्दी आऊँगा 5 बजे 6 बजे के आसपास। बट अगर लेने जाना रहा तो मैं वही फिर 8 बजे आऊँगा, और 11-12 बजे तक खेलूँगा वैलो। उसके बाद शिफ्ट टू लास्ट ऑफ अस। ठीक है, चलो अपना ध्यान रखो, घर वालों का ध्यान रखो, माँ बाप का ख्याल रखो, बकचोदी करो, मस्ती करो, लाइफ एक ही है यार। सो बी हैप्पी, स्टे हैप्पी, लव यू गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर सपोर्टिंग यार। मिलते हैं अपन कल, तब तक के लिए अपना ध्यान रखो, बाय बाय, जय श्री राम, हर हर महादेव, बाय 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 बाय। सो जा भाई, नींद में दिख रहा पूरा, सोएंगे भाई सोएंगे, आज बहुत मेहनत किया ना। चलो बाय 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 बाय।